while in his seat.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. So there's a council of people behind, that voted for him to be there.
No, I know it's often misunderstood too. But I'm saying a lot of Protestants object to that. They object to transubstantiation. They don't, they don't want to believe that that transformation takes place. And
let me just appeal to some embarrassment. So there was a time where this position was so hidden and so sacred that actual woman was a pope, and they found out that she was a woman. So for the time after, they designed this chair for so long, and there's others too. There was a time where there was no pope, and they wanted one person to be the pope, and he didn't want to be the pope. And the moment he became pope, he made the rule that if a pope doesn't want to be the pope, he can leave his seat.
Yeah, you had a time with three popes, and then you had a pope that killed someone else who was saying he wanted to be pope or something. It's pretty wild.
So I accept the good with the bad. I mean, the systems probably have failed.
Well, maybe, Tom, do you, I don't know if you want to do this, but...
Well, they're at least reformed now.
Do you want to explain transubstantiation in case there's people that don't know what it is?
It's just to read, just read John 6:51 through 58. That's it right there.
Right. And some Protestants say...
The language is too tough. If the language is tough, then you should just walk away from Christ.
Right. And what some Protestants say is that that's all symbolic. Not real.
A literary device.
That's what some Protestants maintain.
Right.
Catholic would reject that.
For their metaphysical, theological, rational reasons.
Yeah, they claim that the bread and wine become the body.
Right, the Catholics are big on that one. They don't want you to say that it's just bread and wine. Because then now, you're taking away his real. So in other words, then before you know it, we're just going to go right back to the heresy. It's just the meal. Just the concern is that it's just the meal. The Protestants started doing it once a week. Now they do it once a month. Now they do it twice a year. Now they only do it in Christmas and Easter. It's just becoming They're not a fan of your ritual. Of the ritual. Yeah, similar to how 1,500 years it's tradition. Okay, so is Judaism similar to how if a Jew came to you with side locks and tzitzis, you would ask him to cut them both off? The Protestant feels uncomfortable with the rituals of your church. But that part would just be trying to identify what it would be to be a Christian. That's all that's it. I mean, it is a ritual, and you're criticizing them for being lax in their performance of works in your the works of a Jew is way more difficult than it is to be a Christian. It's easier to be a Christian than it is. That's fine. I'm simply highlighting that within Christian ideology, a rejection of ritual as a mindset, specifically because salvation comes through the heart and alternative means. How could you expect a Christian of a different era to always accept the rituals of Catholicism? I'm not shocked at all that there are Christians that object to the rituals of Catholics.
Yeah, but I think the Catholics are saying it's more than just the rejection of the ritual. They're saying that there is some mystery where there's a miracle performed.
There's something special happens. Yeah. Protestants object.
And they're saying the Protestants are rejecting the reality of that miracle.
The whole point of me saying the things with the tassels was I didn't want to identify heresy. I wanted to identify a Christian and what it. It's perfectly fine. And all I'm highlighting is that the discomfort of the rituals of a different culture
are the same objections that the Protestants are lodging against the Catholics when it comes to communion, aside from the metaphysical arguments about transubstantiation and what God does and does not do?
Well, I'm not expecting you to. Well, if you want to read the New Testament, I guess you could just read all the rabbinical writings about the Messiah. I mean, they have.
I don't want to read the New Testament. The Protestants. You're generally highlighting that the Protestants come out with a different conclusion from the church.
All the conclusions of the prophecy of the Messiah are basically almost the writing style, the idea is all Pauline and New Testament.
Let me sort of put it this way:
language.
Is it plausible? Is it plausible for Jesus to have started a church and died in the amazing sin? Right, the works are written, and then that is the production. Every Christian later that attaches to that takes or leaves whether the Catholic's interpretation is the correct Christian interpretation, right? There's still individuals choosing whether to go to the Eastern Orthodox or the Catholics or the Protestants or the Anglicans, right? Each individual Christian is still interpreting the lessons. They're just arguing that the Catholics are wrong and they're growing in number, that they disagree.
Correct. The Catholic Church leaves its door open. Anybody could come and do communion. I'm not like the Eastern Orthodox. They would notice that they would ask you, and then if you are a Catholic, you can't receive at the church, at the Catholic Church.
I thought the church makes you be a state.
I mean, if you really open,
you have to confess first.
Yeah, but if you walk in, Eastern Orthodox is a little different when it comes to.
Yes, I have to tell you that the Jewish understanding of Messiah doesn't fit at all in the New Testament, right? Like it's so far even the term.
I understand what they say, but
the writings don't match up at all. I've read both. It doesn't fit to me.
What I'll do is I'll post the book for you. I'll put it in the chat, and you tell me if this is any understanding of them, these writers reading the New Testament.
Well, I'm able to read an entire book right now, but I could take it down.
So, Mayor, I didn't quite understand your position. What are you saying doesn't match up with what?
The understanding of what Messiah is and what Messiah does. Even the term Messiah is wrong to be used. The term Mashiach means the anointed one, and that term didn't come into place until after the destruction of the temple, because the next anointed king will be the final king.
So you're saying
not even.
So if I understand you, you're saying the understanding of Messiah is different from Jews to Christians.
It's totally off that you can't even.
Oh yeah. I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong about that.
Okay. I'm saying if you can't even read the two side by side without knowing you read.
That's what a lot of Christians actually have been doing, because Jesus was Jewish and so was Paul and so was many of the disciples.
The fact that they were Jewish doesn't change.
They were the ones who wrote these things too.
Yeah, but the
So
fact
you
that
look
they
at
were
the time.
Yeah. Well, the fact that they were Jewish doesn't change anything I'm saying. They were Jewish, but their concept was not Jewish. That's why they were rejected by Jews, because they didn't fit into the model at all. Not only that, the words being used are so.
Mayor, I'm not sure that that's true. I think
Who decided that? You can look at history.
Well, I think it's true for Paul, but I don't know that it's true for Jesus.
Completely true for Jesus.
How do you mean?
What the Messiah is does not fit into the concept at all. Now, you listen. If you want to take the Christian view and go into Old Testament writing and say that this is what it meant, that's what it meant, you can go line by line and talk about it. If you want to conceptually, it's completely foreign. The Christian idea is that there's some entity called Messiah that's going to come and do stuff. The Jewish idea is God's going to save the people himself and anoint the new king, and he will be the anointed one.
Yeah.
And that term anointed one only came into term after the destruction of the temple, and the next anointed king will be the final king.
Yeah.
And that's the idea. That morphed into the term Messiah. Even the term Messiah
Sounds like Christianity had something to do with that.
had something to do with.
No, the Jews have an idea on Messiah before Christianity.
To do with what?
Well, your whole idea. They would have to stamp their approval, because before that, there probably wasn't a complete canon. But now, since Christianity has on the rise, and they're using the same text to come to this conclusion. The rabbinical Jews are identifying heresy.
Well, Probable is doing a lot of work there, and there was a
No. We have the evidence. There's evidence of this.
What you have evidence of is that Christians said something, Jews rejected it. You took it, and now you're claiming that the Jews.
That's really no Constantine. Probably don't understand what I'm saying. That's probably why. Can't believe you mentioned Constantine. That came much later.
Exactly, and that's when Christianity didn't take off until then.
No.
Even according to your story, let's go through your story. Who in Judea rejected Jesus as being the Messiah?
Who was it?
It's a great question. Maybe it was just a small movement. It was just possibly a small movement of people.
A small movement? There was like a crowd that didn't like him?
There was.
There was no rabbi? No one with a name? Like, what about Josephus?
I just want to discount him as much as possible. I just call him this criminal that was espousing blasphemy that was put to death. We don't even have to go into what his movement was. We could just say this guy that people wanted dead. Why did they want to get rid of him? I'm not being dishonest. I'm reducing him. If you want me to.
Who wanted him dead? Give us a name.
And deify
Who tried to kill him? Who issued a verdict?
With pleasure.
You said in this conversation multiple times the Pharisees, right? So you agree that the Pharisees did not accept Jesus' teaching?
I said he was refuting the claims of their traditions. Yes.
Okay. And the Pharisees rejected it. Now let's analyze what Pharisees are. First of all, the term Pharisees comes from the Hebrew word pirushim. They were the ones explaining the text as opposed to
interpreters, translators, commentators,
as opposed to the Sadducees that were taking the text at face value.
Text owners, Quranists, you could say them.
Josephus says that the Pharisees were
literalists. There you go.
The vast majority of the state were Pharisees. The Pharisees were the ones following the learned class, the rabbinic class, and they wholesale rejected it. That's your story. That continued until Paul started selling to Gentiles. It did not take off in Judea amongst the Pharisees. It took off a little bit amongst criminals and more amongst the Sadducees, which was the elite class who studied in Rome. They were Roman. They were Jews, but they subscribed to the Roman idea.
They were secular. At first they were Hellenized, then they were Romanized. They just wanted to interact. They were cosmopolitan city dwellers.
And until Constantine and became a global religion, it was not accepted by Jews for generations. I'm not saying anything outside of your story. This is your story, exactly.
Yeah, you're claiming the Jews were not interested, but you're also claiming the Jews consigned to death, and I'm not sure who you're naming there.
And then when I'm showing you that the ideologies don't line up, and I go, really, not just Pilate.
Pontius Pilate isn't Jewish. You're saying the Romans killed the kid.
That's what I'm saying. I thought it was Pontius Pilate.
No, but they absolve Pontius Pilate. They say his hands are clean. They say they accept his forgiveness. It's the crowd that they condemn.
Well, I don't understand that. Why is Pontius Pilate forgiven?
Great question.
About Pontius Pilate right now. My point is, you can't say the crowds were the evil ones, and Jews really fit the doctrine. But the Pharisees, which was the majority of the nation, and the rabbinic class, all the studied ones, really understood that Jesus was the truth. Like, you have to pick one.
So, which of the Jews accepted him?
The ones who wrote him.
Basically, Christian.
You're talking about like a small movement. You're talking about a movement. You're talking about a movement of people that was like a small cult, maybe like a dozen, maybe 20, that Josephus like barely deigned to comment on. You're not talking about the big movements of the Jews. You're not talking about the Zealots. You're not talking about the Pharisees. You're not talking about the Sadducees. You're not talking about the Essenes. You're talking about a small cult that Josephus leaves one line to say, and there was a cult of this kid that thought he was a Messiah.
Yeah. So I don't even know why they brought him up. Why did you write it into history?
I'm saying Judaism treats him as almost irrelevant.
He's almost irrelevant.
So who accepted him? Listen, I'm saying in Josephus, from Josephus's predictions, from his characterization.
One was on the cross.
Bars.
No, we don't know.
Bars.
We don't know. And it is Bars' story.
Many people were crucified. say crucified, Bart.
Just
Slow down.
Which one is it? Why
My question is, if Jesus was either condemned or accepted, how does that explain Josephus treating him literally as a footnote?
Megatron, the point is he's not written in. He's written in by Christian writings. And Jews only respond to it when challenged by Christians. It's not
a Christian. There was no Christian then.
Whatever you want to call him, it's only written by
the followers of the kid calling himself Christ.
You don't find any. It's not like he was written about.
Sounds like they were Jewish to me. I don't know.
Josephus is the only guy that writes about him, and it's a footnote. There was not a large Jewish response to his movement. That's just a fact, dude. Zealots were relevant. Essenes, though indecipherable and mysterious, are more relevant.
These were not that relevant, and it could be Jesus had a stint with these, but they weren't. They were pretty small.
He's not even irrelevant. I don't even know why they still bring him up. I'm trying to figure it out. The Jews, he hasn't done anything for it.
He's a footnote.
It's just exactly.
And
then all of a sudden,
the Jews don't bring up Jesus.
After the destruction of the Second Temple, there has to be a conversation to be had as to what is logos.
What is what?
Logos. What does that mean?
But that conversation was had well before.
No, ask them.
That conversation was had well before destruction.
So now there's Jews in the synagogues that believe in Jesus, and now in the synagogues they're identifying what it is to not believe in Jesus.
That was before.
But now these people stopped going, and then they stopped going. So then they were Jews, because Jesus is he's not.
Once again,
I don't know why you're mentioning about this small cult of people, this guy that supposedly died. They don't know his name.
1 second.
So if they keep bringing him up, then he must be related to the Jews. The Jews
keeps bringing him up. Okay, so you can't
Jews. It's just these non-significant people. This is what I mean. Like, what did Jews do that made them have a conversation about it? That's the question.
Again, the conversation was barely had up until Christianity became ubiquitous, and Jews lived amongst them. This is you can rewrite this if you want. Let's respond to what I'm saying. Right? That at the time of Jesus, which was 40 years before the destruction of the temple, there was a group of people that followed, and they were very small and very insignificant, based on your own writings. That's what you claim. Then after the destruction, when the Sanhedrin moves to Yahweh, and the conversation was had well before the destruction, how Judaism will look at after the destruction. It was prophesied by Moses himself. It was prophesied by Jeremiah. It was told.
I'm just gonna opt out. I'm gonna opt out of this conversation. Okay.
Did you post the book?
I did.
Roll up.
The book into the ChatGPT. And when you do that, you can ask me questions about
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I might do that, but I would like to see references with ChatGPT to answer my question.
Oh, there references every time someone is quoted, and it has a reference in the back of the book.
Yeah, so I'll have to play with my prompts to get that's good.
All right, we'll give you 15 minutes. That seems like enough time.
Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's saying the same thing. It's saying the same thing, bro. It would equal the same type of person.
Okay, by the end of
That's all I'm saying.
Same type of person.
question,
Yeah, it's in other words, we're using the same text.
so by the end of this discussion, I expect everyone to start the path to either convert to Judaism or convert to Christianity.
Yeah, I would say commit to go Judaism route.
Converting to Christianity seems kind of irrelevant. The atonement already happened. Just repent.
You can live like how Jesus lived. And that's what I love about rabbinical Judaism. It reminds us about who this person Jesus was under Torah law.
Yeah, because that is making the economy argument.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta admit, you gotta like Jewish food. Unless you're French or Italian, the Jews got you beat on food.
Yeah, I mean, they even misquoted Jesus, the Gentiles. What is it, Mark?
Well, to be fair, many of our ranks were enslaved to the Italians for many generations, so we're pretty good with their food, I guess.
Oh, no, I'm saying Jews food is good. I'm just saying, like,
we learn from the best.
Yeah, I'm saying the Christian world outside of Italy and France. Yeah. Might as well just be eating.
Well, you're calling Christian food Europe, but if you go back before Muhammad conquest, you will have Constantinople and Jerusalem. They probably have food that you wouldn't have.
Right?
Europe is pretty bland food.
Harsh, but fair.
Yeah. Cold climate, the trade wasn't as strong, and it didn't have much spice. But
I like European food. I think it gets too much flack.
No, actually, there was
a lot of French and Italian food.
Yeah,
I also like German cuisine.
Okay, that's already rebellious. No, there was actually a time in history where English cuisine was ahead of French cuisine. So they this is a long time ago, obviously, but they just took divergent paths, and the French continued with food and perfume and fashion and all these wonderful stuff, and the English decided to go down the pragmatic route, like it doesn't matter what you eat,
So I conceded to the argument earlier, right, about the church saying that it needs to be saved. It needs to be through the church, right? That's what it says. I'm saying that's what it says, yeah. It's through the church. We're going to say that.
Through the church, but it feels like only the existence of the church. I don't actually have to really join it.
Well, that's saying that there is this council of people that uphold these traditions, right? So that everybody has the right idea about Christ. We're right in heresy.
No, Mark, that is the strongest moral justification for their church. They're not saying that you need to join. You will be saved regardless because of their great merciful God. But they are members of the church because they want that message to be maintained forever. That's a justification to maintain a religion.
So I don't understand why people are so obsessed with the idea of Gentile salvation. Like if you read the book of Jonah, it already talks about Gentiles being forgiven for their sins by God.
Yes, you're right. And I do agree with this objection. I think that Christianity is inventing a problem that then has its own invented solution for, which is why it's a nice little closed circle and you can walk away and they'll still say that they're saving you.
I mean, yeah, Judaism is quite clear, I think, on the issue that salvation is open to other people.
But for whatever reason, people want to have quote unquote Jewish salvation, but they don't actually want to like do what the Jews are doing. So they're like creating a legal fictional loophole to like get around the Jewish problem.
Yeah, that's like saying I want to be very strong, I don't want to exercise. The two are correlated in an essential way. You don't have the strength without the exercise.
Well, I think
You could argue from even from a Jewish perspective, the whole concept of salvation, it doesn't get crystallized until you have Christianity and then Islam. Islam just crystallizes the front of gives you descriptions of heaven and hell. So what does salvation even mean? concept of individuals, because Judaism is individualistic, being accepted into God's realm, the afterlife, is extremely prevalent in the world before Christianity. But it's part of the fiction that you keep saying that. You don't know evidence of it.
Yeah, and it's very explicit about the world to come, and saying that non-Jews do have a place in the world to come, so that they don't make any exclusivity claim. So it's very
actually. But one second, you'll really like this. There was a controversy based off of a printer's error in Rambam's Yad HaChazaka. Yeah, Yochanan likes pointing out where it talks about that if any non-Jew were to accept the 7 laws, right, not the 613, upon themselves, because God revealed the Torah to Moses at Har Sinai, he's promised a portion in the world to come. And then he goes with a thought experiment at the end. But if the non-Jew, through his own wisdom, conclusion that he shouldn't do these 7 things and he just follows those laws, but doesn't because of the revelation at Sinai, the printer's error split the difference. What the Rambam actually said was, but he is among the wise of the non-Jews. Whereas the printer's error changes it to, and he is not even among the wise of the non-Jews. Very harsh change.
Yeah. Why not simplify things? Okay, so when it comes to Jewish belief, do you believe in a heaven and a hell? And according to the Old Testament, what is Sheol? Do all humans go to Sheol, or do only some humans go there?
Okay, Jews definitely accept the heaven and the hell. The concept of hell is very different than Christianity. I don't know what Sheol is.
What's Sheol? Sheol is the
Sheol.
Yeah, Sheol is kind of a nether realm that is referenced in the text a lot. It implies death. It doesn't imply destruction. It doesn't exactly imply punishment per se. I'd say the closest comparison is the Greek notion of the underworld, where the dead are there and kind of just like boring, almost maybe a purgatory, but it's not left fully defined, and it's been interpreted a few different ways.
Yeah, it's very vague. Exactly to my original point, which is that the later religion come along, is Christianity and like Islam, crystallized this idea, solidified.
When you say crystallize, what does that mean?
So the idea of the to me, listen, I'll challenge you to find me in the Old Testament the idea of hell.
Okay.
No, Abe.
Yeah, but that's a very bad.
No, it's not. What you're saying is not completely incorrect. You're right that the Christian notion crystallizes their notion of the afterlife far more than the Jewish. But I would push back hard against you saying that A, there weren't existing Jewish interpretations that were contrary to that at the time, which there were, and B, I push against the notion that it should be crystallized. I think that was left kind of ambiguous and grew and developed in different.
And there's a theological problem with everything you're saying. The entire Old Testament very clearly leaves things ambiguous, and how to fulfill the commandments is ambiguous. What exactly happened is ambiguous.
Well,
in order to create teachings and have an oral tradition of teachings. So now you're picking on one thing and you're saying it didn't start until why started. You have absolutely no evidence of that. And the claim of Christianity crystallized hell is a very poor argument, because the Jewish concept of hell is very different than eternal damnation. So if it did crystallize it crystallized it.
But wait a minute, your comrade just said that Jews definitely believe in heaven and hell. So there are this
I still maintain that Jews also believe in heaven and hell. But the hell that Jews believe in.
I would ask you to elaborate what you mean by those things.
Okay.
What does it mean?
Okay, I'll elaborate. There's 2 phases to heaven. There's a holding place, which is enjoyable until the world to come, which is very minorly discussed in text at all. But if you look closely, there are writings. That is what you would call heaven, a place where you get to enjoy the goodness and understanding of God, and you could actually, the ultimate is actually a point that say this is our God, and hell is a cleansing process for sins that were committed to people that were mostly the need to eradicate some of their sins so they can fully enjoy heaven and in the ultimate final heaven. So hell is a temporary holding place that is going to be a cleansing process to get rid of your sins. There's there's no eternal damnation. Exactly, it is spoken about in terms of fire. Exactly what the fire means, going through a river of fire, that's not clear, or needs to be clear because it's a spiritual realm.
Yeah, that's a revelation. He's talking about. Yeah, that's some New Testament stuff.
Yeah, I'm not claiming that any of the Christian like afterlife ideas are unfounded or unsourced within Judaism. I'm saying they develop and grow in every era. Jews have differing ideas about the afterlife, and they develop them differently based upon each generation of Jews. I think it's a problem to publish one era's version of the afterlife. I think that breaks a bit of their notion of it.
Yeah, so Mayor, I thought it was the world to come that matches with their idea of paradise.
Well, they could be having their idea of paradise off, but this like, their idea of paradise is a throne room. Maybe you could try to. I'll have to think about that and probably read their idea of paradise a little better.
Makes that might know.
Their idea of purgatory matches our hell in a circuit, right? The eternal damnation doesn't show up anywhere. Doesn't make it, again, it doesn't fit the text, doesn't make any sense to have it eternal damnation.
And what about limbo?
Limbo is purgatory.
Eternal limbo also doesn't make sense.
No,
the Bible doesn't make sense.
Well, they can't.
Unless they say something about purgatory.
What's the difference between limbo and purgatory?
Purgatory is for a long time. That's forever. It's forever.
I think the church just recently, like within a year or 2 years,
Distinguished?
just the opposite. They renounced the limbo distinction.
Oh.
But prior to that, there was.
So what used to be the distinction between limbo and purgatory?
The way I understood it was purgatory was sort of a thing that was merited somehow, or lack of merit, however you want to
Yeah, I thought that I understood purgatory to be there were a whole bunch of good people that like were worthy of atonement before Jesus. They were stuck in a holding room, and that was their purgatory. And seemingly also anyone that dies post atonement, they go to purgatory until they accept Jesus, which they can do like in the room, right?
Yeah, I think that my understanding of it at least was the old idea of limbo was the idea of like babies that die before they had a chance to be baptized. So they're essentially.
Oh, interesting. So there was a holding room. Wait. So what about people of different generations? Wouldn't they also be in limbo then? Because they weren't baptized, right?
Possibly, but there was sort of the idea of like.
Well, they collapsed the distinction anyway.
There's a difference between people that somehow by their own actions put them into a questionable state versus those that basically through no fault of their own didn't manage to get through salvation. And I think my understanding is, and it's very recent, I have to look up how recent, but it's not more than a year or two old. The church is in a position now is that those people
are just the ones without salvation yet.
No, they can be saved, but they have, what's the term they use? They have hope or confidence that they're saved by God's grace.
Right. So meaning both of them are in the category of people who are not worthy of paradise, and within that is people who are not worthy by their own merit, people not worthy through inaction, and then they collapse that distinction, and now it's just people who are not worthy. This is their waiting room.
So the people that are not worthy still go to purgatory.
Right.
The babies that before some people believe went to limbo don't go to limbo.
Oh, so no more purgatory, they go straight to heaven?
They believe that they have hope that they are saved by God's grace.
They have hope. Wait, I don't know what that means. They're saying.
I think that's the word.
Sounds like a
In
punch.
other words, that they can't state like specifically that's the case, but they believe that.
Yeah, we have the age of accountability. The age of accountability is when you confess your sins and receive the Eucharist, and then after that date, you get confirmed, and then you're in adult. But from that point on, but before that, you're under that umbrella.
Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, I think it is very unfair to hold children to the same standard as a more developed mind, right?
Yeah.
Especially if we're talking about eternal damnation.
Yeah, that's why we baptize at a young age and circumcise.
Yeah, but a lot of Protestants won't baptize till much older, like 8 or 12 or 13 or whatever.
Some Protestants ignore baptism altogether. They consider it also work,
Yeah, they have all they're divided on everything.
They're just ignorant. So they'll be saved on their ignorance. That's how we save.
I mean, if ignorance is going to save you, you should really stop learning.
No, we just say that they're not taught the right way.
you can't be willfully. That's a contradiction.
I know. They have a specific word for it. I forget this one.
No, I mean, you can say they're not Protestants, but you can't say I'm going to stop learning.
So Megatron,
That is just being silly.
will the Protestants be brought back into the fold at some point?
Well, they are a sect of Catholicism. So, yeah, it started because it's a protest.
Right, but can they come back? Will they come back?
Well, we're just identifying. It's like the checks and balances. I mean, I think the Reformation was a good idea. I'm not against it. I think it was a good idea.
But you think it helped sharpen the ideology of the church?
Yeah.
One.
Yeah. It's like another checks and balances. I agree. America started.
But now it's time for them to come back.
Well, American Protestantism is different than European Protestantism.
Well, a lot of those churches,
Right.
those prosperity churches and stuff, they're selling salvation. They're selling salvation, and that's the reason why they don't keep their members.
So they expand on that. What do you mean by sound?
That sounds like the original Protestant objection to the Catholics.
Yeah, they want you to be saved.
You're not a big fan of the prosperity church?
No, my sister's part of it in Florida. She loves it. She's singing with them all the time. She loves it.
Yeah, man, it's a show. It's a party.
I think the American Protestants are especially egregious because they were the Protestants that even the European Protestants didn't want.
Yeah, no, like, well, I think the Queen of England liked Fowler, didn't she?
I don't know.
Jerry Falwell, right?
Oh,
She met with him.
Oh, Jerry Falwell.
Well, prosperity was he? Or maybe he was. I think of people like, what's his name? Joel Osteen or whatever.
Right. The Jumbo Jet players. Did you watch that show?
Compared to that stuff, like we have a calendar made up for like the next 5 years. It's going to be the same exact thing every time we come in. So I think the lane for these churches to be open is there. I think it's not bad.
Has anyone here seen The Righteous Gemstones?
I have not seen that, but
Oh my God, Bart, have you seen it?
But I think I may have seen something
No.
that comes from.
Guys, you will love it so much. It's Danny McBride as like the lead, with John Goodman as the patriarch of a little family running a megachurch.
Oh.
It's so funny. It's so good.
But you know what I was thinking of? Maybe you've seen this. I've seen YouTube of this Protestant preacher, I guess he is, and he gets criticized in some circles because he's very ostentatious with
Right.
And one of his big things is jets.
Yep.
And he literally brags about
Jets
it.
for Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it's the same guy. He brags about it and stuff like that. It's like, wow, to watch it. I guess it's common in the prosperity. A lot of them brag about their possessions, like how expensive their homes are, how they have expensive watches and jets and all that stuff.
Well, that was part of the like social Darwinism that popped up after the Protestant Reformation, and like the objections that they were just chasing wealth.
It's God's gift to them, right? If they wouldn't have it, God, you know,
Yeah, so that's why they brag about it, because it actually, for them, it's a vindication of their thing. But the thing that's really, that I find really objectionable is they tell these people that they should be donating money to the church because they're going to get 10 times back. And some of them will tell them explicitly, like, even if you don't have money and you can't afford it,
Borrow against
go
it.
out. Borrow against it. Don't worry. Max out your credit cards, borrow against it, because you're going to get paid back 10 times. Just send it in.
Oof. That's some predatory lending.
It's really rough when I hear that. I was like, wow. Because you can imagine how many people are probably in desperate conditions because of that. And how is that even consistent? If having a lot of wealth is a sign of God's reward and that you're good, then why should poor people give up the little wealth that they have and borrow to give it to people that are very wealthy?
Well, you got to buy into the logic. If the guy promises you 10x return, then yeah, you borrow against it.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah, you're going to become
It sounds like an act of faith that you may be rich because you're successful. I'm unsuccessful and poor, but my act of faith and I can get rich off. I would have to see exactly what they say, but that's my assumption.
It seems heartless, though.
I mean,
I'd say
that it's a scam. It's pretty hard.
right. It seems heartless to you because you don't believe it. If you buy into it, and probably the guys that are at the top believe it and self-deceive themselves to genuinely believe that yes, every single person that sends them $1 gets back 10. So why should they not borrow against it?
Yeah.
Like 18%? Who cares?
Do you think they really believe it, or they're just profiting off it?
I'd say that the ones that are most successful are probably sort of manufactured true believers, similar to politicians, right? The politicians we have truly believe their positions, but they're selected by the donors that have the positions they want. So they're true believers, but they're manufactured because someone selected these true believers to put in front of us.
I'm assuming they can showcase the success story of people that started their business and gave money when they were making very little money and now they're all millionaires. So.
I'm sure to the like heads of the charlatans, they believe themselves as proof of giving away 1, getting back 10.
Except they're on the receiving end. They're not giving away their millions.
Yeah, they're on the receiving end now because they had previously given so much.
Well, if they don't give 10%, they're hypocrites. How is this?
I assume they don't. They're tax deferred, right? Like they're tax free. That's part of the moneymaker of it.
Yeah, but if you're asking people or to borrow against money they don't have, that's not 10%, is it? That's
yeah, no, I'll outperform that if I give them a 10x return.
10%, no? Means the point is if you made $50,000 this year and you spent 49 of it, so now you're $4,000 short with your tithing. That's what I thought you were saying. You're saying something different than it.
I don't know. All I know is that there are people that are so poor and they tell these people just borrow, max out your credit cards, and make these donations
Because they're trying to help them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? That's what you find so perverse. Because you're looking at the logic and going, no.
Yeah, it seems crazy to me, but okay. mean, it's kind of like a pyramid scheme. It's pretty good.
100%. By the way, I've been thinking that in my head, how much of a pyramid scheme it is.
It's pretty good if you get it in the beginning.
Exactly. Imagine the early donors to the church. They become the inner circle. They get like nice padded, lounges to hang out with, and they're best friends with the charlatan at the top. They're living on top of the world. It's pyramid.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Two Jews, and forgive me, I'm not.
Which two Jews?
Question similar to Catholics earlier. I'm not looking for.
I think we got 4 on stage.
But I'm curious to know what the Jewish interpretation is of this, right? So, for example, I've had, I think it was even men that's wrong, forgive me if I'm wrong, who was arguing for a young Catholic because based on his interpretation of the Old Testament. The reason that even came up was because I pointed out that when I read Genesis, the descriptions of the descendants of Adam, and one of the near descendants of Adam is somebody called Tubal-Cain,
Right.
who is the inventor of all things made of iron and
Metallurgy. Yeah.
bronze.
So before anyone answers, I'm going to tell you what the one saying is: if you ask two Jews their view, you're going to get 3 opinions.
And we've got 4 in here, so we're likely to get at least 6.
But I'm interested to know what their opinion is, though. So apparently, the Christian view, it's not forgive me, it's not the Christian, it's just the view of what I've had. I think it was Megatron that was arguing that the earth is 8,000 years old, 10,000 years old. And that basically, putting all of what we know scientifically into this book, right?
Well, I'll cut to the chase. I'm an Orthodox Jew. I have heard rabbis explain the deepest, most sacred truths of the Jews. They've never argued with me about the age of the earth and what the scientists hypothesize. They think that's accurate.
So I'm sure you would agree. Do you also
In terms of the chronology, they will count the 6,000 years from the formation of Adam, which they'll say happened 6,000 years ago, and they'll say that was like maybe an animal or something that was fully created with the final 6th day of creation.
even if Adam was 6,000 years ago, right? What I'm getting at here is that there seems to be a historical accuracy here, because we divide our historical periods based upon our utilization of these metals. So
Okay.
we have the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, and we know that the Iron Age comes after the Bronze Age.
Correct.
But this passage is telling us that there's an individual who is the inventor of these things. He was crafting iron objects.
Yeah, so he was a metallurgist.
Yeah, when we look at the archaeological record, we find all kinds of stone tools. We don't find metal tools like that. So
Okay, but at some point in history, first of all, real metallurgy was more of a global event. It involved different trade routes between Egypt and the different communities. But there would have had to have been one first alchemist, I guess you'd call it, from that era, playing with metals. Somebody did it. Somewhere between the rocks and the Bronze Age was some metallurgy.
no, so it seems to be I'm not saying that person, of course, could be wrong, but from what I understand, the consensus view of archaeology, right, is that the Bronze Age predates the Adam. We utilized iron after the trend.
No. Okay, now you're misunderstanding the historical progression. For one thing, bronze involves metallurgy. Iron does not. Iron is an element. The reason the Iron Age comes after the Bronze Age is because of something called the Bronze Age collapse. There was an apocalypse. Those trade routes that I referenced, Egypt being able to trade with Assyria and get tin, all the elements they needed to pull together bronze, when certain civilizations fell, those trade routes broke down, and making bronze became impossible or impractical. You have to travel around the world to get the materials. That's why iron comes after bronze, because of the apocalypse.
Yeah, iron comes after bronze. But are you suggesting that there was a time in history where this knowledge was distinguished effectively, so that we had the utilization of time. We had time to
posit that the knowledge of iron was like not had at the time that they were playing with metals and creating bronze. They went with iron after the Bronze Age because they couldn't make the bronze.
No, they couldn't make it. So why don't we find evidence of iron?
Looks like you're following my model of 2,000 years old.
Look, there's a very simple answer to this. Nick Zed is right about the collapse. The reason is because iron smelting requires higher temperatures and it requires more advanced furnace control. So until you have the Bronze Age collapse, you don't need to do all those additional things.
So this is all feeding into my original point.
Yeah, I don't think you're answering his question. One second,
We go back to the sentence of iron was utilizing with the advent of iron. So we didn't harness this ability according to what the textbooks tell us. Textbooks tell us
Let me ask you
we didn't create iron tools prior to 1500 BC. And there's no evidence for the project.
You notice the category error, right? He's using the Bible as a science book. I mean, we would go to science if we want to know science. This is about God. This is about God. Yeah, this is about God, my friend.
Is your question is that according to the chronology of the Bible, that iron and copper became ubiquitous due to volcano, and you're saying that doesn't fit the chronology of our
The Iron Age coming after bronze.
Yeah.
That's his question.
It doesn't. So I'm sure you would agree, okay, that Tubal-Cain, he predates Noah. So obviously
Tubal-Cain
in and around this period. So when these figures are expected to have existed, for example, Abraham is expected to exist in 700 BC, and then the time of Noah, God knows.
What?
But the time of Tubal-Cain
No.
predates that.
No one says Abraham is 700 BCE. Absolutely no one.
You're too late.
Nobody says that. Okay.
Yeah. So this is what I would say as far as I can understand your question. The Bronze Age definitely came before the Iron Age by about 2,000 years, so it's like not even close. As far as my understanding of Judaism, and I suspect I should say most people's understanding of Judaism, it doesn't conflict with history. But so I don't know of Jews that have a problem with history reconciling with Judaism.
Well, first of all, Abraham lived in the negative 1800. That's a little bit. But either way, your question is a decent question, and most Jews are going to say something like, "We don't know exactly. We don't know," because close to what Bart said, you're in a wrong argument. The point of the verse is talking about Tubal-Cain making weaponry and smoking metal, the other one hoarding wealth by making cattle, and the third one making music and leisure, and the sister was knowledge, it's pleasant. So that's like the point of the verse.
Well,
the exact chronology is, I don't know.
Well, America, because I don't even understand where there's attention.
Genesis,
The detention is the clear. Listen, you guys have to pointing out historical inaccuracies within Islam. You say, why is the
How so?
why is it talking about Hannah and the veil? You point to these historical.
Yeah, because that's wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So when you talk about a recent descendant, Adam, the first
Like the Kaaba.
it's really the event of
That's also wrong.
All right.
the bronze and iron. Why can't we corroborate this through the artifacts that we have?
is this like a suicide?
I'm not objecting to what you're saying. I'm trying to understand it. I don't
Okay,
understand what we're talking about.
Genesis 4:21 says, and I'm trying to can't read exactly.
Did Tubal-Cain exist?
He's forced into what about is
Yeah, this is.
No, he wasn't in the Iron Age. He was before the Iron Age.
He's credited with the invention of forging iron tools. Why can't we corroborate this with the archaeological record that we have? Don't you find this to be an anomaly, similar to how you find an anomaly with the Muslims describing Hannah and the
No.
No, it's not an
is not the same anomaly, because one's a contradiction, the other is a question for more information. You're saying, I mean, like, let me put it this way. Your question best expressed is, can you bring me evidence of Tubal Cain? And I'll say, no, I don't have anything. It's probably out there. You can go find it. Whereas the question about the Muslims is, they say there was an evil advisor for Pharaoh named Haman that tried to kill all the Jews. And the Jews look at that and they say, well, that's identical to a different story with a different guy named Haman.
We're asking for an explanation for why Tubal Cain, a figure who, according to the Bible, predates far before what we know to be the Iron Age.
No, he doesn't.
He predates what we know as the Bronze Age.
No, he doesn't.
No, it'd be like shortly before the Bronze Age collapse.
No,
This is before the time of Noah. Okay, so this is
guess what? Don't fly to the Bible.
So why are you ignoring the Copper Age? The Copper Age comes before the Bronze Age.
It says two things. It says copper and iron.
Why are you avoiding the clear point I'm making? I'm drawing a point.
What age comes before the Bronze Age?
Irrelevant, because
Why is that irrelevant?
Stony?
Tubal Cain predates both the Bronze Age
What time period is that?
Yeah, this is why I said the world was 10,000 years old. And I
Why
just
can we not find artifacts, bronze and iron tools for the time of Tubal Cain?
There's no rock in the Bible. It never existed once. Let's get your question to ask it actually correctly. When do you think the Iron Age existed?
The Iron Age doesn't predate 1500 BC.
I didn't ask you if it predates. When do you think it
iron
existed?
tools that predate this? That's a very simple question.
Have you ever heard of the Chalcolithic Age, otherwise known as the Copper Age?
Yeah.
Occurred at the end of the Stone Age before the beginning of the Bronze Age. It does.
Tubal Cain is the forger of iron and bronze tools. He is the inventor of bronze and iron tools.
You have a good question, but you're wrong. No, listen, you're wrong. What the verse says in Genesis 4:21 is that Tubal Cain created iron and copper. There's no bronze anywhere in the Bible. So no, you're wrong. And you still have a good question. But
Maybe because you're taking the Bible as a historic document?
Well, he is. That's what we're trying to tell him.
He's asking a question on the historicity of a claim
If
about
you allow
something
Bible
to Noah that played with copper.
How does the belief that a person who predates the Iron Age and the Bronze Age is the inventor of all tools, created iron and bronze? Why can't we corroborate this through the archaeological evidence? Why do we not find any evidence?
Okay, I don't know what is wrong with you. When do you think was the Iron Age? Give me a date of the Iron Age.
Prior to 1500 BC, there was no Iron Age.
When? What freaking Iron? You're not very intelligent. When was the Iron Age? Give me a BCE. Why is this so hard?
Well, after 1500 BC. After 1500 BC.
After 1500 BCE. Very good. We'll go with 1500 because you can't.
But the Tubal Cain exists prior to 1500 BC.
When do you think
Tubal Cain?
When was the Copper Age?
When do you think Tubal existed?
He didn't exist prior to 1500 BC.
Would 3,300 BCE be acceptable?
Okay, let me try it this way because you're not very intelligent. This year is 2026, right? According to Jesus Christ, yes.
Yeah, for like 11 hours.
And how many years ago was the world created according to theists that have young Earth? When was Adam? Forget about young Earth. When was Adam? How many years ago do you think it
A
was?
little less than 6,000.
Okay, you said 6,000. That's in the year negative.
Interpretation of the Bible. You still cannot fit Tubal Cain in with the Iron Age.
You can fit it.
This is what the Catholic Church talks about. Ignorance. Like, we can't judge this person. Why does he deserve hell? He's with you, by the way. You know what I mean? So we goes this, ignorance thing. God bless us.
You're read 22. It's the two verses together. Read 4:22.
It's almost extra work. Zima,
I guess if anybody wants to know what purgatory is going to be like, this is purgatory. Yeah, this is what happens. These are the conversations happening.
You have the same conversation over and over.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it
Listen,
is.
you call me stupid, but basically worship.
I didn't say that, brother. I said that. I just said you're going to have yourself a time getting out of purgatory.
I did. I called you stupid because you can't carry a logical. I wasn't even denying your question. You just couldn't go across it and ask it like a normal person.
Man, there's no rocket science. You don't call me stupid.
So then why can't you answer the question? Let's try this again.
Okay, look.
Well, that makes sense. You said rocket scientists, and there aren't many Muslim rocket scientists. Well, that's probably the reason why you don't understand it. Because
It's not
deficiency in worldview.
esoteric mystery. The Bible talks about figure called Tubalki.
Your question too many times. I'm not going back to Okay, let's do this.
It talks about figure. It is the inventor of
Why does Islam have a space program? Why don't they have like this space program?
You're beating yourself. You're making yourself sound smarter.
I mean, that's
So
what
let's do
satellites.
this. That's a logical question, but you can't even define the question properly. So this is a suicide mission. Let's throw out the Bible and the Quran. Now you're happy?
Look, I don't know why you can't wrap your head around this.
I wrapped my head around it and I admitted to you immediately.
You agree the inventor of the law. Now, look, do you or do you not agree that from what the academic consensus in regards to what is referred to as the irony, this is something that comes
I agree. Okay, so you asked your question. Are you done?
Why do you answer me? Does this come after?
If you don't shut up long enough to let me answer you. I'm trying to answer you. Yes, I agree.
Straightforward. Okay, yes, you agree. So
I agree that. This is why I call you stupid. You don't listen. I agree that Tubal came prior to the Copper Age, prior to the Iron Age, although it's during the Copper Age. So your question is, if we take the Bible literally with its dates, why don't we find Tubal earlier when our inventor puts it earlier, which is not a very good question because you don't necessarily find these deeper.
Okay, I can give you my answer to the question.
So I was like, there's no correspondence with the Iron Age.
It doesn't need to.
Exactly.
It doesn't need to, but okay. Yeah, Kira, what's
my case? All right, go ahead.
You never made a case. Okay, you heard Mary say
Jesus knew the Bible is historically
somebody scared mix that away. So I will say this because I was not aware of this problem. So it's a new problem for me. Thank you for sharing it. I did look it up. I understand the tension that you're pointing out. So my understanding, reading this text, is there is a reference to iron and either bronze or copper, and this is made
It's circular copper. Look at the tools of the tabernacle.
Forget copper. Bitches time.
I'm just granting the possibility that because of linguistic reasons one could argue.
Does the verse mention iron?
There's arguments for the word bronze or copper.
Has any significance? Does it?
Did you want to hear my answer?
I would only like to hear his answer. Okay, can you mute up long enough that we can hear you?
Okay, thank you. So what I was trying to say is, look, I wasn't familiar with this problem previously. I understand you're raising a legitimate point that there is, at least at a surface level, some degree of tension that needs to be resolved. And that tension is that this refers to historical period well before the Iron Age. I don't think anybody's disputing that. And it make some reference to iron and either bronze or copper. And so the question that I think you're raising is, well, how could you have a reference to iron if it's prior to the Iron Age? So I think there are several possibilities. One is that iron did in fact
Wait a
exist.
minute, you. Before this point, nobody has answered the question. Only you now starting to answer it.
Okay. You obviously don't listen very well.
Why other people call it stupid and nonsense like that?
So,
I didn't call you stupid.
No, I did.
No, I know you did.
Okay, can we let him finish, and then I'll tell you why I called you stupid. In my defense, it's only because you're stupid. But let me go and finish.
Yeah,
You don't respond. If you have a response, then don't respond.
And when I said to you over and over, but you don't listen, is I agree with you. There's a tension here. I want to hone it down to the years.
You don't have a response.
I have somebody. So let him talk. That's why I call you stupid. Let him talk.
Okay, so I can't be responsible for other people's answers. I don't give my answers. Might be similar, might be different. You guys can decide. So, as I said, there is that surface tension. Now, there is the term iron there that is being used at a time period well before the Iron Age. That's clear. Now, there are three possible solutions that I think exist to explain that. The first one is that iron existed before the Iron Age. So the Iron Age marks the time when there is widespread routine iron smelting. The Iron Age does not mark the period where iron first appeared. We have meteoritic iron that was used as early as 3,200 BCE. We found beads, daggers, prestige items from that time.
But wait a minute. How do people utilize that? They use it for practical benefits, don't you agree? So when it comes to these peoples, they will be using them for their weaponry, using them for their tools, using them for their armor. But we don't find any evidence of this. We find evidence of copper. We find evidence of bronze. We don't find evidence of iron that predates the 17th. Why is that the case?
So I just, I was trying to answer that. So I'm saying that we have found evidence of iron used very early, 3,200 BCE, and the specific examples are beads, daggers, and other prestige items. It was rare. It was symbolically charged. It was not industrial. So, in ancient language, they often used the same word for a meteoritic and smelted iron. So iron can exist in the Bronze Age setting. So that's a possibility. Now, of course, Genesis 4:22 presents a more complicated problem because it talks about forging tools. Okay, so that first explanation doesn't solve it completely. Another possibility, like I said, is literary retrojection of later knowledge. So Genesis is not a technological chronology. That's not my understanding. That's not my understanding of the way most Jews would interpret it. So
why do you think then that? So you tell me that there are like artifacts that predate the Iron Age. I am not, and you find jewelry, you find this and that. That, of course, you said, right? Okay, so that's fine. Right? But what's the explanation for that? So when the Bible says that he is, like you said, he's forging them, what is forging? When you forge something, you're picking things up, and this is metal. This is what we're talking about. So when people the bronze and the copper tools that they did.
Yeah, that was the distinction that I just raised. The difference between meteoritic iron and
exactly. So the problem still has to be solved. Then, so it hasn't been.
That's what I said.
I don't deserve to get labeled stupid for asking this basic question.
Okay, I should have told you stupid. The reason why you deserve to get labeled as stupid is because you didn't listen and you then repeated, no one answered my question when I was trying to, but every 3 words in, you started to ring it. So if you'd like to hear an answer, and I should have called you stupid, but you were acting pretty stupid by arguing with things that weren't
I never labeled you stupid. Everything you just said was repeating what I had just said.
Okay, so I can give you my answer, which is not that far off.
What's the next answer? No.
Oh, I thought you should.
No, not at all. I get interrupted. So it sounds like you're tracking what I'm saying. So this literary retrojection, like I was saying, Genesis isn't a technological chronology, and the author or the final redactors of these texts lived in a world where iron was normal, and they used Tubal Cain as a symbol of metallurgy as a whole. And this is very common in ancient literature. Bronze and iron are often paired. Generations are sometimes compressed. We see this. And culture appears suddenly fully formed. And so I don't think that Tubal Cain is represented here as the first iron worker, but he's just an archetypal metal worker. And then the third reason is kind of similar. This would just go to composite authorship and editorial updating. So those are my three explanations.
Okay. What I tried to say was that the question was, how would Jews answer the question? So the first answer Jews would say is, we don't know. Everything after this is guessing, and we're not very bothered by the problem because you're in the domain error. So it's not supposed to be historical chronology. Although we accept everything to be true, doesn't mean you understand it. It was written in a way that you have to understand it. So you have a paradox. That's fine. Paradoxes exist. So it's not very terrible like question, and it's not on the same par as putting Haman in the wrong century. So it's not a very big question.
So
you can argue with that.
Before you continue, would you agree with the answer that I gave? Or
well, your second answer your third answer of editorial, and I'm not sure what you mean by that. So let me give my answer. Maybe you're agreeing.
Well, what about the first two?
No, the first two is I would accept, and there are very few biblical terms for metals. It is copper, silver, iron. There's not much more, so we don't have to be strong to say that iron is iron and not bronze. It also mentions copper there. It does put them both in the same time period, so you still have that question. The Iron Age and the Bronze Age or the Copper Age have all happened in one full swoop. Again, so that is still a question. So my introduction is that it's not a very difficult question. So let's just give guesses, and anyone can give their guesses. All I'm trying to do is get to the exact years. It's off by about 1,000 years. Now let's go through the story as it says it and see how bad the problem is. The story says that Tubal Cain was the first one to do metallurgy, throws two different metals together, and his brother was the first one to herd and basically accumulate wealth, and the other one was the first one to start music and recreation. It's talking about societal development. Right after that, it talks about how society collapsed and got utterly destroyed. So whatever he created was completely destroyed. And how much archaeological evidence do we expect to find of it is anyone's guess, but it was completely destroyed. So you're going to have a rebirth of whatever Iron Age you had, according to the text of the story.
Okay, so isn't that what stops you guys then from believing, all of this stuff about, Atlantis and ancient technology and all of this?
I'm saying
you're talking about a time where, all of our
European election. Who's denying Atlantis?
Okay, so I don't know, do you believe in Atlantis as well?
I never studied Atlantis, but I don't.
Do you believe the pyramids were built with, technology that we don't know about?
Pyramids were built with a mass that we don't understand how the ancient Egyptians had. That's all I can say. What technology was built with is anybody's guess. We don't understand. The pyramids are a mathematical question of how the ancient Egyptians did it. But we don't know. Look, science doesn't know. History doesn't know. So I'm not really, again,
We know that they did.
complete domain error. But this is a complete domain error. I'm not sure how you put the two together. But Tutankhamun is very irrelevant to the ancient Egyptians.
Why? The ancient Egyptians
It has nothing to do with it.
Because when did Tutankhamun exist? According to you, man.
Let's work back. Let me get that to you. How old do you think? When do you think? I don't want to talk about Earth. How long ago do you think Adam lived?
No, forget what I think. I'm asking you. You're a Jew. You're a Bible believer.
Okay, so let's go with that. Fine, let's go with that. Fine, let's go with that. The Christian year right now is 2026, right? As of today. The Jewish year is 5786. So let's take 2026 and minus 5786. Right? That takes us to negative 3760. Tutankhamun is about 1,000 years in. And count it all. You could. If you go through the verse in Genesis, count it exactly. So about negative 2760.
Okay, so that's when the Giza pyramids were built.
700 BCE is not 2760 BCE. I don't remember when the Giza pyramids were built. Let me look that up.
I think it's roughly around 2600, 2700.
How many years Seth lives and how many years Seth lives, and this is actually the line of no, not Seth. What's his name? Cain. It says exactly how long Cain lived and how his son was.
Okay, look, I'm going off on a different tangent, but what do you make of that? For example, like the fossils that we find, like we find human remains.
Okay, so we have
even this year.
Okay, so I'll let you.
Other humans that
you're pointing.
No, they say it's Homo sapiens sapien. It's modern human.
Okay, I didn't say that. That's fine. That's fine. If you.
That's what the.
Is that true?
That's what the.
I really don't know what we're discussing here. I mean, don't you have the problem that you're pointing out? If it were true, doesn't that problem also exist for Muslims?
Well, forget the remains of Morocco that are 300,000 years old. You don't think that you can find human remains like 20,000 years old, right?
Okay, where's Megatron? The art purgatory. And you gotta respond to what's being said. No one's denying that. We're recognizing the paradox.
What I'm saying is
answer the paradox.
I'm suggesting that human beings only existed. Adam, the first human, was 6,000 years ago, according to the Bible, right? But this obviously conflicts with science, and it doesn't require a genius to understand that, right? Now,
it doesn't.
You're actually on the correct side.
That's why none of us are arguing.
So there's not the obvious tension you're pointing out, and my question is, doesn't that obvious tension also exist?
Yeah, but it's true, and I'm going to answer you. I hope if you repeat something like that. But if you have a paradox in general relativity and how it relates to quantum mechanics, and I come up with an alternative version with the same problem, I didn't solve anything. And you have the right to say to me, I know I have a paradox, but you've got the same paradox, and you cannot, that's not an alternative explanation. So the question here is, what are you doing right now? You're just asking, how do you resolve it? Are you admitting that it's the same problem? What's going on right now?
You won't admit it because he says it's not relevant to the point.
It's irrelevant, honestly. What does it matter? You don't even, first of all,
it doesn't matter because this makes
you make a presumption.
This makes
You make
it
a
not true.
presumption that it comes from
It doesn't matter.
We're in the
my position. Number two, it's irrelevant to the question we have. The question is with regards to the biblical understanding. That's all. So you have a figure called Nubabi. He dates the Iron Age. Now, I don't know why we even have to discuss things such as the Iron Age and things like that. You don't need to get reject science when you believe that.
Yes.
I mean, you make so many assumptions.
So you don't even
science.
you don't respect
Yes, I
science.
agree.
You don't respect the scientific evidence. So
You just made that up.
I science. So
I completely respect scientific evidence. So you just made that up.
do we not have scientific evidence that we have bones that are identical to your bones and my bones? They are human beings.
Yes, we do.
They're not different hominids.
But dude, we have evidence.
Yes.
Hey, we have.
Yes.
Yes. Did anyone? I want to ask you a question now. Did anybody this morning deny that? Did anybody this morning deny that we have?
Yes.
Who denied it?
Yes. You deny it when you say that Adam is the descendant of mankind and was born 6,000 years ago.
But you asked the question.
Even 20,000 years ago.
But you asked the question, and before you were able to get an answer, someone asked you, why ask this question?
And I can argue that from a Quranic paradigm, there is no genealogy there. So they don't have the same dilemma that you have with all of this genealogy. With you can do the mathematics and come to the conclusion that human beings have been existing for a certain period of time. The Quran doesn't give you that dilemma. The Hadith. So I don't know what point you're trying to make here. It's not the same problem.
It was a question. So your argument is that you could have the Quranic beliefs that say that the Earth is 16 billion years old. Well, the universe is 16 billion years old, and that's not a contradiction to Islam at all. That's your argument.
It's not.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Thank you for taking 15 minutes to answer your question. So you finally got your answer. His claim is a 16 billion year old universe is not a contradiction at all.
Yeah, but you could have asked that question. You Google or ChatGPT. I don't know. So what's the relevance of asking me? You're making a presumption of what
I could
talk to me and agnostic atheist.
Okay.
You don't know what paradigm.
That's why the question has to be.
I could just so happen to be exceptionally knowledgeable about, or more knowledgeable about Islam than other religions because of my background. This is
You are an agnostic
my
atheist
position.
because you don't believe in the books.
You don't know what my position is. I haven't
You don't
described
believe
none
in
of
the
these
books
stuff.
that you're
All I've done
so
was
you are an atheist.
So from there, I'll give you the real answer later.
But I'm asking ChatGPT what I believe about the age of the universe. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah, and if you take a literalist interpretation, then there are certain things which are going to be inconsistent with science. Yeah, that's the same for anything. It's the same for the Quran, it's the same for the Bible. But, it just seems like... No, I understand that, but I don't take the position that we should be interpreting these things literally, but there are other people that do. And don't you think that people that do are having beliefs that full of belief, unscientific,
These things are literal.
and it's purely
Literal. These are literal things that happen.
I don't know what people that take things literally do with science because I'm not talking to any of them. But I do take Genesis a lot more literal than Euro does, and I do admit that there is contention with science, and I also accept that any proper scientific evidence we should accept. Now you do end up with contradictions and points of tension, and they have to get worked out, and that's not a scary place to be. Like you didn't come up with a major torpedo. If I stay within science and only science, I end up with multiple contentions that we don't know the answer to. So we don't know the answer. So what?
Yeah, and I would argue the tension is far, far greater with a literal interpretation of the Quran.
Yeah, like splitting in half, you have crazy stuff.
You know that the answer. You said that according to the Bible, humanity is 6,000 years old. I never said that. Okay? That's what
It's not bad.
So, when you do the special mathematics, which is what I have
Can you quote the verse in the Bible that says the mathematics? All the mathematics. Yeah. Let me see a question. I mean, no. When you get to inheritance,
theory is based on? What do you think is based on?
I don't know. You gotta talk to a young. I don't know. You gotta talk to a younger Earth service, and you gotta let the person answer the question.
I don't think it's as cut as dry as you trying to present, because
you're the one that you disputed this. You posted what I highlighted the Moroccan fossils, 300,000 years old. You said they're not humans. You doubted that.
What I said was, you have to listen. What I said was,
you don't listen. You don't let people finish sentences.
What I actually said was, and I asked Yoro to verify it because he's more knowledgeable than me. My understanding was 300,000 years ago is prior to Homo sapiens, and it's a difference. Okay, so
you can step up to date with recent events. So recently, they discovered remains in Morocco that are more than Homo sapiens that has extended. It's completely changed what we understand.
So therefore, can you provide that, because I am unaware of it, like I said multiple times, and that, am I unaware? Okay, I will do it.
It was headline news only recently, so I'm sure you will find that information very easily.
I will look it up, but my doubt came from most of the things you said were untrue, and it was completely within only the realm of science that I wasn't sure if you were saying was accurate. That has nothing to do with your theological belief. Nothing.
Okay, so prior to this discovery in Morocco, the established, duration of humanity was in the hundreds of thousands of years. So although now it's been extended 100,000 years, prior to this it was around 200,000 years. We have plenty of human remains of 100,000 years old, 50,000, 70,000. None of these dates correspond with the young Earth.
I tried to give you an answer.
The idea of Adam, the must be the age.
I tried several times to get an answer.
I
tried several times to get an answer, but you don't want to hear the answer.
Nobody's disputing that. Nobody. So I'm not sure who you're arguing with.
You guys are all over the place. My argument is so straightforward. The Bible talks about the book about Cain, one of the recent descendants of Adam, which predates Adam. That is under the story. The authors of the Bible, an obvious explanation for this is that the authors of the Bible, that they wrote it down, they had no idea that iron wasn't utilized and it's cause and effect until recent times. It wasn't something that existed at the time of the descendants of Adam. So Cain, you've said, predates the Iron Age. So not only are you unscientific with regards to the age of the human race, even with regards to this, you're talking about the Iron Age, which doesn't correspond with the time of the Cain. You said something about 3,700 BC. I don't even know what you based that on. That's one of your biblical mathematics again. But you guys keep referring to this stuff, and you can't deny that people like you that claim humanity doesn't go back that far. You even have people that believe that humans were walking around with dinosaurs, right? And they call it the disrepute of all the scientific methods. Because the carbon dating, for example, they deduct that question and say, no, it's all a falsehood. We can't take anything past 10,000 years. And all of us deny this. These are beliefs that are commonly expressed on Clubhouse. And you guys honestly give to it. You can take the high of moral ground. You're still, guilty of the same things you criticize. You want to poke holes in the Muslim argument. The same thing can be thrown back at you multiple. And there is clearly a historical inaccuracy here in the Bible. The Iron Age doesn't go back. We don't have any evidence. You want to split it away with the flood. Noah's flood destroyed all evidence. That's fine. That's fine. It sounds very mythological. We have a figure who was responsible for the nation of bronze and his brother seems very little. What do you think?
You're there?
What are you asking?
You're Megatron started a room.
But I mean, I'm not given an opportunity to answer. So.
No, Megatron started a room. If you would like to give a real answer.
Oh, yeah, that could possibly work. I was hoping to see if Andrew or Brown were around.
Andrew's often not around when he mods rooms.
Well, that's fine, but then he should mod somebody else.
Yeah, whatever. He's ready when he makes something like that. I'm not saying it's criticism. I'm saying it's a fact.
Yeah. I'm just saying that in general, it's good. Like when there's very few mods that they're not going to be active, to mod somebody else so that there can be some continuity going. There's a lot of people in the audience I would love to hear from, for instance, and I don't know if they have an opportunity. Oh, Andrew is here.
I think someone did that to him. Is that you, Andrew?
Oh, somebody did that to him? Oh, okay.
I think so.
Yeah, I misread this.
It didn't go around it in the regular way. I don't know if you can do it yourself.
That's what threw me off.
Yeah, me too. But I don't think it. I think you would talk. I mean, he's not shy.
But how can I do that to put the? Well, maybe there might be a reason why you can't talk, for instance.
That's true. But if that's true, I think you can put it in the chat.
Do you know how I can put a fire in the center?
I don't know how to whoever this is.
So yeah, there's a lot of people in the audience who I think are knowledgeable.
Oh, he's not. He's there. He just gave a thumbs up that he's there. He's on top.
So Andrew, can you? Oh my God! Look who he made a mod. Okay, that's fine. At least he didn't make someone else a mod.
I don't see. I can't. It's not.
He made. Oh no, he took it away. So yeah, Andrew. Look, I don't have a problem if you don't want to make other people mod, but can you bring some people up? Because there's a lot of interesting people in the audience. Some of them left.
Well, now you're a mod.
Well, he left. I can try to invite them, see if they
Well,
come.
Megatron made his own room. You can invite him back if you like.
Well, it depends if you want to carry on this one. That was helpful. Well, I guess everybody left. Let's see, I can invite Michaela up. She's very intelligent. Let's see. Carlos is intelligent. Sian is intelligent. Who else is intelligent?
I have to go to church. I'll be back.
Oh, okay. Well, I invited some of the. Mary, do you see anybody in the audience that I should invite up? Oh, Sully's intelligent.
All right, much better now.
I think Sully's the only person I recognize. Actually, I recognize the person I just know with the Israeli flag, but I don't know if I ever spoke to him. Yeah, I don't see anyone else that I recognize.
I don't see anybody with an Israeli flag.
Oh,
there it is. Oh, yeah, you're right. Should I invite him up then?
I don't know if I ever spoke to him. I think it's a him. I don't know if it's a him.
Okay. Well, I invited up the people that I recognize and have things to say in the past.
PM that I know. Oh, Samson's on the issue, right? He's very intelligent. You should write about him.
So, Simpson. I mean, it's much better when you
Rob is very intelligent.
Oh, yeah.
Very atheistic, very intelligent.
Yeah.
There's a few good people on it.
Yeah, I don't care if they agree or disagree, as long as they're intelligent, they should come Rob, since you're here and you're a good judge of this type of thing, is there anybody else in the audience that we should be inviting up?
Carlos is there. I don't know everybody in the audience.
Yeah, I would invite
CM, Ruben.
Yeah, I invited CM. I didn't invite Ruben yet, so let me fix that. So yeah, I invited CM, Samson, and Carlos, and yeah, that's it so far.
What's the topic?
Oh God, do you ask me or ask me?
I think the topic was supposed to be scientific tension between the Bible and I guess science, but it was being led in a very bizarre way.
Okay. Carlos says he's on free shot.
Cheryl, do you want to answer the question or do you?
I don't even want to answer because it's too confusing, but it should be like the question of tension between science and the Bible, and I assume we're talking about literal interpretation of the Bible, should be so clear and obvious that, I don't know. I probably would discuss it maybe around.
No, I think we can move on. I don't think anyone denies that there's tension. You can either deny science, you can deny the Bible, or try to synthesize them. You can't deny the tension.
Just that we could be trying to interpret science, kind of like what the Muslims do. But I think many of us don't accept that sort of reinterpretation.
Well, that's what caused a big argument in this room, because I had suggested at one point, or I asked it as a question actually. I said, wouldn't that same exact tension exist with an Islamic literalist interpretation of the Quran? And then that caused a big argument, just asking the question.
Yeah, the literalists have to reinterpret or deny science as the other option.
I think I can speak more from the Islamic side as an ex-Muslim. We have confronted also this tension. We can see this tension, especially during a very recent period. I think it's the 80s, 90s. Petrodollar was flowing and they were starting to sponsor one particular kind of individuals, which are assumed to be doctors, PhDs in physics and sciences, who will take verses from the Quran and will twist them and will give them a scientific meaning and will tell you in the end, oh look, science discovered XXX and it was already in the Quran, therefore it is a miracle. So, spoiler alert, it backfired because science is changing endeavor. It's experimental. By its very nature, there is no absolute truth. So once the scientific theory has some modifications or some, let's say, changes, at least in its explanation of the natural phenomena, and they find themselves in a dead end. I mean, what should they say now? Is the Quran wrong, or was their interpretation wrong? That's called in Arabic ilmi, which means the miracle, scientific miracle of the Quran. I don't know how to translate it. It is dying right now because it got exposed a lot of times, but that was one of the attempts from Saudi petrodollar to spread Islam by using science. So yeah, there's something that was happening in the Middle East and North Africa at least.
So are you trying to suggest that the Quranic explanation of how humans are formed from before infancy is not completely scientifically accurate?
Of course not. Yeah. At some point, it is clearly that it mentions that the skeleton forms first and then it becomes wrapped with meat.
Yeah, and you don't,
that's the plan.
You don't believe that apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, and did you say you were an ex-Muslim?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And did you find the truth?
Lately, I mean, I'm an agnostic, to be honest with you. I'm not something that I want right now.
Yikes on your life.
Right.
Well,
I'm the one lying.
would you
claim that God doesn't exist. No, I don't have proof for that. Therefore, not an atheist.
Not in that sense. But would you agree that you don't have a belief that God exists?
At least the Abrahamic religions or organized religions as it was pictured, I don't think so.
So would you consider yourself somewhat agnostic and theistic? Theistic, I should say.
Theistic, I won't go that far. I won't go that far. Maybe purely agnostic, to be honest.
So you might be very close to the Hamza interpretation. Or at least hoping to.
What's that?
I said your viewpoint, as I understand it, might not be that far away from Hamza's viewpoint.
What? Khomeiniism? He didn't say Khomeiniism. Yeah, baby. Khomeini all the way. See what I'm saying? That's the rationalist view. Khomeini is the rationalist view. You gotta be very careful with these guys.
Well, I haven't gotten that.
Sneaking Khomeiniism.
I haven't gotten that far along. I've only gotten to the rationalist part.
Yeah, that equals Khomeiniism, which makes the rational part like its own definition.
They haven't taught me that even connected. They're holding back.
I think the Berbinsky fella, I was going to say Birds again. He's like part agnostic, part atheist. I mean, that's not the way it's typically used. You're either an atheist or you're agnostic. Unless you're going to go with this again modern idea of being a local or global atheist. So either he's an atheist or he's an agnostic.
Rob is our Rob. I think he's saying that he's agnostic, leaning heavily towards atheism, but he's not fully there yet.
Well, that's just you can't believe that. Agnostic means that you're not leaning towards atheism.
Okay, fine, you're right, but I mean,
agnostic's not confused.
Get him wrong what he means.
Yo, let Rob cook. Come on.
Yeah, but okay. But he explains what he means, and then fine, the rest is just...
Yeah, that's what he's an atheist for. Everybody's explain what he means.
I believe atheism is the active, I won't say denial, but active claim that God doesn't exist. I don't do that. I don't have a reason to actually claim that.
Right. Okay, let me ask you a question. Maybe this will clear it up. With regards to the God proposition, you have three options. You can say it's true, you can say it's false, or you can say it's neither true nor false. Which one of those do you take?
The third one. Yeah, I mean the third one.
Okay, then you're an agnostic, right? You're undecided.
Okay. Let's go with that.
That also means that if I ask you the not God question, you should be saying the same thing. It's neither true nor false. The non-God world isn't false.
But if I put them in the spectrum, I will maybe be more sure that organized religions are false. But again, does that mean that organization or how it was put was the right way to see God? I don't know. It's a historical phenomenon, put it like that. The Catholic Church, the Islamic institutions, the scholarship of Islam, etc. I see them purely as political institutions.
I'm not asking back to institutions, back to the contract. Surprisingly, see how many people are saying, like, it seems to be tricky for people. To me, this is crystal clear. I think it depends how people use these words. It's very clear. You can't be an atheist and an agnostic, at least in the traditional sense. When I say traditional, I mean like the standard encyclopedia, if we're talking about the information. So, if you're an agnostic, fine. You either believe that God proposition is true or false. But then you can't be leaning one way or the other. Like then you're a fed sitter. To lean to me means that you have a foot in the God camp or the non-God camp. So if you're not leaning, it's just like
So, Rob, while I agree with you, you recognize that there are people that use the term atheist in different ways, whether it's strong atheism or this week or
he's not saying anything that's strong or weak. He's saying he doesn't actively believe God doesn't exist. So with regards to the God proposition, he's now saying, at least when I gave him the three options, that he neither believes it to be true nor false. Now, if you look specifically, because I'm now using that language because it's actually from a standard encyclopedia, that's an agnostic, right? And it's a belief claim. So we're not talking about this whole thing that other people go around and say, oh, it's about knowledge. We're not saying anything about knowledge whatsoever. So you can't be an atheist. must be an agnostic if he's using it that way. And this is again got some weird definition. So the better word to use there, my friends, you just have decided. That way now I know exactly what you want. You're offensive. You still have to defend.
Okay.
Now somebody can ask you why are you undecided? You need to give us a reason. Just like I have to give you a reason why I think God doesn't exist, and the theist will give you a reason why God does exist. You have to give us a reason why you're undecided. But that's for you. Why are you undecided? You said you used to be a Muslim, you're an ex-Muslim.
Undecided about the existence of God itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I have enough evidence to either confirm or deny his existence. Sorry. So I think that's purely the reason. I think also it comes down to personal belief. The fact that I really don't wrap my head enough around this subject in my everyday life. And I don't believe that it will be of consequence to know if he exists or not. So that's maybe you can put it on a psychological and purely personal way of seeing life. Yeah. Sorry?
I mean, there is consequence. Presumably you want to care whether it's true or false, but at least in Islam and Christianity traditionally, there's going to be severe consequences if you deny something that is the case and you have access to it. There's going to be something like very important.
But keep denying organized religion. So let's ask it this way: if God exists,
and he didn't specifically say if God exists, he doesn't think it's the Abrahamic.
Exactly. So now let me ask you this way: if the God that you're saying you're open to may exist, what's that God's connection to creation? What's that God's connection to you?
Nice question. So at least you will be, I don't know, giving purpose or giving a sense to our lives in that end. I can't stress enough that it might be a practical belief in God in that case. So that's why I'm deciding. I see the practicality of believing in God, but I don't think that's enough evidence to prove its existence. Its utility is not proof for its existence. I don't remember what it is called. Reasoning is called. So that's why I'm not decided in the side of saying that God exists. On the other hand, I don't have enough evidence. I don't know the whole universe. I don't explore, or we don't have the capacity, at least scientifically, to know everything, to claim actively that it doesn't exist. I hope
What
that
evidence
makes it
would
clear.
you require in principle to either accept that he exists or to deny that he exists? What evidence would you need in principle?
I've been asked this question before. I don't know. I mean, I think if he can present an evidence, he will be wise enough, I would say, to know what evidence he will provide to me.
Nah, that's intellectual laziness. Now you just
Really lazy.
sidestepping it, right? That's intellectually lazy. If we ask anybody else on the stage, pretty much, I think they're going to tell us what's going to be, at least in principle, whether they accept it now or not. Would be evidence for or against God, right? This idea that I don't know what it is, and God would know, and he should proceed. That's just being intellectually lazy. That's the Mandela business. Most of us take the view of that.
I'm allowed to be lazy in that front because there's no incentive to actually look into this matter.
Well,
to be honest.
You said something else interesting, that you said you see the practicality of God. What would you consider to be the practicality of God that you see?
Yeah. So morality, for example, at least for the time being, it's hard to rationalize it, to be honest. So that's one first reason why you will need a metaphysical belief, I'll put it like that. Secondly, it's the unity under the nation state or political institutions that we have right now. We couldn't have had them without religion. And I mean all religions. You come from China with Confucianism, to Hinduism, to Islam, to Christianity, all play a role. So I see the practicality, I see that it works. But logically speaking, that's not evidence. Sorry, yeah, that's religion, exactly. That's organized religion.
So you're just saying,
But it's God, you know.
I thought you said that if we want to take it out of the religion unique. Did you not say that?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I thought you said that if there was a God, even without organized religion, that would give meaning. Did you not say that?
they will give meaning, yeah, to personal level. I understand that for a lot of people, not for me. I mean, sorry if maybe I didn't explain myself well, not for myself. I understand that for a lot of people, for a lot of human beings, yep, they need that purpose in their lives.
Okay, so you see utility to other people, you don't necessarily see utility in yourself, at least I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, personally, I really don't need that.
I agree with Rob in some laziness here, but I respect that it's a full belief in your system. I mean, I think if we're going to go further, it's up to you. You would have to substantiate why you think it's unimportant. Most even deists believe that there is a reason to accept that belief, and you rejected it. So I think that's your burden. But again, we can stop here with it.
It's fine. I mean, I love the discussion. I will just ask if you can repeat the question.
Well, the burden on you is the justification of your laziness. And I don't mean derogatory, it's mean like honestly. I think Rob's right. There's a laziness there that you're saying I don't have to delve into this question. Your justification, which I agree with you, is you don't think it matters because it doesn't matter much. I think your burden is to prove why it doesn't matter because most people, myself included, that are theists would say it does matter. So I think that's
yeah, right. So I think that you will consider this even lazier, but I think it doesn't matter for myself. Yeah, for myself it doesn't matter, but I understand why it matters for others. So yeah, I'm not actively convincing or trying to convince anyone that it doesn't matter, to be honest.
No, I don't think you understand it.
That's even more lazy, I guess.
No, I don't think it's more lazy. What you're saying is, which that actually I accept. Well, let's talk about, I apologize, Rob, if you don't like getting stopped, but Rob is an ethical person.
Absolutely, no problem.
As far as I know, Rob is an ethical person, does things that I would consider moral, and is not a believer. So there are moral atheists out there. So that they exist all over the place. But the point is, most theists won't tell you, well, some will, but many theists today they'll tell you, you have to be a theist for your own morality. There's other reasons. And you're rejecting that without delving into the question. So I think your burden is to explain why you believe that there's no afterlife, that there's no reason, that personal morality is all that matters. And
really, I don't think he needs to justify that. It would seem to me like it seemed to me that he said that he posits the possibility that a God exists, but that God is a Abrahamic God. And I think there's a lot of versions of gods where one could argue that it's not that important whether you believe in that God or not. You know, especially if you have like some form of deism and stuff, like it doesn't change anything. I think at the very least he's going to have to tell people, not so much me, but the theists on here, why it is that the Abrahamic gods don't exist if he's not going to go with, whatever other beings there are. But when he says it doesn't exist, I mean, what he really should be saying is I'm undecided whether he says it or not. When you hear agnostic speak, they typically start to stray into the atheist camp. And so they should just really call themselves atheists, or they've got to be like really strict with their language and stuff, because he actually sounds more like an atheist than an agnostic. And I think people want to take the agnostic way because it's a way that you don't have to really defend your claim. So people hide behind the agnostic label. And if he's an atheist, he just needs to say, look, I think God doesn't exist, or I'm leaning towards God not existing, but then he has to give a reason for that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you in part, but the way I interpret what he's saying is that he clearly believes that the Abrahamic God doesn't exist, but that he's open to the possibility that some other type of God exists, like a deist type of God, and so he just hasn't reached a conclusion yet on whether that God exists or not. But I agree with you that he would need to offer to the other theists like why the Abrahamic God doesn't exist.
And that's kind of a local atheist, and these sort of terms you can become very grey area. It's typically atheism is the belief that God or gods don't exist, and so now we have these ideas more recently. I don't even know if it's in the Stanford Encyclopedia. I think I reread that one. A local atheist is saying, I just don't believe in some gods. Well,
yeah,
it's like that person now seems to be an atheist and an agnostic. typically understood you can't be an atheist and an agnostic. So when you start doing this whole thing, I'm going to pick certain gods that I don't believe in and call myself atheist, or I'm going to pick certain gods that I don't believe in and the agnostic and call myself agnostic. You see how you now we have these distinct categories, and somebody like this is just coming and running roughshod over this whole thing. And as much as I hate Darth Dawkins, this is probably where I would want to do this and hold these people to account. Either you believe God doesn't exist, you're an atheist, or you're undecided about all gods. Picking and choosing gods is not the way to do this. Then you're going to have some other label, and then you're just going to be outside of court with how most people understand these terms. So this, I think, is people who are like trying to pick and choose, and I think that's not a good thing. It's not for these labels to have a global meaning. So now it's trying to do a local thing and be an agnostic and an atheist. I disagree with these ones, and I'm undecided on this one. That's not how it's typically used. And I'm going to be very hesitant to accept that sort of reasoning and stuff like that, as are most people. And as far as I can tell, in the same for the encyclopedia, they don't allow that. Well, not like they don't allow. It's just not used in that way. And they sort of frown upon people trying to do these sort of sly games, for want of a better word.
So, Rob, I would wholeheartedly agree with you on objecting to the use of a local atheist. So, I was in a room 2 days ago with Benjamin, where he made the claim that everyone was an atheist because everybody rejects, even theists, some other god other than their own.
So atheist.
Yeah,
I think maybe he's heard that from atheist or Ricky Gervais or whatever. These people are funny, but they're not good here, and we should be following those sort of bad ideas. There's clear definitions of what these things mean, so as people start using their own one and then get this sort of mess that's going on now.
Yeah, and that's what I put. I said to obviously it's silly, and if we were to accept that, then of course the whole
everybody's an atheist, right? There's
yeah,
no theist.
There's no
theist and an atheist.
No
local
interesting
theist and a local atheist or some nonsense like that.
Yeah, so there's no interesting distinction if you accept that. So I said no. Clearly, like one could potentially argue that there's a difference between an atheist who affirmatively claims that God does not exist, and one that says simply, I don't believe that God exists. And one can understand that distinction, I think.
Sorry, what's that distinction? I understand.
Between one that affirmatively says that God does not exist, I believe that, he doesn't exist. Like, it's not possible that he exists or whatever. And someone who simply says, I lack the belief that he exists.
Lack of belief is not a bugbear for me. Because now the theists can do the same thing. These lack theists, as they're called, lack theists, atheists, are going to be inconsistent. Because the atheist who says, I lack a belief, the theist can say the same thing. I lack a belief in a non-God world. Is the lack theist, atheist going to accept the lack theist position? They're not, right? They're going to say, give me evidence. So this whole lack theist business, if they want to play that game, the theist can do the same thing. It's not going to help that they still have to give a justification if they expect the theist to do so. So the lack theist is like a terrible, terrible thing. I wish I could persuade everybody to stop ever using that word. I lack a belief. This business is a hide and seek game. It's not worse than the other position.
I'm just saying that there are people that make that distinction. I don't have as strong as an objection to it that you do, but obviously that's very different from the case we're talking here, where someone says simply that they don't know, which is of course very different.
Yeah, well, we're not asking whether they know something or not. We're asking what they believe, not the knowledge claim, but the belief claim. But that's the problem with the knowledge claim as well. The layperson will say they don't know. What they really mean is I don't believe, but they use the know in a very sloppy way. But I'm only interested in somebody's belief, not so much in the knowledge claim.
Right, but you would agree, wouldn't you, that there's a difference between someone saying, I don't believe God exists, and I believe that he doesn't exist, or would you say that those are the same?
They're the same for being an atheist. I think it's going to be the same. And there might be some nuance there, but not. Because both of those people are going to be atheists. That's the important thing.
Yeah, and I think that's how most people describe it. They describe it as two different flavors of atheism. That's why I said some call it strong atheism versus weak atheism.
Well, that's not what I understand strong and weak to be, but again, you see, that's different. I have to look up the strong and weak. That part I don't think off the top of my head. But I just think a strong atheist is somebody who says, I know God doesn't exist, and a weak atheist is somebody who says, I believe God doesn't exist. And to me, that's very clear now. The one that says, I know, I'm going to expect a much stronger argument. The one that says, I believe, I'm still going to expect reasons, but maybe not as strong as the person who claims to know. And
doesn't exist, Ron?
Oh yeah, I know God doesn't exist. But
Okay.
most atheists are not going to say that. They're going to say, well, I believe
What are you using?
for some reason.
Okay, don't waffle so much. What are you using as an instrument? Yes, I know it doesn't exist. What are you using?
Oh, yeah, the incompatibility of evil and God.
This entity is outside time and space, outside of the observable universe. So how do you know? The science hasn't been there. The science will never be there.
He just told you.
This guy's evil. That's fine. You can't say there's no God out there.
No,
You can say
if this being is evil, it's not God. You're an atheist.
Why would it be unreasonable to have an evil God? Psychopathic God? Why would that be a legitimate God?
That's it. You don't want him to exist the way we perceive it. It's a different story. You're telling people you've been at the outside edge of the universe, you've seen God, there's nothing there. Oh, it's empty. I'm coming back home.
That's not what you have to. That's what you
He's fighting the problem of the evil, the suffering of the innocent.
Wait a minute, Arvid, do you know that God exists?
People believe he doesn't exist. Stop saying you know. Nobody knows shit. No one has been at the outside.
Wait.
justify what you believe in.
You believe, Arvid, you believe God exists or you know God exists?
I believe God exists. No one knows God exists.
Arvin, don't let them flip it on you. You're questioning Rob.
What do you mean by know then?
Hamza knows. He knows that God exists.
I think so.
Do you know your father is your father? Let's start with something that kind of is down here on us.
Oh my
You
God.
Don't let them trick you, Arvin.
Let's come down. Let's define. No.
Do you know your father is the father?
Can we define terms first? If we're going to have a conversation, let's define what is the word.
Does anybody here know if their father is their father?
But you're not answering my question, Arvid. Let's be scientific about it.
Can we do this like, can we just relax?
Yeah, let's do one thing at a time. I think
I want to define the term. I want to
say something, please.
Stanley's still talking. He's going to finish in 30 seconds. We're going to have a conversation on the subject. We're going to have to agree on what the terms are. Let's agree, first of all, on what the word know, what knowledge means. Can we all agree on that? What does the term know means? And then we can go on and discuss if we know or do not know. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so
like the beginning level, there's different definitions, but the typical one that most people use on here, or at least I've heard, is justified true belief. So it's a narrow.
Justified true belief. I'm going to use the word empirical. I think if we look at the
It doesn't have to be empirical though, so.
Oh,
No, it doesn't have to. Yeah.
No. That's new to me. Okay. Well,
And empirical is self-defeating anyway, which is why most people are not empiricists, strict empiricists at least.
empirical.
You don't want to go down that route probably either. But look, justified true belief is typically understood here.
Do you know that in most languages the word science is related to the word knowledge? Because
That's what we mean by knowledge in a philosophical sense, yes.
in the philosophical sense.
Because we're defining knowledge, we're not asking for synonyms.
Knowledge.
Justified true belief is a good.
And that's good enough to start with. Mine's slightly different, but for the sake of this discussion, that's good enough. Right?
Okay, see, I heard a priest once say, not believing. Seeing is knowing. And what I think he was saying, if you already have some empirical kind of way to get there, it's not belief anymore, it's knowledge. I really am strong on this. And how do we distinguish between knowledge and certainty?
Well, certainty is going to get you into trouble, so you don't want to go there. You just want to overstep your bounds with certainty. So just stick with knowledge and belief, and don't accept belief is a weaker claim. Knowledge is a subset of belief, which you must believe something to know it, at least in the sense that we're talking about, and it needs to be justified. So it's a stronger claim, and then you can talk about knowledge. But the point is that with what Arben wanted to do or go with, he's looking for this what's called infallibilist knowledge. And I think that's you're gonna have an extreme battle. I've never heard anybody give a sufficient argument that overcomes any sort of skepticism. Which means that if you claim to know something such that you can never be mistaken in the epistemic sense, I just think you're not going to be justified in that claim.
But
So if we know something, but we could be wrong. I've got no problem. That's the way I use it. That's the way many other people use it.
But can we all agree that
You either know how to play a guitar. You can't just believe you know how to play guitar. You have to know, and that's what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying.
Okay, but yes, but the word knowledge seems to offend people. Can we agree that there's no empirical experience? None of us have any empirical experience of knowing that there's we haven't processed that empirically. We say that.
Empiricism is not the only way, and some people do claim to have empirical knowledge of God, i.e. that he's revealed himself in some empirical way. So some people do claim it.
No, that's an interpretation. That's an interpretation. We have to distinguish.
Yeah, but no, Sandra. No. There are people who claim to speak to God.
Yeah.
So I understand that. But that's true for any empirical statement, right?
The people who speak to God, does anybody believe that they spoke to God?
That's the question.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, they believe, they themselves believe it. At least they claim to, and you can't defeat them. There's no way you can say that they don't believe it.
No. They believe it is one thing, but did they fact to God?
That's their claim, and you have no defeater on their claim because you can't empirically prove that they haven't.
Well, that's exactly the point. What cannot be proved with evidence can be disproved without evidence.
That's what the show. You wanted to define knowledge. Hopefully, we agree that it's typically like justified true belief. Well, that's fine. We can do that. But the other guy who's left now, Bob, I think he was trying to point to like infallibless knowledge, something that you could never be mistaken.
What is justified? How do we
Stanley, your argument doesn't work. I gave you a very simple example of that. You know, when people first started reporting about giraffes, there was a large claim that it's not true because it couldn't possibly be true. So these people are just denying these people's experience. So all of the types of things of specific claims, like we can't know with any certainty what someone else saw or didn't see.
Wait a minute, we can't know with certainty. That's exactly my point. We cannot know with certainty.
So you can't say that they didn't.
Yeah, but then then it's not a problem, Stanley. We can know without certainty.
But you can't
People accept. It's not a problem.
Wait. We can know without certainty. Okay, I can see how we can kind of know. Is that what you're saying? We sort of know?
Can we try this? Can we keep the level of knowledge the same as you want the rest of your life? See, what would you do in other parts of your life at that level of
level of knowledge?
There's many things that we claim to know that you haven't judged on your own. And we accept that. So we can have that level of acceptance. You take a medication, you trust that it's already, you cross a bridge, you trust it's going to go. You don't have full knowledge of that.
We believe when we take the medicine that it's going to help. We don't know that.
Okay, so what's called? Okay, then everything's a belief. Then you don't know you exist. Maybe you're having a dream.
But when you see things, you were saying seeing is knowing. So to the extent that seeing is knowing, when these people see God, they know it in the same sense that you know you see a blue car across the street.
But people saying, I know that there's a God because I saw the sunrise. I mean, we agree that that is not knowing that there's a God.
That's different. That's different.
That's interpretation.
If somebody says that they know God because they saw it, that's a very different type of claim.
Because we have to make a distinction between interpretations and facts, right? I think that's important.
Yeah, but then we're going to get into like what are facts, and obviously for you, knowledge is going to be certainty.
What? I can't hear you in the matrix.
We're going to get into the word facts, right? And I assume for you, your definition of knowledge is certainty, right?
Well, listen. Saying that the sun rose, I'm looking at the sun right now and saying that is a fact.
First, let me understand. Hold on. And I'm totally down to hear what you're about to say, but is that true though? For you, knowledge means certainty.
Knowledge means empirical experience for me.
Okay, so not certainty.
So do you know?
I know.
I'm trying to do it. There's a difference between knowledge and certainty. Absolutely.
What's it exactly? Do you know that there are exoplanets?
Do I know that there are other planets? Absolutely.
Exoplanets outside of our universe, outside of our solar system.
Well, I listened to enough of what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, so you have no empirical evidence. You're trusting the people that looked at Kepler to find it.
No, I'm just making the distinction between
Good
knowledge and certainty.
point.
What? This is the Matrix again.
It is empirical evidence.
It's a good point. You have knowledge.
It is empirical.
No, I'm relying on someone else's empirical evidence, and I'm assuming that Kepler is accurate.
You're getting when you talk to like the mechanic who knows more about the car than you, right?
Yes.
And he looks at the car and then he tells you, yeah, I looked at the car, and you trust this guy from past experiences with the mechanic and said, I looked through the car and this is the problem with the car, right?
Yeah.
That constitutes empirical evidence that like that's what's wrong with your car. For you.
Yes, I believe.
So that's a call to authority, which makes sense.
Once I drive the car, I don't know. Okay, but there's potential. Okay, that when I start the car, it's going to start. Okay, but once I start the car and drive, I know the car is moving, right? Because I'm doing it. But there's a difference between certainty.
That wasn't the point.
Okay, let's stand.
I'm saying like expert testimony. If you have empirical reasons to think somebody's an expert or something, and then they tell you blah blah blah, you do have empirical reasons to believe that what they're saying is true.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the whole point is like if you want to have this like atheist discussion, like we can't going into like the fundamentals of epistemology every time we have this conversation.
All right, okay, we'll go there. I know you don't want to do that. Okay.
You don't do it with anything else. Like we don't do it with like any other debate. It's like, we're gonna have a debate about X, but first we have to talk about the fundamentals of epistemology every fucking time.
No, I just like clear-cut terms, but okay.
No, but Stanley, it's been going over this with you for a while now, and he is right. We always go back to the basics, right? Yeah, that's just such a huge waste of time, right? So yeah, you don't want to keep on going back to the basic epistemological terms.
All right, so what is the okay? A theist knows or believes or doesn't need empirical evidence to know that their God exists, right? Is that what you say? We can say we know God exists.
I wouldn't say.
Somebody did not say that, sir. Somebody did not say that.
He's talking about your definition of knowledge now.
There can be empirical evidence like for or against God. There could be like other kinds of arguments. That are, like,
My problem with theists is they say they know that God exists. Now they can say I believe with certainty that God exists. Once you say you know, just what?
Wait, that's not true, Stan. Like, very few people are epistemic infallibilists. Like, I'm a theist, I'm an epistemic infallibilist, right? Yeah, I can say I know that God, meaning that the belief in the proposition of God exists as an epistemic property of word, right? So the belief can be worded, can be known infallibly, right? I know.
Yikes, agnostic. Anyway, Stanley, can you listen Stanley, because we don't even know.
Right? We have belief.
Yeah, you guys don't even know if God exists technically. Yeah. So for you guys, you don't even know. Maybe you're wrong. I understand what he's saying. Right, and it's fallible, so there could be a chance for you guys that God doesn't exist.
We can have your lives.
Can we ignore Stanley? Yeah, I certainly believe in God.
Yeah, that's it. Who muted Hamza?
When we say ignore Stanley.
Well, why are you guys mute?
Right.
Appreciate you, God. Thanks for pointing that out.
I did. Yeah.
Coptic. You don't mute.
I'm not the one.
It's not Coptic. I know who it is.
I'm not muted. I don't mute people, by the way. I don't.
All right, listen, I'm not going to bother you guys anymore, but just how do we conclude this knowing business?
You, Stanley, what's your definition of knowledge? I still really haven't pinpointed that.
Again, I think that there's got to be some word that because if I'm going to talk to a believer, one of the things that frustrates me is that when I speak with them, okay, what I'm saying is when I speak with a believer and they can't distinguish between
knowledge
is empirically improved that I know empirically. I have experienced
That's a circular definition. You're trying again.
I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
You gave a circular
circular definition.
Why is that a circular definition? I'm trying to. There are people who argue against it.
Because earlier you said that.
In terms of knowing,
Right.
you're defining knowledge.
Right.
Knowing.
What am I doing?
I mean, you're so stupid.
Okay, that's very kind of you.
It's really stupid that I haven't even explained this.
So rice cooker, which theory of warrant does Stanley hold to? Like, does he like
Why you believe?
He doesn't know what warrant is because he's stupid and can't read.
Wait, who's calling me stupid? This, by the way, it's got the guts to.
Andrew. It's Andrew R.
The Chinese guy.
So he's
Can I ask you a question? Are you a religious person?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
I'm not.
You're not a religious person?
No.
All right, that's good. Then we have the same kind of thinking. Because I'm not a religious person.
Don't try to bond with
Your
him.
thinking is stupid and you use circular definitions. And I'm not.
Why is that a circular definition? Because saying now.
You use the definition in the definitions.
Okay. Whatever.
Okay.
Hamza? Who's saying this? And why is it?
This is
Rice cooker. Rice cooker.
So rice cooker, does he like this? Because powerful theory of warrant. Do you like it?
I don't know what any of that is because he's too stupid to read anything about the topics he talks about all the time.
What topics do I talk about all the time?
Well, knowledge, apparently.
I'm only talking about it in this room.
But they were saying that this
Why
is
have I been rude to you?
Yeah.
When? Have I called you any
Today.
names?
No.
So why are you calling me names?
I don't like it.
Is that you don't like me?
Yo, I love this
Yeah.
guy. Rice cooker's hilarious.
All right. I love you. Because Jesus told me to.
What are you, a Christian,
Jesus
Stanley?
told me.
Right on standing.
Good job, Stanley. That was a good one.
All right.
Just to love him.
You're a good man, Stanley, and I don't know why, Sasha, you always like to do shit up. Why do you? It's not necessary. I'm a scumbag, but at least I know I'm a scumbag.
Get him right.
Okay. Well, if you just mean I'm mean, then yeah, I'm mean. But I guess.
Be fine. It's not mean, Sasha. Mean would be fine. You are unnecessarily cruel. There's no need to do that.
That's true.
I don't think I'm trolled by I don't think I'm trolled by calling this guy stupid on the internet. I think he can handle that kind of cruelty.
Well, you could also be the difference is you could be necessarily cruel as opposed to.
I'm just come on, but are you actually gonna say it's cruel to call some random guy stupid?
I got in the argument.
All that I've heard him in all the rooms that I've been with him, right? The witness, he's a good and decent man. He doesn't deserve to be treated.
I just had a question for Megatron. And so you guys are saying you're up there. They're saying they're epistemic infallibilists, right? Oh, okay. Very few people have met.
I am. Megatron's not. No, Megatron's not saying that. I'm saying that.
Oh, you're an epistemic
About not knowing like.
Oh, so you're
Not
absolutely
that all.
Wall-up based.
Oh yeah. Why would I believe it otherwise?
Well, you can somehow
You
find
believe it because you think it's probably true.
No, not probably true. Right? So from an infallible
You
source, I certainly
believe it otherwise. You would believe it because you think it's probably true.
Oh, I see.
That's why you would believe it.
Yeah, true.
So that's the
Yeah.
answer.
No, Sasha's just saying if I wasn't infallible about it, I would believe it because it's probably true. That's true what Sasha's saying. But I am epistemically infallible about knowing the existence of
wall-up based. Wow, okay. So a rice cooker is actually, I'm just saying that he's absolutely certain that God exists. You want to question him on that?
why don't you question me? Me and Sasha are
Sounds like
friends.
you do on that. Sounds like you want to.
There it is.
No, it's
Because if I think this stupid, this is your wheelhouse. I don't know anything about this kind of stuff. Yeah, this is your woodshed. Yeah. Your pyramid.
Or Stanley laughed. I feel bad. You can actually hold to you would say absolute God is like if you're like a foundation, you would say it's like a proper belief. It would be like a proper basic belief with like an intrinsic fear, right? Which I believe that some belief can never really be defeated or doubted. Exactly. I mean, you could take that view, but at this point, the problem with this view is that you're not going to be really doing philosophy anymore. Like, okay, fine, you have a belief that can never really be defeated. Why? Because then any arguments that's going to be presented against God, you're just going to dismiss it and say, oh, there's this, intrinsic defeater for the
No, hold on, that's not true.
God.
No, if you can give me, hold on, stop. If you can give me a deductive agree with all premises, I'm prepared to believe that. Wherever truth takes me, I'm going to accept. Especially deductive proofs. Do you have a proof that's deductive that God doesn't exist?
Well, Daniel, you want to say something? Oh, because I thought you had. Well, the problem with that is then you're not really an epistemic infallibilist, right? Because then you're saying that your belief can actually be defeated, which means you're not really absolutely certain at this point. You can actually doubt the belief in the existence of God, right?
No, he thinks he has an argument that is solid and infallible.
And then this is the last part, Coptic. It was rude of me. I zoned out. What was the last part?
Oh, no, I'm saying, if you're saying that someone can provide you with a deductive argument against the existence of God, it means that the belief that you have about the existence of God can be doubted. So you're not really absolute. You're giving, so you
But one not they won't.
I'm not. I'm just. Someone else. Someone said something. I'm just humoring you, bro. There's
okay.
Solly, go ahead. Yeah, I'm just humoring at the point, right? There's no deductive argument that there's no existence of God. There's a deductive argument that God does exist. Obviously, we have to go into the definition of what my particular God is, right? It's not going to be like the typical Judeo-Christian, right? It's going to be a specific kind of God. Whatever God does.
So ready? If God possibly doesn't exist, and God doesn't exist, God possibly doesn't exist, therefore.
I agree. No, I disagree with the first premise.
Can you guys stop calling your names and try to force?
Come on, now. The atheist loves Megatron. There's a difference between me and you. The atheist love. So the first premise I have a problem with. You have to prevent wall of debate.
Well, the first premise is, since God is a necessary being, right? That means if he possibly doesn't exist, so if he doesn't exist in some possible world, then he doesn't exist in the actual. Because he would be a necessary being.
So if he's a necessary being, he's not possible. It's not that he possibly exists in one world, he exists in all worlds.
So run the contingency argument that you were running the other day. Why don't you? This is a good time for you to bring.
I'm not trying to bore people. I've already ran it with Sully. I've already had the conversation with Rice Cooker. I don't want to keep dragging on. They know what I believe. Their opinion. They know what I believe.
I don't think you've heard this one.
Me and Sully and Sasha have discussed before.
But you would say that
Coptics asked before.
But if you're saying that, would you say that it's logically necessary that God exists?
Of course. It's the definition of God.
So that atheism, you would then say atheism is a contradiction.
Yeah, atheism is magic, some black magic shit.
It's a non conjunction, atheism.
Yeah. Rob's a dark magician god. That's what he is. Yo, Saxon, that's hilarious in the chat. Because I'm in Lebanon right now, so we only have 2 hours of electricity and we have to switch to generators.
Can't you just say it's contingent upon the contingency of the set? Be contingent.
the set argument. It's funny. It's hard, and I hate that. But I think we're like all very happy that stupid guy's family left. You're so stupid. Wait, who is that? Also going down. Like some people, they're like very interesting. Oh, you're being cruel. Like in their heart of hearts, they know it's a good thing. That stupid guy put his stupid shit elsewhere. Well, it was a question of whether the cruelty
There's no
necessary or unnecessary cruelty.
There's no need to say some guy. I mean, if you want to go head on with me, Sasha, I'm down. I'll take that ride. I would rather not. If you choose to do that, I'm game.
All right. I'll keep that in mind. It's noted for the record. I will write it down in my journal. My people contact you.
I think that's fair, Sasha. And I'll write it in my journal that I will pretend to care. So it's a win-win for both of us.
All right. So what is this guy Andrew doing?
Andrew, what are you doing? Sasha, she's asking me about you, Andrew. Where are you?
Yeah, please. Hang on.
Andrew, stop running away, okay?
Please, Andrew. You need to give us an argument for God. Everyone will speak from Megatron's argument.
You have to understand, Andrew is not ignoring us. He's just shy.
Well, I haven't spoken to Andrew since last year.
Which was only a few hours ago, right?
Same old crapola, same shit, new year.
Oh, Andrew's saying I'm on the track running. Oh, he's running on the track. Okay.
Oh, so he's tracking. He just hangs tracking, right?
Oh, he's fulfilling his New Year's resolution to lose a little bit of fat and keep running every day. Okay, that's great, Andrew. You're doing this, man. You're doing the right thing, man. That's your first day now.
A little passive. Aggressive passive. Feel it?
Well,
Oh my god, but Taylor, you need to, like, kind of title your New Year's resolution is don't putting your wife in a menstruation shot.
So last year, Sasha.
It's funny.
It's your last year.
That's such a last year troll comment on me. Get more creative.
I haven't made this joke since last year.
Yeah, it's so 2020. It's so old. Get something new. You're so boring.
It's a bit of a callback.
Yeah, it's just your lack of creativity.
It's called the running guy.
It's called boring.
Okay, let's do the joke. I think your people are supposed to do it enough.
I don't know that many jokes, to be honest. I don't remember jokes very well. That's the problem I have.
Okay. Let me tell you one. Do you know how to
Here, I'll tell you. Here's one joke I know. I know one. Here's one joke I remember. There's a panel. There's a panel of a Muslim, an imam, a priest, and a rabbi, and they're asked, when does life begin? It's a conversation about the beginning of life. And the Catholic says, that's easy. The priest says, at conception, life begins at conception. And then the imam is asked, well, when does life begin? He says, that's easy. That's at first breath. And then he asks the rabbi, when does life begin? The rabbi scratches his beard, thinks for a while, and says, when the dog dies and the kids move out of the house.
That's funny.
it's not only funny, it's true.
But here's one, Taylor. You know how the girls at Auschwitz, you ask them for their number?
That's a bit opposite.
See, that's a funny joke that would play in Israel really well. That's like a very funny, dark joke. But like in mixed company, it's not a funny joke. But I get it.
Okay, that's good. As long as you get it, that's
I get
enough
it.
for me.
I get it. It's a terrible, dark joke and like one that I would not encourage non-Jews to tell. But sure, I get it.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to tell that joke in the U.S. and Europe.
Me too. Asking the question, why did Moses lead the Jews through the desert? The answer is because he was too ashamed to take them into town. That's funny.
That's good.
Because I know, there's two things that I know, right? Jesus must have been a black man. He was poor, he called everybody brother, and he never had a fair trial. Adam, on the other hand, can never be black, because black men do not give away spare ribs.
Yeah. But like Jesus, evidence for Jesus being black is also that he goes fight by the Jews. It's like another.
Wow, that's even too harsh for me, Sasha. Wow.
Like the Jews took advantage of the black community with like the rap industry.
Did you say with the rap industry?
Yeah. That's right.
In what way?
You're arguably trying to say this
like news and reading on African studies.
There we go. Are you really trying to understand this guy? He's like a trope.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I thought he was trying to be serious.
Now you can ask ChatGPT about there are people who argue for that kind of stuff.
There are people that argue for all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, there's people that argue for a flat earth.
Yeah, but it's like restricted quantification to learn what that is. Like before we can talk, you need to give me a definition of knowledge. You need to show me that you understand restricted quantification. But otherwise we can't talk.
I will
I thought
say
you
if
said
we're
earlier
talking,
we should have
just
gone
talking
over
to you.
that this is technological basics every time.
No, that wasn't me. I was talking to
Somebody was saying that. I thought it was you.
yeah, well,
I think
just because
so,
somebody
just
was saying it, that doesn't mean
Oh,
that
that's
doesn't mean I was saying it.
Yeah, no, I was
Yeah.
mistaken. It was
Yeah, so that's embarrassing.
What did I
Actually, no, that's fake news. Doesn't even bear repeating. But I'm just probably gonna try to set up some shit conversation that looks like a physical harmony. So I run away.
You're ready to go.
Megatron, you still here?
American. Something can be a form of protest.
Yeah, I told you I'm painting, so it's painting.
Oh, right. I was going to say, you notice how everybody runs away from your set argument?
Yeah, well, they don't, as if he understood it. I don't even think he understood it. I was hoping maybe to really really, really smart people in the room who can explain that.
Megatron, you're Catholic.
At least I'm not marked to death with real people.
At least Marcus is showing up on stage.
Shut up, Catholic Megatron.
Yes.
Welcome back, Andrew.
You're
a good talk. Yeah, good talk now.
I was just wondering if you like the center argument or not.
I never heard the set argument.
Man, hey, Andrew, look how much the room changed.
Euro brings a crowd.
We were down to,
It flows.
no, dude, we were down to 6 people and I was dying.
I know, but that's when I joined. Because I like it when there's less people, to be honest. They saw me come in, I'm like, oh.
At least we got people on stage and we got people like Hamza who know what they're talking about.
And we have Catholics like Megatron.
No, he doesn't.
Andrew, that guy wasn't sufferable. I
hear you. I hear you.
Confused.
Well, Marcus, are you there? Marcus, Greek?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, brother. Hey, man, I can't remember. Are you an atheist?
No, I'm not.
All right. A Christian?
I am not, but I have high risk.
Don't push your luck, Andrew. You're doing wrong.
Yeah, Andrew. I burned a mix.
Nice. Why do you believe God exists, Mark?
Well, it's because, and I think I answered this before when we spoken, but because everything that's within this universe and other universes that are out there, everything is created in a structure and within an order, because how everything correlates with each other. Nothing was just put here from a mysterious explosion. Now, some people can say that maybe a God has created an explosion for something like this to happen. But at the same time, nothing was just randomly put here. And everything was by a particular design. Now evolution and spirituality can go hand in hand. But the thing is that how everything is within the universe and how things are set in motion, and how morality is a thing, there is no way that there can't possibly be. I mean, you can't, well, I'm not going to say you can't. Everyone is entitled to their own opinions of what they believe, which is all right, you know. But at the same time, how things are, it's impossible to say that, this design is because it evolved from this. Okay, everything has an ancestor, yes. But there are some things that have a design that is very unique within its species of existence that no other species have. So I can pretty much say that everything is put here within an order and it's by design. Like exoplanets, for example. Those weren't just put there. Something created those to be set the way that they are. Even if it may not have life that we may know of, but what if it does, but on a very small scale that we cannot see or can bring back in a petri dish?
Well, one thing I can say with a relatively high degree of certainty is it did not start with an explosion. Oh, I thought you were saying it did start with an explosion.
No, I wasn't.
There's an intelligent designer that it can't be an explosion.
Yeah, but who's saying it's an explosion?
It doesn't. Don't get bogged down in anything. Make an intelligent designer.
Oh, okay. So I would not intelligent design argument and still say there's no explosion.
Yeah, because I've been hearing a lot of debates on YouTube and so forth about these exact topics. And of course, most
clear the Big Bang was not an explosion.
Oh, I guess that was an exaggerated mark. My apologies.
Yeah,
It's a misuse of the term explosion.
Yeah, it was actually the whole reason the term was created was sort of to mock the view.
Yeah, but it was Theo saying that you think the universe began with a Big Bang. Came the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, the guy who came up with the term was a big believer in steady state.
Which has been thoroughly debunked. I should say thoroughly. Pretty high level of certainty been debunked.
Yeah.
I people think thoroughly debunked.
And there's been a lot of conversations about that I've heard of morality, good, bad, evil, and so forth. Because there is good, there is righteous, as there is evil. But some will argue to say that there is no such as morality. Well, if that's the case, then why is being helpful, being caring, being loving, being able to know things that are good, why not just do something without expecting a consequence?
Those are selfish acts. We do things selfishly for the good. For ourselves. So you just do them selfishly, not for a specific reason. I choose to do good because I have my own reasons, my own selfish reasons for being good. Doesn't need to match up with someone else's good.
So you're saying good is subjective, or is your good the ultimate good, or absolute good?
I don't know what is the ultimate good.
Okay, I'm asking you a question, right? So you're saying like, as you as a question, right? I can't believe these answers.
No. So the ultimate good would have to come from. It would have to be. Get from the nature of the ultimate goodness, which is God. Understand? So,
And how do you get it from the like? How do you receive it?
Like your book, your God cannot neither beget nor
Brother, I'll throw my look.
There's nothing intrinsic.
Oh, look, burn.
About
1 second.
your
Burn my book. Burn my book. Burn my book and make kabbalah. It's good.
I've been burning your book for the last year, the whole 2020.
Yeah, burn my book and burn my book. Burn my book. Now I'm asking you, like, how do you receive this from the ultimate good? These directions, right? This directive of like goodness and good acts. How are you receiving it from your God? From this ultimate good is what you said, not God. Ultimate good.
Yeah, he revealed it.
How are you receiving it? Okay, this revelation, what do you call that? Where is that? Your senses, but your senses could be fallible. What do you want about?
Of course. Believe it.
Okay, fine, then. If you want to like put me in a corner, like, well, I just believe it. Sometimes you're wrong. Okay, I guess you're right. Yeah, so sometimes you think something's good when it could technically be bad.
Right.
Okay, so your intention really is what matters here.
Always.
I didn't hear you.
Said always, yes.
Okay, based. We have the same philosophy.
Virtue ethics, something Muhammad didn't teach. He didn't teach virtue ethics.
Okay, the Muslims you speak to, my Muhammad did teach that. That's all he taught.
Really?
Yeah, brother.
Allah. Good luck proving that.
Brother, if she commits adultery, you're gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh every time. You know that?
So can you prove that?
No, I can't.
I know we can't.
I'm sure. Don't you have it?
Metaphysically.
And I burned yours.
yours. How about that, brother?
You're allowed to.
And I burned yours.
You're allowed to.
Well, I would never burn the Bible. I respect that book too. You Catholic.
Sit metaphysically.
Yeah, you would, Hamza. If you could, you wouldn't.
Hold on.
You are greedy women. We all
Wait a
know
minute,
that.
second.
Come on, we know how you roll. Come on now.
Hold on. Right now, I'm in America, but now I'm in a Muslim country. Well, you think I can't burn the Bible, dog? I respect the Bible. What are you on about?
Look, there's also Christians in Lebanon, so we all know that. We all know that.
Oh, trust me when I tell you, we're not scared.
You can burn a Bible in a Christian country.
What is that? You know, Christians are scared of us. They shouldn't be, though. They love us. The Shias, not the Sunnis. Sunnis are terrorists. Some Christians hate us. James is always espousing the Islam is hating. Sorry, Marcus, go ahead.
Islam. I have no reason to hate Islam. I don't hate anything or anyone. I don't do that.
Such a fucking liar. You can hate, bro. Everyone's gonna be fine.
I have family members who have converted to Islam. Do you think, in your wildest of dreams, that I would not defend my sister against any and all comers? That's 100%, regardless of her religion. If it makes her feel good, then I'm happy that she's happy. So Islam is not a bad thing. It's not a good thing.
Islam.
I don't. Anything takes too much energy.
Thank you for clarifying.
It takes too much. But the thing that I dislike about Islam and religion in general, absolutely. But I don't hate them. No.
Oh, James is an atheist? I thought he was Christian.
No, I'm an agnostic. Meaning I don't know.
Like Rob would say, you're right. Like Rob would say, you're a fence sitter.
I mean, at the end of the day, being the dumbass that I am, for myself, personally, the only tenable position that I can posit in this dilemma is I don't know. I cannot prove to you that God exists, and I cannot disprove that I can't prove that he doesn't exist. I don't know. And I don't care. God doesn't pay my bills.
If you don't care, then why are you on stage? Most of the times I hear you trying to prove theists wrong. You never try to prove atheists wrong. But you always have this I don't know, I don't want to say hate, but this bias towards theists.
No, I disagree. The reason why I don't attack theists because I recognize logic, a pattern of logic. Doesn't mean that I necessarily atheist. I don't. But, at least I can understand their train of thought, right? Believing in something and then claiming knowledge of the aforementioned something that is beyond your understanding and your experience, to me, is ludicrous. If you knew it, there would be no, look, dude, if you knew it, if you had the knowledge, there would be no. Believing actually entails wanting something to be true. But wanting something to be true does not necessarily mean that the aforementioned thing is going to be true. It's about your personal wants.
Yeah, I agree. But I know God exists, and then by your definition, I also believe God exists.
No, look, at the end of the day, if I had to ask you saying that you know God exists, if I had to ask you to demonstrate God's existence, how would you answer that question?
Why don't you just ask the question directly? Real quick.
It's dead. Silence is deafening. As he consults
I'm lagging.
You're not lagging. Check ChatGPT. You say you check your ChatGPT. I know.
What was the last thing? Wallahi not. Wallahi, my dad's in front of me. If you want me to.
I'm not as dumb as you think I am. It doesn't matter.
I don't think you're dumb. What the hell? Calm down. I think you're an idiot. I don't think you're dumb.
Yeah.
I'm lagging
That's much less worse.
Can you differentiate those two? That was interesting.
I'm lagging.
Can you differentiate between dumb and an idiot?
No.
You can't because
Mayor, why you gotta like jump in and make me look bad?
dude. You know why the reason why you're lagging? You know why the reason why Hamza is lagging? Because the country is load shedding.
Why am I running? My internet's poor. 3G.
It's lagging, but yet every time you speak, the clarity is, unquestionable. So I'm not sure how that's working out there.
Yeah, because God's on my side. How about that?
You have a history of being dishonest. Your words mean nothing.
What a piece. Oh, now you're missing the history of being an asshole on this app, not dishonest.
No, I'm being direct.
I don't know that. Look, I have a history of being an asshole on this app, but not dishonest.
No, you have a history of
believe what I'm saying.
You have a history of not faith interlocutor. We both know that. Pretend otherwise.
So you usually raise the bar in every room that you go into.
Let me move to the next part of the house, bros. You're cutting off. You have a history of blah, 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 and you zoomed out, and then pretend is where.
Oh no, I said that you always have this way of upping the bar in every room you're in. Hamza, I appreciate that about you. That you're consistent.
Thank you. Thank you. That's like.
Based. Tell you, bad people invent good things to say about each other.
Oh, he's commenting on Megatron too.
So the real question will come: will anyone ever answer Megatron's set objection?
Fuck.
That's retarded objection. Really bad.
I haven't heard it.
I was just stuck on the
It's fucking retarded, stupid bullshit. I don't know why Megatron's using it when someone like Sully should be using it.
So you still asking things like, are things identical to its essence? Like you're still asking questions like that. So it's like I can't take you serious.
Hold on, bro. I've heard myself on tape, and I know the sound.
And I wonder because I've been doing this. I've been looking this up.
It's my internet.
He can't beget. God cannot. Allah cannot beget nor be begotten.
Can you hear me now?
But when Hamza asks questions like that, right? Like, can it's identical to its nature or its essence or things like
It's like
that?
Verizon. Can you hear me now?
That's like violating everything that the Quran
Yeah,
says.
Megatron. I don't sound like that. I've recorded myself and heard myself on tape, and I don't sound like. Oh, dude, is this identical to the essence?
Yeah, you say that all the time.
I've heard you on TikTok. You know that?
Yeah, we've all heard you on TikTok. Think about something beyond that.
No, I mean in terms of recording instead of live.
You understand, Hamza, why I don't like lying. It's too much fucking hard work. When you lie, you have to remember the next lie to tell.
So James,
I gave you 2 passes, or I gave you
Hamza, yeah, he's cocking out. He's going in and out too much, Hamza. We're not going to
You can give me 2 parts or I can confiscate Lebanon.
I mean, which do you prefer?
Wow.
Yeah, Euro, so they have a big problem with the beginning. They just think it's biological or sexual begetting. But there's ontological procession, there's rational origin, there's veneration, there's causal without time.
Oh, that's a good point, because Hamza does, in fairness to Hamza, he does claim ontological order. He's not talking
Yeah, he
about.
does. And I don't know how they always say this, but we're not. God not being able to beget is a major flaw in their metaphysics.
Well, I'm still waiting for people to answer your set question.
Yeah.
Hamza tried, Nargis tried, other people have tried.
Yeah, there's 2 implications with Allah not being able to beget. Is that he cannot have an external relation origin. So he has that Allah has no intrinsic relation. All relations must be created external. So he becomes rationally dependent on creation to express love, word, self, knowledge.
Is there
It's a real dependency. There's no transcendence.
Is there a problem with the Holy Spirit or no?
Well, the beginning, you have to. Yeah, I mean,
I'll send this to you.
I'll send this to you. I'll send this. I'll just put it in the back channel, and you read it, and you let me know what's wrong.
To be fair, Bas, not most, but I've heard many Christians say what you said Hamza claimed. So it's not that controversial or shocking.
What did I claim? What did I? Because you guys keep cutting off.
Controversial is that he just doesn't understand basic philosophy. His, and he says they say they have this.
Get the fuck out of here! I don't understand. Oh, get the fuck! I heard that part. I don't understand basic philosophy.
Well, you don't know.
Get the fuck out of here! I don't understand any of that shit. You don't even know my beliefs on that shit.
No, but please.
His whole argument.
No, but we need to listen. No, but can I ask one question?
Yeah, Euro, they just check in the back channel. Just look at that. Tell me what you think.
I just want to know, does the moon pray? Yes or no? That's all I want to know. Please, can someone answer?
You and I are we.
No, I'm not talking about the stars. I'm talking about the moon, bro. So don't.
Who says the moon pray?
Say wallahi, praise. Say wallahi, praise.
Is the moon prayed or not? Why is that irrelevant to anything?
Is there anybody that
I'm trying to understand the brother. Sometimes you have to forgive some brothers. They don't know who they're praying to. So I want to know, does the moon pray? Yes or no?
But that's a rhetorical question. You know that, and I know that. That's the reason why you asked it. But how is that question going to move this discussion any shape, size, or form forward? It's not.
Imagine Morocco, they believe the moon prays. Imagine Morocco, they believe.
Good for them. I mean, if that's what they believe, and if that's what floats their boat, who gives a shit? I don't. I let them be happy doing what they're doing or what they're not doing, as long as it doesn't affect me. If it doesn't affect me, I don't have an opinion.
You don't know, because you don't know. So that's why. So sorry about it.
I'm pretty impressed that you know what I don't know after speaking to me for less than a minute.
So that tells that you don't know what you are saying, but you think it's nice to be heard, hearing your own voice. That's what I think, if we're starting to be direct.
Okay, so let me just sum up the argument here, just so that we're on the same page. Saying God cannot beget is not just denying sex or bodies, right? It is asserting that God lacks the capacity or internal relation origin that collapses into God into a solitary monad, makes his word and his love dependent on creation, and introduces contingency into divine attributes. Begetting does not mean biological. It means origin from the same nature without division or time. Denying that is not transcendent is a limitation.
When I came in, we was speaking about human beings.
Now,
speaking about
the verse is,
So that becomes
he does not beget, nor is he begotten. It's 112, verse 3. Now, they're only meaning this in a sexual way.
That's up to them.
They don't mean this in any other way.
But when I came in here, you wouldn't have thought the stars, the moon.
This ontological procession would be origin of the same nature. So he doesn't have a word. He doesn't have
but
his
that's like
mercy.
me asking you, does the Quran sound like
He has none of these. He doesn't have love
I'm not racist.
outside
Does the
of
Quran
his
sound like
creation.
Or does
He
music
is
make
dependent on his creation to have love, to have knowledge, to have his word, to be spoken for anything.
We're not talking about the word, we're talking about the creatures, the little creeps. So the moon, the sky, us, the stars, the whatever, do they pray? No, these Muslims don't want to come around here and say, oh, the moon. Like, come on, man. Does the Quran sound like music? No, there's no music. This is the way that phantom. It's phantom. So, alright, let me compare it to this world that we live in, right? You have a Bentley, and then you've got a Phantom. You've got a Ferrari, you've got a Porsche. What will you go for? The sound or the moon? Obviously, the sound. You want a Phantom, but does it sound like a Bentley? No. That's what I was talking about. But yeah, I believe the moon carries.
Just give me 1 second, Luca. Let me just, because the Muslims are coming in here and then they're just leaving because, you want me to study format logic? All right, I'll give you the format logic. And you know what? I'm going to put it in the chat for you. Okay? Begetting, this is basically what you're saying about your God. Your God is reduced to absolute monadic isolation.
We're talking about beings. We're talking about beings. So
I'll tell you how it follows logically. Okay? I'll explain. You want me to explain? I'll explain.
I read it.
Is it phantom?
You read it, right?
Yeah, but is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it points out how it results in a category here.
Look at 3.
Did you see that? The end of step 2?
He's a phantom.
The end of step 2.
Yeah.
Most people deny begetting only.
I don't know. But
It results in a
Yes.
category error, not a refutation.
That's crazy. Yo, imagine the moon praise. Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah, so you're saying it only means one?
Yeah, the people that say that are making a category error.
You go suck your mom.
That's what I mean. Do you believe that 2 to 5 are in the definition?
I'm not sure Luca understands.
No, Luca doesn't understand.
I never thought that I would agree with anything Bart says, but
We're not here for people who want to argue.
Okay, so who's the person? Let's see if Ahmed can
Let's have a
understand.
debate.
What I'll do is, I'll put this stuff in. Just give me 1 second. 1 second, brother Luca. Give me 1 second. Let me put these things in the chat for the guys who want to punch this in their chat GPT or the logical, whatever the hell he said. So I'm gonna put this stuff into you, right? This is for med. Okay? If you read it, if begetting is denied as an absolute inability, the following deficiencies follow logically. So Allah is reduced to an absolute monadic isolation.
You see,
and the result of this, logically,
you're one of them big,
right?
You're one of them.
If God or Allah, right? Let me give you the logical concept. If God has internal relation origin,
talk your mom to somebody and you want to bring logical information.
This
hold on, let me hear his argument. What's your argument?
God, I'm putting it in the chat.
I want to know.
Putting it in the chat. God has no intrinsic relation. So His mercy, His love, He has nothing before creation.
Hold on.
He
When you say
means creation. He is a contingent being which is reduced to an angel. Allah is a genie. I'm an example.
Okay, you said before creation
must be created externally. I have to finish your argument, my friend. Okay? And then this Muslim in the audience doing his insulting, which means he has no argument.
I'm not here for this.
Doing his insulting, which means he has no argument. And the conclusion here, right? This is the last one. The conclusion, okay? God becomes rationally dependent on creation to accept love.
That's up to
His word.
That's God.
That's his.
I'm talking about human.
I don't know what kind of knowledge this God has because he's just a dependent being on creation. So he's just as smart as his creation.
Oh wow, yikes!
Nothing beyond.
Thank you. Please, can I talk? Please.
Yeah, look at the arguments.
Please, 20 seconds. So obviously, they want to think, but I told them no.
Look at Ahmed's answer. You see, Euro, do you see Ahmed's answer in the chat? He doesn't understand what begetting and begot means. He just did that. You see what he just said? Look what he said. He said, it's relation. Let me take a screenshot of this. First. Hold on a second. Let me show you.
Let me just hear what Lucas argues.
I'm going to show you what Megatron actually means. This relation and God's attributes are all conceptual in his existence. You see that? So he's saying the same shit that Hamza says all the time, and he's literally contradicting himself by saying it's identical to his essence, right? So in order for that to be identical to his essence, Luca, you gotta chill.
Let him answer, you fuck. Oh, you're annoying now. Let him answer.
Hold on, I'm reading.
Let Luca answer.
What is he answering?
Well, you don't have to. He was speaking to your first comment, bro, that he's a deistic God and there's no relation to his mercy and that he's dependent on his creation. Let him answer that shit first.
Did you believe?
I'm explaining on that.
Yeah, and after that, Megatron also waiting for the second.
What was it?
Look at you. Wow. He just started it and he wasn't able to get it out.
Yeah, but can I please? So, boom, bye. Did he pick up the book or did he know the moon was with him? Or did he think, oh no, the moon just doesn't pray? So my question is, do you not believe the moon? You know, that's where it started from.
Hold on. Yo, 1 second, Luca.
I'm not here to stop things.
I understand, but Luca, I just want to make sure everyone knows. I don't know who this guy Luca is. I shouldn't have defended him. I thought he was going to say some rational shit, right?
My name is Luca.
I live on the second floor. I appreciate whoever sent him.
He had to be departed. Okay, so now the response.
Yeah, but I thought you would judge.
Yeah, look, Hamza, you have a response, Hamza?
He's getting kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, Hamza, you have a response, Hamza, to the argument?
Right. So the first part is what I'm going to address. When you said that his mercy is dependent on his creation, which is something that's created external to himself, don't really care about that part. And that if the creation hadn't been created, there would be no mercy. So you insinuated that there was no creation before God created the first creation, therefore God had no mercy until that creation was created. Have I steel manned it correctly so far, Megatron? So you know I understand what you're saying?
Define what it means for God to not be able to beget or be begotten. Correct. Nothing can come intrinsically from his nature.
God, I'm just going to ask you again, and that's fine. Did I steel man your argument correctly so I can address it? First, I have to understand what you're saying so I can address the shit you're saying.
I put it
Is that what you're saying?
Scroll up in the chat and read what I wrote in the chat. So if you scroll in the chat, the first thing I said was
Megatron. All related to
I'm going to tell you the first thing I said was if begetting is denied as an absolute inability, the following deficiencies follow logically, and then all my premises follow from there. So that was the first one.
Okay, so for me to understand exactly, I get that. I just, hold on, because Megatron,
but that's not what begetting means. That's not my fault. Your God is all-knowing, all-knowledgeable, created all things. He should know what begetting and begotten is on every level. This is the problem with your Quran, not mine.
Hold on. So he's all knowing. Look, begetting is the, hold on. Dude, beginning is the lower animal functions of sex. If that's what the Quran's referring to, then that's fine. Me and you both believe God doesn't have sex. God forbid, right? We don't talk like that about God. If that's what the Quran's referring to, fine. It's right in that sense. But you're using the word beginning in a different sense. I'm asking you, in what sense are you using the word beginning? That he can't beget a creation? Define that for me so I can address your argument.
In the Bible. The way the word beget or begotten is used in the Bible. In the Bible, we explain this ontological procession within the Trinity. We talk about a rational origin, one subsistent relation originating from another, right? No change or division, right? That's rational origin. We're talking about eternal generation, right?
Yeah, but in the Bible it says that the Holy. Yeah, but the Bible says that the Holy Spirit came upon Mary and overshadowed her. Like what? You're trying to put a mental image in my head, like how a bull overshadows a cow. Like, look, I don't want to talk about what the Bible's referring to when it says begotten that time, because I know what it's referring to. That's not.
I don't know what that meant.
Whether you like it or not, or whether you concede it or not, God impregnated Mary without her prior consent.
James, I'll get to you in a second. Yikes!
And this is not a problem for you?
Yo, James, hold on, Megatron. Let me just cook, James, real quick.
No, you want to run away.
I'm not. You take one sentence, you both shut the front door.
Wait, please. I don't.
Oh, okay, fine. Forget James, fine. I'm not running. Megatron, tell James to shut the front door.
So was he looking tricky?
Megatron, I'm asking again. I'm so pissed. Shut up, James. You atheist Catholic. Okay, Megatron. I want to address your argument. You're saying God doesn't know mercy until he creates.
That squats in the desert to take a dump. So tell me again, who's the coffee? I was raised using toilet paper. You were raised fucking using sand to scrub your ass.
Yikes.
Oh, yeah.
You're racist.
Oh,
these guys are racist. Okay, fine, James. Fair enough. Yo, the guy's a racist. Fine. Yeah.
I understand you, Megatron, Bob, whatever your name is. You hate being ignored.
I hate you for talking over me.
And you don't mind James for the faith to experience through this injustice, Bob, my ass bleeds for you.
Yeah, but yo, my ass bleeds because you're a racist, and apparently because I'm Arab, I rub my ass with sand when I take a shit, right? According to you, racist.
Yeah, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Where you people live, glass is not a real thing. You're a critic.
So do you want to say something and then let them move on, or not?
I think I said.
And shut this racist up so I can continue the conversation with Meg. And he left. Megatron left. Oh no, he's right here. Okay, Megatron, I want to address your stupid argument without the racist cutting in.
Wait, which stupid argument?
The fucking first one, because there was like 3, and you're so right, Euro. The first one, that he said God can't have mercy because he's dependent on mercy of having it until the creation's created, then God has mercy. But I have such a clear fucking defeater for that. If I just tell Megatron, well, the creation is eternal with God, that means God's mercy is eternal. That's a defeater for him, isn't it, Euro?
No.
Permission to speak freely.
Megatron says no.
Of course, shit. I don't know. I love your
Let shit go. I mean, let shit go. It's only fair for everyone to come in and derail the conversation to save you. Dad, right? Somebody else do.
Yeah, let's be real.
No, you're arrested. No, you address it.
Destroy your argument on something.
1 second, Shit, I have to stop you. He's trying to say I'm running, bro. Come on, Shit, don't let me get defeated. You know what I mean? Respect for Eddie Murphy. Megatron, address what I said. Megatron, if I just claim that the creation is eternal with God, that means his mercy upon creation is eternal. That's a defeater for your stupid ass argument.
He said no.
If God cannot beget, nothing can come from his essence.
You're healthy.
Speech becomes
He's not addressing.
Not an identity. Knowledge becomes something that God does. It is not. It not is. Introduces change and contingency, right? God was silent, then God speaks. You understand? There's no, for example, causal without time. So that means dependency without temporal sequence. But when we speak in the Trinity, right, we're talking about this ontological procession between Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, or Father and Son that have the Spirit that spirates their love. We have this before creation because the Father is begetting, the Son is begotten. It is the same nature. Okay, when you just now explained, let me steal man here. So when you just now explained, no, because you're just going to say it wrong again. You're not going to get it. Let me just steal man you. When you just said
you're right.
his mercy is his creation because his nature, his creation is eternal.
I didn't fucking say that.
You said his creation is eternal, and because his creation is eternal, it's going to be part of his essence, which means that his justice, his mercy has always existed because of the eternality of his creation.
Good.
Yeah, nothing can come forth from his
eternality. Now that's a correct
statement. He cannot beget. His eternality cannot be from his nature. Nothing comes forth from Allah. He cannot beget nor be begotten. Verse 112, verse 3.
Blur it out of my head.
Go ahead, Hamza.
Okay, am I audible? Now you are. Without lagging? Stuff. This guy said for like 5 minutes about spirating and blah blah blah. Like, look, I had a defeater for him. If I start cutting out, one of you guys needs to jump in and tell me, right? I had a defeater for him. I said, well, look, man, I'll solve that problem. If I say the creation is eternal, that defeats your argument that God couldn't have mercy on something that didn't exist. So he had no mercy, then he creates the creation, then he has mercy on the creation. So he's dependent on the creation for his mercy. I give you a defeater for that. I said, well, if the creation is eternal with God, then his mercy upon the creation is also eternal. You didn't address that. You steel man. Finally, at the end, you steel man.
That's a good argument. I don't believe it, but it's plausible.
James, you gave me credit there after hating me so much? Even James agrees that's your argument.
Even manure can have added utility, you know? Look at it like that.
Yo, I love James forever now. Even James understands that Hamza has a good defeater for Megatron. Megatron now needs to address Hamza's defeater.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is Bart is too limited to respond to you anything that you said. Hence he's, he's avoiding your question or your argument like Kitover. He knows he can't answer.
Yeah, so easy.
Actually, I answered him, and he's just not responding. I literally responded.
James, get him. James, get him. Did he answer my point?
So, Megatron, would you say that Hamza didn't answer because he's not tracking?
Yeah, because he doesn't. I'm trying to explain to him. His God says this in verse 112. Chapter 112, verse 3. Cannot beget nor see God.
You need to stop. You need to address what I'm saying. James, help me out.
No, you're right. The thing is, you are not answering.
No, you're right. Yeah, James. One mic on James.
We can take a small side break, and I was going to show a nice hadith. This hadith is about if a woman does not take care of her husband, how can she take care of Allah? And basically, even if she's on a camel and her husband expects service on top of the camel, if that is not met, then she cannot serve Allah.
Well,
You want the hadith number?
No, that kind of makes sense, though, right?
Kind of. But it's like, where are you going to have the camel? You can't bring it.
I don't believe in hadith. I'm not addressing that. I want to address Megatron. Fuck hadith. I want to talk to Megatron.
Okay,
only.
So Megatron, can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
When you're answering Hamza, do you think that you're addressing the specific points he's raising, or are you giving a different argument?
Well, I did a steel man of his, and then James jumped in, and then I don't know why, but I just couldn't understand. He was cutting it out.
Oh, that's what I think.
I said I properly steel manned him, and then he was responding, and then he cut out there. So I'm not even sure what to say after that.
Yeah, so Hamza, I think that's what happened. He started he steel man your argument, and then James interrupted, and then you cut out. So maybe in fairness, you should give Megatron another chance.
No, if he starts blabbering about spiration and shit, you need to stop him and address my argument that my defeater is if the creation is eternal, then his mercy argument goes out the door. You understand what I mean, Euro? So if he deviates from answering that, you need to stop him.
Yeah, but why can't you stop him? Why do I have to stop?
Because he can't stop on himself.
So he's saying that
Megatron
creation is eternally generated? Is that what he's saying?
Hamza, is that what you're saying?
Thanks for the side comment. Megatron, the ball's in your court.
Welcome, my brother.
Okay, so you're saying that, so let me properly steel man you. You're saying that the universe, as we know it,
okay, so Megatron is conceding because he's staying on mute, right? So Megatron, I'm just going to take out the concession, right?
I don't know what
you don't unmute, explain yourself.
What?
Right, it says I'm in the theater, then you're done.
So Megatron, I think in fairness to Hamza, I think he's probably just lying.
Yeah, he's gotta be lying.
Because he thinks you're not responding, so I think that's from the earlier period when James was interrupting.
It's funny, he hears everything that James is saying, though.
Yeah, because he's like behind. He's like a minute or two behind, probably.
Based on technology or comprehension?
No, I mean technology. I'm saying.
That doesn't solve the problem. That actually is the crux of the problem, because he's ignoring what being begetting or what being begotten.
Okay, I think he's caught up now.
That means that he just doesn't understand 100% what it is for God to beget something.
Yeah.
And he's saying that would also be eternal with God. So then it is intrinsically part of the eternal generation of the universe. But God cannot have anything from his nature because he cannot beget. So he's again just proving that he doesn't understand. He thinks his God has this and he just doesn't have it.
Mayor, are you here?
Yeah, but I haven't been following it.
I was going to say, because you're my theist expert, and I was hoping you could resolve the issue.
Want to lay it out in simple terms without shouting.
Well, Megatron and Hamza are doing it. So
are we repeating the two sides of the argument? Either one,
Megatron, do you wanna recap briefly the two sides of the argument and see which side Mayor agrees with?
So Mayor,
all right, I have a stable connection. Finally have a stable connection. Okay, Megatron, you've already steelman my shit. And I steelman your shit.
created. If it's eternal, then it's intrinsic to his nature, but he doesn't beget.
The fuck are you? Yo, I'm next. That's what people call it. Bro, fuck you're even staying anymore. I'm giving you a defeater for your.
I think this is a troll. I mean, honestly, doing this is ridiculous.
Resorting to insults is not cool.
Yeah.
No, I think what's happening, like, I want to be kind of fair to him. I think his connection isn't stable, so makes it a little uneven.
Maybe he's taking it as a personal attack when he hears the gospel.
Yeah, and especially when he has to admit that the Trinity is intrinsic to God's nature and God himself, right? So in order for God to be God, number one, he must reveal it. And number two, he also must be triune. And Hamza is going to have a very, very difficult time, like, admitting these two things about God.
Well, that's one of Mayor's take, because then I could have seen that this is just a pure logic question, or is this because of a Christian perspective?
No, this is because they want to say that Allah cannot beget nor be begotten.
Could you explain how you're using begotten?
Am I cutting off? Hold on.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
not trying to like.
There you are.
I know. Okay, am I clear right now?
The last two sentences, yes.
Okay, good. Megatron, you need to fucking address the argument, dude. You told me that God's dependent on the creation for his mercy to exist. Because, and you gave the reason, because at one point in time, the creation didn't exist. So God's mercy didn't exist upon the creation. I agree so far. Then God creates the first creation. Therefore, he has mercy on the first creation. I gave Peter for that. Look, man, I can just overlook that and just make the claim that the first creation is eternal with God.
Megatron, you haven't started.
Who said that? Because I'm going to attack with the fuck.
It was said by the
shit. You have Eddie Murphy, so I'm not going to attack you actually. Megatron. Oh, yo, I love you. Yo, I'm not even mad at you. Megatron, go ahead.
Norma, have you been tracking all this?
Fucking silence, bro.
I just popped in at the end of Hamza's last thing.
Okay, so the word begetting or begotten, Premier, they want to say that it only means biological, which is the big, huge blunder in the Quran.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
But it also means, my definition is to tell them that we're not using it in a biological sense. No Christian is going to say that Jesus is the biological Son of God. It's an ontological procession, the origin of the same nature. No material, no temporal. It goes from the Father to the Son, the will and then the Word, the mind and then the Word, or the mind then the intellect. We're saying this is before creation, the rational origin, the one subsistent relation originating from another, no change, no division. That's rational origin, ontological procession. This is what begotten means when we discuss it under the Christian worldview.
Can you paraphrase what you just said with using other words to make us know that you understand the words that you meant?
Yeah, I can. But now,
so for example, Esau says to Jacob, when he's hungry, he says, "Where'd you be getting that bowl of porridge? Where you be getting?"
I'm done. So the claim that Megatron is making is that the beginning is not only should be taken physically, but could be meant in an ontological sense. At least that's what I understand.
But that sounds strange to me in the sense that something that has when we talk about an ontological reality of something, we're not talking about its reality as a created thing, right? So could we replace begotten with created? Is that the sense we mean it?
My question exactly. How is begotten different than created?
Now we're getting somewhere because I think that's one of the core differences between what Megatron is saying.
Very good. This is an excellent question, right? So now, in the Bible, Peter and many other places, God is love. In order for God to be love, he must possess love before creation, because God is intrinsic to his nature. So we have this love between the Father and the Son, and what unifies them and their love is the Holy Spirit before creation.
That's right.
There is a procession of origin.
Wait, Mark.
I don't get it. I'm going to stop. I'm putting it in the chat. I'm going to put it in the chat for the people that are stuck in purgatory. Okay? This is for the purgatory people.
Look, Mark, you just keep repeating the same kind of like jargony phrase.
Fuck you, Cather. Fuck.
Oh, okay, cool. So, Mark,
thank you, Caleb. Fuck you, Megatron. I'm back. Hold on.
Okay, but wait a second. Hold on. Thanks for coming back. You just keep repeating these jargons, right? And I guess the question that I have about, are you just trying to say like, okay, there's this existence with separate things, even though they're separate from God, but they're not really separate. And I'm just telling you that all this stuff exists, these relational axes, right, between Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. All you're just doing is describing a Godhead before creation, right? That's all you're doing, right?
Yeah, but that's big because they don't think
the Godhead before creation. I understand, but so like Barth's thing is actually like a little bit like, I don't know. It's a reverse engineering. It's not front to back. It's back to front.
Yes. Yo, Caliph gets it. Yeah, he understands exactly what Megatron's stupid ass plan is. And finally, I'm back with my shitty country internet.
Please give us your coordinates when you have it. You can back to that.
And turn on your pager to full volume.
Okay, I hate both of you. Can I talk to Megatron now?
No, I'm sorry. I'm done. Just give me a minute.
You could find the solution to this disconnect problem.
I can solve this problem.
The only motherfucker asked me, this motherfucker, look how pissed I am. Shut the fuck up.
Just Muslim
Hold
Catholics,
on.
right? Their God cannot be dead, nor can their God.
You're all you, 1 second, bro. All you atheists, Muslims, hold on, not agnostic. Straight up.
Sorry. Thank you so much, and wishing everyone over here a very happy New Year, by the way. Magnus, just to add a couple of things over here. When we speak about creation, I absolutely agree that there is a creator behind every creation. No matter how minuscule it is. But when it comes to God, irrespective of the shape or the form of the name of the God, what really God brings is hope. It's faith. It's something that you actually want to feel positive about.
I'm done. You're I'm done.
Done.
Hey, fuck you up.
Shut the fuck up right now. I like you.
You're eating cow dung, okay?
Okay, right.
You're eating cow dung. In your country, you're eating cow dung.
So, can I ask you a question? What does your avatar represent?
I'm moving down.
What does this avatar represent? Does anyone know?
Do you have any opinion on this debate?
I can't even hear people cutting out over talking to each other to sanity. Welcome, Justin. It's good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Happy New Year, guys. Sheree, Bushu, Hamza, Boogie.
Just as a closing remark, what I feel is God is, like, in a sense, hope within ourselves, and we wake up feeling, or rather, like, wanting betterment, and that hope is, quite spiritual by itself. So thank you so much.
It's amazing.
I just think it's a shame that there's no conversation going on here, and we're making some headway between Megatron and Hamza, and then it suddenly somehow got derailed, and so that's just a shame.
It's also just like God doesn't have a shape or form. It's ambiguous. It's
You believe in God, Sheree? Is that what you're saying?
I believe in vibrations. I believe in positivity. I believe in
Well, that's not God.
That's not God, but then see, I also believe that God is sleep, and then come back tomorrow and smash it out of the park.
No,
and that's
a creator of the universe, brother.
Of course, I did accept that, where there's a creation, there is a creator, of course.
Okay, so you do believe in that God?
I do, yeah, in a sense, yes.
In a sense.
I would never give it a shape or a form.
All right.
He was having a bad day on the 6th day, so he had to take the 7th day off.
And Hamza, you already lost this debate. And what I'll do is I'll just explain it to someone else so that they can explain it to you because you obviously don't get it.
That's what I was trying to get you to do with Mayor.
Yeah, can we stay I mean, it seemed like Rabbi jumped in and I was going to explain to him, and he knows the language that the Christians use about Yeah, and that's the reason why I wanted it to explain to him, but I can't rewrite the same things in the chat, so I might just send the back chat.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Decepticon! Fuck you!
You said when there's a creation.
Okay, can we do this without interruptions? Could Megatron explain it?
It's impossible in this room. It's not going to be possible. I have to only do this in my own rooms because they just make they love to troll me. So even when I get a conversation going, they're just gonna derail again. They're gonna allow the argument to go.
That's true.
Wait, they've been doing this for the last 40 minutes already. I'm wrong.
I don't even think we're up to an argument now. I'm trying to understand when he says begot, what that means and how it differentiates from created.
You said when there's a creation.
And they keep letting guys like this talk. I'm done.
Why is it necessary that the creator should be something supernatural? Why can't it be some non-theistic super intelligent being?
Okay, so that's another question. That's completely off topic.
Exactly.
Let Megatron talk.
This is completely why you can't have a serious conversation with these interruptions. It's not fair to Megatron. It's not fair to Hamza.
So Megatron, do you want to try again, or are we moving on?
Well, I will list them in the chat when I speak of beyond, because I don't want to have to keep.
Okay.
You know, it's interesting.
I think they just want.
You know what's interesting about that word begot, right? Like the way that I know that word is, and so begot so and so begot so and they were this many years old when they died, right? That's like where we got. That's the section of the begots, right? Which does seem to imply biological or material creation. It doesn't really mean the word translated when God created something else in Genesis. It doesn't use the word begot in English.
Yeah,
that might tell us something. That might tell us something, right, about the nature of what begot really means.
But Colette, there is one reason I think that there's another meaning, because the Christians also say that Jesus is God's only begotten Son. They certainly don't mean in a biological sense, right?
They don't mean biological, but they mean something. The relationship between biological stuff. They mean something approaching that, even though they don't mean biological.
Exactly. And I think that's what Megatron was trying to suggest. That there's some other meaning that's not biological that he was calling ontological.
Okay, so Lawrence, what do you mean when you say ontological? So then, okay.
Ontological procession.
Okay, I know what those two words mean. I don't know what they mean together.
Like one leads
to the next. Origin from the same nature.
Origin from the same nature, which means
okay,
tell me if I get this right. Origin from the same nature, which would then mean not biological, because biological descendants aren't of the same nature. Is that the idea?
Well, to a degree they are. So I think they're saying that because it's made from your it's made from your material. Not exactly the same nature, but it's made of nature.
There's a symmetry and a non-symmetry. Symmetry is nature and essential properties and things like that.
Yeah, but it's non-material, non-temporal.
I got you. I think I understand.
Okay, so let me try to say it like this. Are you trying to say that begotten would mean in a similar nature, at least to some degree. And so that would be like creating another human being, or God creating another part of the triunion, as opposed to created, which would be like making a cake, which has nothing to do with my nature.
Yeah, there's a verse in the Quran that speaks of this clearly, and it said, and this is why I know they understand the word. It said, if Allah were to have a son, the first of worshippers. Okay, he would be the first of worshippers, right? So the Quran understands that if Allah did have a son, Muhammad would worship him because they know that he would be of the same nature of Allah and would be worthy of worship.
Okay.
Yes.
So now that we got to here, can you finish the argument? Now that Allah came out, God, let's see.
Thank you, Mir, bro.
So when they say he has these things before creation, they are making a major mistake, because he cannot have anything intrinsic to his nature like his justice. His justice has to be created.
Okay, but if I fucking
Because
claim
he cannot beget. I just explained that to you. So his mercy that they're saying is intrinsic to his nature cannot be beget. It has to be created. It cannot be in the same. They can't say this thing like eternal generation.
Okay, I think I found
Eternal generation means begetting.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Eternal generation. Hold on. Eternal generation can mean begetting. An argument that he was never just or he was never merciful, because if begetting means eternal creation, eternally just, and he's eternally merciful. I defeat your argument, Megatron. Fuck. I don't know why you're not just conceding, dude.
I didn't hear what he said, man. He just keeps bringing up.
The way I see a difference between your 2 points of view is that yours has a before to this creation, whereas his creation, it's part of the essence of the deity, and therefore it's eternal. I could be wrong, but that's how I hear the difference between you two guys.
I'm exhausted.
And I think I just got confirmation, because in the chat he said, my creation is eternal.
Yeah, where does he say that?
Barth, I got a question for you. Why do justice and things like that have to be created? Why can't those be essential qualities?
Because his essential qualities.
They can't.
They can't. Because
they have.
Right. They can't be
because they. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Okay, but wait. I don't think you understand. The way that you're responding to the question doesn't sound like you asked.
I'll tell you why. Why can't they be created? Because they have to be juxtaposed upon something else exterior to that which is just.
Why?
You can't be.
Why?
How is that?
Right. You have to be. I'll tell you why. You have to be merciful. I'll tell you why. You have to be merciful upon something outside of yourself.
No, I can be merciful on myself.
So you're completely right. Look. I'll concede. Hold on, because Count is base. He's right. I can be.
He's a little.
Cal is right.
That's fine. Cal is right.
Am I cutting off? Can you guys hear me with clear sentences?
We're cutting off.
You're cutting it out.
Can you just confirm or tell me that I was
that
I characterized you wrong? If you
you never quote me wrong or categorize me wrong. Whatever you say is what I go by. But I'm not. Yeah, but you don't have to ask that question. You already know what I believe. Cal, you're right. I can be merciful upon myself. Completely right. We're not talking about that category. We're talking about everything exterior to oneself. So then, if we're talking about the category of something exterior to oneself, I can't be merciful to something that doesn't exist yet. That thing has to exist for me to be merciful.
Hamza, you've negated your point. Because you said that if we're only focusing on that which is external to us, but I'm not focusing on that. I'm saying there are capacities of the solitary God that are intrinsic. Just try this out, right? Regardless of whether there's something else apart from the God. God is all of those things all the time, even if there's nothing else, because God can always apply those principles to God's stuff.
No. Now let me throw you in a loop, because you're right.
Wait, why not? Why not?
My worldview.
You just said, wait a second, you just said no, but you don't say why not.
Right. Let me justify why. Okay. Look, now this is a weird interpretation of religion, especially as a Muslim. If everything is derived from God, meaning, look, I don't care who's in the room, I'll tell you secretly, right? If everything is God, if he's merciful to himself, he's merciful to creation, which is quote-unquote outside of himself, yet it's begotten from himself. Do you get what I'm saying, Calv?
No.
Okay, let me explain further. You're right, let me explain further. If everything is God and he's merciful to himself, if something were to take their interpretation, for example, I look at a glass and it's half full, but yet someone else says it's half empty. We're predicating the same thing to that which is predicated. We're both actually talking, even though we have different descriptions of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to be like hidden through my words. 1 second, let me talk about Calvin.
Look, if you're just trying to, if you're just trying to say like there's something out there that we both look at it the same way, and we both look at but we describe differently, that's just a linguistic convention. That doesn't mean that the thing is actually.
I'm not saying that. You're not understanding. If I'm saying that.
Yes, I'm not. Yes, you are correct. I'm not understanding. Hamza, just go back. Hamza. You're right. I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding, but because I don't think you're being that clear.
Let me be blunt. Let me be blunt then, because I have to hide what I believe. If I don't, people send me death threats. So let me just be blunt real quick, because people are like goldfish. They're fucking donkeys. They'll forget anyways. If I tell you, Cal, that everything, so if God's merciful to his own self, it means he is chin, quote unquote, that if everything is God, then he's himself, means he's merciful to us, right? 1 second,
you're covering. Dude. Yeah, I'm missing every third word, so it's really hard to say. I really don't understand what you're saying.
So let me speak slowly. Hold on. If God is everything, well,
that's an if.
Obviously that's an if. Obviously, if God is everything, and God is merciful to himself, then he's merciful to everything.
But all you're doing is, again, that just means there is no such thing. There's nothing external to God in that case.
Correct. Right. But my premises still hold.
Which is necessarily the case if one is predicating of this
for
God.
Me, not for them, Euro.
No, I'm just saying, when they talk about God before creation, that God is necessarily everything.
And he is actually within creation.
There's no such thing as his attributes because there's no predation of his creation, because if he fuck Judaism and fuck Islam and fuck Christianity, you all have it wrong. I'm talking to Calvin right now. I'm trying to prove my beliefs to this motherfucker. That's retarded.
Instead of
you have to explain that.
Yeah, instead of trying to prove your beliefs, just explain your beliefs. I don't care about you proving them, but you can explain coherently what they are.
Yeah, by explaining it, okay, now Cal's going against me for some reason, even though I'm showing him love. Fine.
I'm not going against you. No, I'm not. Dude, I'm not going against you. I'm simply in the process of trying to understand what I believe. Right. You're not doing a great job.
If everything is God, well, let me fucking try you. Everyone shut the fuck up. I'm talking to Cal, bro. Stop talking.
understanding the
Well, I'm not trying to jump and drop.
And second,
I don't care for you
blaming yourself again and again. You still don't understand yourself, bro. Why? And you don't even understand the concept.
Shut your mouth, dude. I'm talking to Cal.
Hey, hold on.
I let you say your 2 points. And now do me the respect of showing the fuck up. Salah.
Hey,
Salah. Can you tell me shut the fuck up?
Going back and forth. If you could wait for them to finish up, and then you can chime in.
You're the best. That's why I love you. So I'm gonna explain to you, Cal, right? If something تسمعني؟ والله تكتب؟ Thank you. I'm being loud. Now security's coming out of my apartment complex. Now, Cal, if I tell you that everything is God, and God is merciful upon himself, ergo, it must be that God is merciful upon everything else, because everything else is God. Right, Cal?
I mean, I understand you so far. Keep going.
Good. You don't have to look. You haven't asked me the reason as to why everything is God. That's a separate argument.
I don't care about
I'm not addressing that.
I'm not asking you.
I'm addressing the
I don't care about that. I know, Hamza. You're a little hyper right now. I'm with you. Just slow down. Just take it a step at a time. Slow down, okay? Again, if everything is God and God is merciful towards God's self, God is merciful toward all the other things. Good. And continue. That's it?
Okay. So now it's like hidden. No, hold on, Cal. Now it's hidden language between me and you, because I think you're a rational person who understands what I'm about to say. I'm trying to hide my beliefs from everyone else because they send death threats, bro. Like, what am I supposed to? Muslims and Christians alike, they send death threats. So I'm not trying to talk to them. I'm trying to talk to you. If I believe, and I'll talk clearly, because don't forget, they're goldfish. They're donkeys, in my opinion. If I believe anything, I'm trying to. I don't know why you keep clowning, and I'm treating you mercifully, right? So, but switch real quick if you keep clowning and shit. If everything's
discussing this issue, I thought we were discussing the question of Adam and whether God can create things that are separate from God's self. You seem to think no.
I literally just fucking went over that.
You seem to think because since everything is God.
If God
is correct, did I paraphrase correctly?
I didn't really listen. I'm trying to
have a conversation. Listen, thumbs up. We would get a lot farther if when I paraphrase back, when I say something like, so what you're saying is,
it's fair enough. You're right.
I know. Okay, because that's how we're doing it. What I heard you say.
I'm about to fucking body you. Go ahead.
What I heard you say is
you want to be arrogant in your speech?
I'm not. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm not being arrogant. I'm trying to have a real conversation. I don't understand why you're reacting this way. Honestly.
I take it back. Okay.
It sounds to me like you think that there is just that in the same way that God is eternal, all of creation is eternal. Is that what I'm picking up? Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's actually a bad way to say it. That's actually a bad way to say it. We wouldn't say all of creation. We would just say all of existence. We wouldn't say creation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that what you believe? Okay, great.
Very good. Yes. Okay, and why I believe that? Because I have a justification for that. My justification is there's a contradiction in someone stating the fact that there can be creation ex nihilo, which means for everyone else, there can be creation from nothing. That's a contradiction. You can't have something coming from nothing. That's a contradiction. Ergo, it must be the case that something always comes from something. That means everything always comes from God, which means everything is God. Cal, I'm only speaking to you clearly now about my beliefs. I don't care what everyone else thinks. If I'm a Catholic or whatever the fuck whatever they want to believe. I'm telling you what I believe logically makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. I think you're gonna have a problem. Where you're gonna have the problem is to figure out where does the first something come from. So that's like your burden. But I understand. This is a belief that I've heard many times. I understand. You've been clear about it now. Thanks. We made it. We got it.
I mean, no problem. And the first creation's always going to come from that necessary cause. A cause is always going to produce the effect. It can't produce it from nothing because nothing doesn't exist. Ergo, that something is the same thing as whatever is affecting it. I don't want to say too much, bro, because all these fucking religious people are always flipping out and shit. I'm always getting death threats, so I'm trying to calm that shit down.
That's sad to hear that you get death threats over ideas.
Saw that before because you sound familiar.
Yeah, I'm Sayla. We talked often.
Oh yeah, we did talk often, didn't we? Oh, he's my brother. He's my cousin. Oh, he's my brother. He's my cousin. So he understands me.
All these people were.
It's so weird. I've gone this whole life, and I've met like 3 Jewish people. I know, and now they don't want to talk anymore, so I have to like fill the dead space. You know what I mean? I've met 3 Jewish people IRL in real life, and they've always been the most intellectual people I've ever met in my whole life. And I give that credit to Cal as well. I believe he's an intellectual, and I'm very surprised to hear that he's Jewish. It just follows, this lived experience that I've had. Megatron, forever a dumb fuck. He'll always be a dumb fuck for the rest of his life. Isn't that right, Megatron? Dumb fuck. I don't even know why your PTR is that hot girl with the hijab you're wearing. I don't know why you have that. Maybe you're trying to insult people who believe in Islam or whatever. You're a piece of shit, bro.
Stop using profanity and stop questioning that.
Why? Does it hurt your feelings, you fucking bitch?
Hamza, are you Muslim?
I'm not the kind of Muslim you like, but I am a Muslim, bro.
So you're Shia?
Dude,
so you're Shia, Hamza?
Even Shias don't like me. Even Shias don't like me. That's how special.
So what are you? What are you?
He's my kind.
I answered. Don't fucking make me
What
right.
are they gonna do in North?
I'll tell you what I answered.
Finally got it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we want to go to the next level?
Noah.
Because
Yeah.
this conversation.
Hold on, now Mir.
You just speak.
Let me talk to Noah.
Just speak.
He's a Muslim. Yeah, he's a Muslim Sunni. I'm about to fucking roast. So I'll tell you exactly what I am, Noah. I enjoy it. I'm a 12er Shia mystic philosopher. That's what I am.
Kafir. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, now, yo. Are you a Athari? Because you sound like you're.
Yes, I'm an Athari. Do you have a problem?
So you believe in 100 gods, don't you? You polytheist.
No, astaghfirullah. I don't believe in 100 gods.
Let me ask you: is Allah's hand different from Allah's face?
Yes.
Is Allah's hand? 1 second. I don't need help. I don't need help from anyone.
I think you need to let the other people.
Let me prove this guy's up.
Why are you nervous, Hamza? Yes, you are a
Let me
kafir.
come because the guy keeps cutting me off.
Yes, you
Right,
are
so
a
let me defend
kafir.
myself. Let me now prove that you're a kafir.
You said you rest your case and then you're gonna just.
Why is Stevie cutting in? Yo, Stevie, are you his lawyer? Are you his lawyer? You have to cut in. Let me now prove he's a kafir. He called me a kafir. He's called me an infidel. That means by his standard, I should get my head chopped off. So now I'm gonna.
I didn't say that.
Is that fair?
I didn't say that. Just to side note.
No,
I said you're a kafir. I didn't say that you should be killed.
So now let me prove that point. Noah, what's the ruling on a kafir?
Because we have conditions that we're gonna have to check whether it's عذر جهل or like إقامة الحجة, a lot of other conditions that has to be taken into consideration. But over Shias in general are kuffar.
Right.
Anyway, so go ahead with your recycled stupid Ashari.
1 second. Let me finish. I didn't ask you what the standard of being.
Wait, you were asking me about God, right? No, God's hands is not like God's face.
You cut me off now. You cut me off now. You see why, Noah?
You've been trying to finish the last hour.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, bro. Shut your mouth. Let me talk to Noah. Because I'm more entertaining than you, Siri, to be honest with you. You sound boring. You sound boring, my dog. Noah, fine. I'll forgive the fact that you explained what's judged to be a kafir. I didn't ask that. I said, what's the ruling on someone that's already been judged to be a kafir? You ignored that part.
A kafir is someone who disbelieved in Islam.
I didn't ask you.
You're never a Muslim.
What's the ruling on a kafir? That you have to.
What do you mean ruling on a kafir? What did the kafir do? Did he steal something? Did he kill somebody? What is the like? What do you mean? In which context?
Stop.
Which context are you talking about? No, it's not the same. You stupid fuck.
Let me clarify.
Like you don't really think about fiqh, bro.
Let me clarify.
All right.
Let's see if I can.
Listen, Hamza, can we stop emotions? Can we stop emotional arguments? Let's talk about God, right?
Let's go back to the regular. Yeah, you're right.
Let's go about God. Yeah, let's talk about God. Yeah. God's hands is not God's face.
Okay. Right. You said there's a differentiation. So my next question becomes: Allah's hands and Allah's face, which there is a real differentiation between the two things, are they eternal?
Yes, they are eternal attributes of God, yeah.
Very good. Are they independent?
What do you mean by independent?
They don't depend on anything else for their existence. The mere fact they are what they are, they exist.
No, they are descriptors of the essence. So we believe that God depends on them, and the attributes depends upon God. Something called counterfactual dependency. Do you know? Have you ever heard about it?
Fair enough. 1 second.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know what? Yeah. What is? Okay. Define counterfactual. Okay. Define counterfactual. Define counterfactual dependency. You said you know about it. Okay. Define counterfactual dependency. Yes, I want to test your information.
Hold on, bro. Let me ask my first question, then we'll get to that.
Okay, what is a counterfactual dependency? Go ahead. Stop Googling it, bro. Come on.
Okay,
just say I don't know it.
Fair enough.
Just say I don't know it.
Let's say I'm not okay. You have to
okay, we're gonna play some mind games now. This is what the Shias are.
Are you gonna stop speaking? Are you gonna stop speaking so I can answer? I'm gonna answer your question. It's unfair, but I'll still do it so you can. So I'm gonna force you to answer mine. Is that fair? If circumstances were different, it would have been the reality. That's what counterfactual is. Right or wrong, it's contrary to the facts. Are they independent? And you have the gall to say no, they're dependent. Fine. Now the clarifying question. Allah's hands and Allah's face, what are they dependent? By dependent, I mean their existence. They can't exist unless they depend on something. What are they depending on for them to exist?
Yes, like I said, counterfactual dependency. So the attributes of God, like his hands and his face, these are intrinsic to God's essence, and God depends on them for his existence, and the attributes of God that are eternal also depends on God. So that's what we believe in counterfactual dependency. So this is exactly. Shut the fuck up.
He's talking about begetting. He's talking about begetting and begottenness, and they're saying a lot of
Silla, can you mute that guy? Like, this is a very important conversation here. It's about creed.
Thank you.
Silla, please mute that guy.
Ignore. It's fine.
Okay, ignore him. Don't talk.
Okay, let's do this. We said we weren't going to be emotional, but people are still calling each other names. And let's let like two people, have a back and forth for a little bit, and then we'll pause and get outside commentary so that other people don't feel like they're waiting too long. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool. Thank you. So, continue, Hamza.
All right, Habibi. All I understood from what you said, you correct me if I'm wrong. Allah's attributes, for example, his hand and his face, which are real ontological. By ontological for the audience, that
what do you mean by ontological?
Exists in reality. Right.
Yeah,
something that exists in reality is not. I know. I know. Right. They exist in reality, and they're dependent on Allah's essence, is what you're really trying to say.
What? Did I say that?
I'm asking. It's a question.
No, I didn't say that. I said Allah depends on His attributes for His existence, and His attributes depends on Allah for their existence as well. The attributes are intrinsic to God's essence. Hold on, let me finish. This is the Athari Creed, bro. Alright? The attributes are intrinsic to God's essence, right? And they are not independent, meaning they are not really distinct from one another, like separated from one another. When I say really distinct, I mean they're not separated from one another. They are distinct, essentially. That's
okay. When you say they're not really distinct from one another, but they're distinct from one another, that's a contradiction, my dog. But I know what you really mean. You mean that they're distinct from one another.
No. I explained what I mean by there are real distinction. That means that they are not separate from one another. They are not away from each other. That's what I wanted to say.
I don't know what away means, because that just means distance. I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah.
They are different from each other. Real difference.
Yeah, they are real different. God's knowledge is not God's power. Yeah.
Allah's hand and Allah's face really exist, and they're different from each other.
Exactly. Yes.
Now this is my question. They both depend on Allah's They both depend on Allah's essence, which means Allah. Allah's essence.
No, I never said that.
Okay.
I never said that.
So are they independent from? Okay. So are they independent from Allah's essence?
No, you're presupposing ADS. No, God is not His essence.
Let me ask the clarifying question. If that's cool with you, right? Is Allah, that word Allah, right? That word Allah is representing something in reality. It's just a word. Allah what it means is Allah's essence plus His attributes. Do you agree?
Allah, exhaustively, you want to exhaust God and His attributes and His essence. His essence are intrinsic to the attributes.
I'm just going to re-ask the question.
Allah, you didn't understand what I'm saying. Like, bro, that's what?
I know, that's why I'm re-asking. Allah is a reference to something that's being referenced in reality. When someone says the word Allah, it's a reference to Allah's essence plus Allah's attributes. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry. Hold on a second.
Can we get in here real quick?
Hold on. We believe that the Allah exists with a real essence. That Allah has like real attributes. Hold on. We affirm what is appearing in the revelation. We don't say that neither the essence of Allah neither identical to the essence nor separate from that.
Good. So let me explain to everyone what you just said. So the brother's actually agreeing with me. In very simple terms, what he's saying is when someone brings up the reference, the word Allah, what they're referencing in reality, it can't be just Allah's essence. Why? Because Allah's essence has these attributes that are also, they have their own being. By being, I mean they have their own existence. For example, Allah's power, Allah's knowledge. Yeah, but they don't know the word ontology. I'm trying to describe to them. Allah's power, Allah's knowledge.
I reject the word ontology.
Okay, ontology for me just means something that exists in reality.
Okay.
That's all ontology.
Okay.
Do you accept that definition?
Continue.
Good. He accepts. So when someone, for his creed, an athletic creed of Islam, Sunni Islam, when he says Allah, that's a referential to something that's being referenced. The reference is Allah's essence, but not alone. It has to be Allah's essence plus His real attributes that exist in reality, and each one is different from itself. For example, Allah's knowledge exists in reality, and it's different from Allah's power, which exists in reality, and that's different from Allah's face and Allah's hand. So I'm making the claim that this guy is a polytheist. Why? Because these attributes are eternal, number one. He said they're dependent. Now we have he should have said they're independent because it's God, but he made the claim they're dependent, so I have a different attack here. So Noah, your God is dependent. Why? Because he has attributes that contribute to what is being referenced. Allah is his essence.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I don't like to be interrupted, so I would appreciate it if no one interrupted me when I'm talking now. First of all, my God is not dependent. I said counterfactual dependency. If you are dependent upon something, then that means that you are dependent upon something that is outside of yourself. That is something that is separate from yourself. I said it clearly, Hamza. Listen to me because I think you have hearing issues. I said you depend on yourself. That means that makes you independent. Doesn't make you dependent, right? So hold on a second. I'm drafting. That's number one. Number two. I say that I have 99. You want to say that I have 99 gods or whatever? That stupid argument of some sharmut. Fine, no problem. We say that the attributes of God are descriptors of the essence. They are intrinsic to the essence. They are not the same as God. What we truly believe about God is basically Allah is described by his attributes, and the attributes subsist in his essence. They are inseparable from each other in manner of befitting it. So without asking how, bila kayf, that's what we hold to. Now, someone like you who believe that he is God because you're created from God's light, and God's light is eternal, and you can say that God's God is eternal and they are created. You believe that something is created and eternal at the same time, which is a contradiction. So it's really, really strange to come from someone like you, Hamza, to say that. Did you understand what I'm saying?
I did. I'm going to respect your question. I'm going to answer your question first, and I'm going to address what you said. So I respect your question. You asked me, is something that's eternal and created a contradiction? I would say no. Because for you, created means something that's not eternal. But I don't take created to mean that. My definition of created means it could not exist because of something else that doesn't exist. So something else has to exist. That doesn't negate time. If X, therefore Q. So if X exists, then Q exists. And that can be an eternal relationship. If God exists, then the creation always exists. It doesn't have to be in time. Now I want to address what you said. Did I answer your question? You want to a follow up on that?
I will follow up on that, but later on, continue what you wanted to say.
Okay. Now my argument fucking kicks in. You said, oh, God's not dependent anymore because his attributes, you use the word, are subsistent within his essence. All that means to me is that they're dependent on the essence. You already said that before. So if I were to make the claim, when I refer to Allah, right, it's his attributes plus his essence. But I'm going to take away Allah's knowledge. That's one of his real attributes that exists. Now it doesn't become the Allah you're referring to, because your Allah is going to be the essence plus the attributes, and one of those attributes is going to be Allah's knowledge. If I take that away, Allah's knowledge, it's not what you're referring to anymore. So that what you're referring to, even the rebel far.
I couldn't hear that. So
okay, let me repeat. Okay. Allah, when you say the word, it means Allah's essence. By essence just means what something is. And what Allah is a conglomeration of his actions are not the same thing. And Allah needs both for him to be Allah. If I were to take away Allah's knowledge, he wouldn't be the Allah you're referring to.
Yes. If you were to take my skin, my soul, I'm not going to be a human being. Yes.
Correct. So Allah's dependent on Allah's knowledge for him to be Allah.
Yeah, counterfactually.
Let's take a
Right.
Like,
quick see if like Nargis and a couple other people want to chime in, and then you two go back at it again. Just real.
yeah, because he's just making claims and like I don't see any arguments.
I'm trying to justify, dog. She stopped me. She stopped me, dog. Go ahead, Nargis.
Megatron and Nargis, do y'all want to chime in before they go back at it?
No, I want to continue.
Okay, go ahead, guys.
Continue, bro. But can you just give me arguments? Because all I hear from
I'm
you
trying
is
to
just claim.
hear you. I'm trying to
Like
get
you're explaining. Well, thank you for explaining the athletic creed, bro.
It's not for you. I know you believe what you believe, bro. I'm trying to explain to all these people here, bro. I know I won't convince you, but I'm about to convince the shit out of them. Your Allah is dependent on something that's real. It's not an abstraction. It's not something made up in our
No
minds.
problem.
Allah has knowledge, and that's right. Allah has knowledge, and that's different from Allah's power ontologically. For you, Noah, which means they both exist. They both, not one thing. They both exist in reality for Allah to be Allah. If I were to take away Allah's knowledge, it wouldn't be Allah anymore. And you conceded, you said, yes, it does depend on Allah's knowledge to exist for Allah to be who He is. So now my argument kicks in. Your Allah is dependent, at least on one thing, Allah's knowledge. You have to say yes.
Counterfactually, yeah.
And they're also distinct, no?
When you say counterfactually,
No,
look how tricky the guy's being.
Yeah, see, you can insert words.
Look how tricky he's being.
I'm not telling. I say counterfactual dependency. Hold on, Nargis. He believes that we are created from God. He literally believes that God is. Yeah, because you believe as God, your God is composite. You should never actually teach me anything.
I don't.
Yeah, all right, no problem. No, that's literally what you believe, Hamza.
To be fair, Noah, I'll give you the chance to attack me right after.
Alright, continue then.
Well, you have the chance to attack me, and I'll answer.
Alright, I know I'm saying that to Nargis, not to you, Hamza. Go ahead.
So now I'm gonna ask you.
Nargis, this is back and forth. You had a chance. You had a chance to talk, Nargis. Nargis, you had a chance to talk. Sela gave you the chance to talk. So can you let Hamza speak? Go ahead, Hamza. Sorry, women don't talk, as Paul said, because you guys worship everybody.
And I agree with Noah. On that point. But let's move on. See, Noah, we have the things. I know we're pieces of shit.
Pieces of shit.
No, Nargis, you said you are God, by the way, with lower G.
That is true.
Yo, Caleb, do you have hold on, Caleb, do you have stones or something? Do you have stones? I need stones here. Someone's giving to me. I and the Caleb are one. Yo, Jews are monotheist more than you guys. Shut the fuck up.
It is you who believes in 9900 gods.
9900?
99 or 100 gods.
Wait, what? Who's in charge of the education system in the United States, for fuck's sake?
Bro, go learn English first in Egypt.
Alright. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't speak God's spoken language, English. I'm sorry. So Hamza, have I answered all of your questions?
Let me get back on top. Right, you have. You've been very honest, right? You've been very so now I'm gonna let you question my beliefs. But now I'm gonna finish with this.
Go ahead.
So you've already agreed to everything I needed you to agree with. That God is dependent on His attributes for Him to be God. So your God is dependent. He becomes not necessary anymore. Why? Because of the word you used, counterfactual dependency. Is that the word you used?
Yes.
Right. So your God is dependent. My God is necessary. There's no way you can prove my God is dependent. He'll always be independent. My God holds a higher rank than your God, and now you can question me about my beliefs.
Alright, So just to clarify one last comment here, that I said that you're going to be dependent on contingent if you depend on something that is separate from you. Something that is separate from you. That means that you're going to be dependent. However, God's essence and God's attributes are intrinsic to his essence. I said that 100 times. I don't know why you cannot just wrap your head around it. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that we're created from the light of Allah?
Allah's light is not a
Shut up, Nargis. Shut up, you kafira. Go ahead, Hamza.
Yeah. When you say light of God, I'm going to take like an open view of what that's. Doesn't all agree, I'll say.
So, okay, is God eternal?
Yes.
Okay, how can something can be eternally created?
How can something be eternally created?
Yes, like Ahlul Bayt, for example. Do you believe that they are eternal?
I'll tell you.
Or, yeah.
Wait, 1 second. Let me, hold on. One step at a time. You asked me a question, let me answer it. If I take the word created to mean something that's dependent on another thing, then we have no problem there. There's no time involved.
Time involved? What do you mean?
Okay, I'll tell you.
Okay, right, hold on. Let me ask you. Do you believe that time is created?
Fuck no, that's a contradiction.
Okay, so was there a time when God didn't create the heavens and the earth?
No.
There was no time when God didn't create the heavens and the earth?
There's no such thing. When you say no, well, let me answer, then you can ask your follow-up question. When you say there's no time, that's a contradiction. I don't know what that means. That's just gibberish to me.
That's not gibberish. Was there a time when God didn't create the heavens and the earth?
When you say
yes or no?
Isn't that? I'll ask. I'll clarify a question. When you say was there a time when God didn't create? When you say when, isn't that a time fucking referential?
Yes, because time is abstract.
Hold on, Habibi. When you ask me there's no time, then you ask me when, you've contradicted yourself in your own question.
How?
Okay, when I say, was there a time when God, when is a referential to time, but the beginning of the statement already declared there's no, the beginning of the statement already declared there's no time. So how can I answer a question that refers to time and not time?
That's because, I will tell you why. Because any action involves a temporal and post-temporal, right? So that what any action. Okay. Hold on. So there was no time when God created the heavens and the earth, correct?
When you said when there's no time,
but it's a yes or no. It's a true dichotomy. It's a yes or no.
No, that's a contradiction. You're asking.
That's a contradiction. That's not a contradiction. You are saying okay. So there was no time when God created the heavens and the earth.
When you say there's no time when, you've already referenced time when you said the word when. But I already thought you said there's no time. How can you use the word when? When is a referential to time. How can you use the word when in your question you've stated there's no time?
Okay, there was no time when God created the heavens and the earth.
When? Did you say when again?
Bro, oh my God, man.
Well, okay. What does when mean? Well, hold on, Habib. What does when mean?
Yeah, referring to a time.
Okay, but I thought you already stated there's no time.
What? Yeah, I'm saying there was, before the creation of the universe, what I'm saying, before the creation of the universe, or before the creation of the heavens and the earth, there was no time.
Okay, when you say
so the word,
you're referring to time.
I didn't say when, I didn't say.
When Allah created the heavens and the earth, was there no time? You said when in the question, bro. You have to rephrase it.
Okay, let me ask a question then. Better one. What was the first creation of God? What did God create first?
let's for example say we've got off subject, but I'll answer anyways.
No. From your 12-er Shia perspective.
His will.
His will. God created His will.
Yeah.
So His will is not an essential attribute of His.
No, it's a creation.
So God's will is a creation. Whatever, man. Yo, even Christians will not entertain this bullshit, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Let me finish. After everyone shut the fuck up.
This is just
1 second, Megatron.
You believe that God's will is created.
No, you're censoring me now. You're censoring me.
I'm sorry.
Now after that, you don't have to say sorry to me ever. Now after laughing and ridiculing, you have to now ask, like, why are you laughing? Is there a problem there?
Yes, there is a problem because God affirmed an essential attribute of His, which is His will.
Where did He affirm it?
وما تشاءون إلا أن يشاء الله.
Where did He affirm it?
Bro, I just recited the verse. Do you understand Arabic? Do you read the Quran?
Oh, in the Quran.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The Quran. Yeah. It's that corrupted book.
I thought even that verse doesn't negate what I'm saying, by the way.
Doesn't
translate
negate?
for the people. Translate.
And you do not will. Wait, let me translate it because I don't want to butcher it.
You believe that God has a lot of contingencies, right? Like God enters time.
You do, I don't.
Bro, listen. Time is abstract. Time and space are abstract. If you believe that God exists without time and space, then your God doesn't exist. You're basically an atheist.
You don't take the ultimate position.
1 second.
I know, yeah. He's a.
Ask him what time means. Noah, what's the definition of time? I know. Noah, what's the definition of time?
Hold on, man. I'm finding the verse. I don't have.
Forget everything else. First refer to Jesus. You refer to Congressman.
No. Hold on.
I'm gonna take that as a concession.
Listen, I don't give a fuck about Christians now. I give a fuck about you don't affirm in God's will. Shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry. Saying God has contingencies. Yeah, I'll show you Jacob also the position. Believe in that, right? Can I show you that rule?
Okay. 1 second. Yeah, Surah Al-Insan. Verse number 30. And you do not will except that Allah wills. Indeed, Allah is ever known and wise.
That doesn't negate me saying that the first creation is His will. Coptic, can you take it from here, bro? Let me just go on break. I'm talking too much.
No, I'm talking to you, Hamza. I don't care about other kafirs, bro.
Maybe that doesn't look.
Yes.
Okay. What's wrong with this?
Yeah, he believes that the Mashiach of Allah is created. We believe that the Mashiach of Allah is an eternal attribute of God. And an eternal attribute cannot be created. That's what I'm saying. Would you agree with him or do you disagree with him?
Doesn't matter.
I believe that it's essential. Like I believe God has these.
Right.
So it's essential property and it's eternal property. Is it eternal or uncreated?
Yeah, you're both believers of more than one God.
Yo, you got takfired by a Christian even. Like, oh my God, how ridiculous you guys can.
Is Allah's will? Yo, that's fine. Is Allah's will dependent on Allah's essence? He'll say, yeah, Allah has parts which are dependent, so you're not
all
dependent.
The attributes are subsist within the essence.
Yeah, distinct and eternal, so now you have God. Welcome to polytheism.
What the fuck?
How do you now know?
Okay, hold on.
How How do you prove to Coptic that the Trinity is wrong? You believe in parts of God that are eternal, and they both depend on His essence. So does he.
Yeah, so if you believe that.
Ahsan Coptic.
That's why I believe, but that's
أحسنت Coptic. Coptic أنت أحسنت brother.
Yeah, but Coptic
Okay, what's gonna be?
One second, Nuggets. At least Coptic believes in 3 gods. Noah believes in 99, bro. I'd rather join Coptic than your.
99 names. I don't know why they keep mixing the names. It's
because the distinct attributes of the eternal Coptic.
Yeah, what do you mean by distinct? Okay, there will be 99 Nergis. Listen, women, your women, listen to me. There will be distinct. I'm just kidding. Okay, there will be 99 gods if they are separate from the one true God, right? They are attributes, eternal attributes that subsist. I'm talking, man. Come on. You said you want to take a break, right? You ran away. No problem. Go ahead. No. If I have knowledge, hold on, Nargis. If I have knowledge, myself, I am not knowledge. If I have power, that doesn't mean that I am exhaustively power itself.
If you're all love, you are love itself. Therefore, God is love.
Yeah, they are eternal attributes with God. It does not exhaust what God is. You cannot just say that His knowledge is His power. That's just like a different, like, they are two different things.
You're saying blasphemous. Yo, you're saying blasphemous.
Bro, you're a kafir, bro. You're a kafir. Shut the fuck up.
Let me.
Yo, I don't know. You better be. Look at the beauty of this. Look at the beauty of what's going to happen, right? Okay, that's to affirm, like us Christians, that God has this upgraded essential will, right? That's essential property, okay? But heaven, it's distinct from God, but you want to say it's inseparable, like we say as well. Heaven, but then yet it's distinct, but yet it's counted all as one God. That's wrong. Welcome to the Trinity, because that's what it is.
Relative identity cannot be working. Yo,
you're a Trinitarian, Noah.
Hold on.
Inseparable. The persons are distinct together, inseparable, and they're one God. That's wrong. So you basically be affirming the Trinity. Like you're not gonna be like be against the Trinity.
Okay. Because now you're presupposing that the Trinity is logically coherent, right?
It is.
So which is it? Okay. So which law of logic am I contradicting if I said that the persons of the Trinity are 2 or 4?
Okay, I'll tell you.
No, I need Coptic to answer that question.
Okay.
Sorry, I need a better kafir than you. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying what again?
I'm about to fuck.
Which law of logic am I contradicting if I said that the persons of the Trinity are 2 or 4?
There is no law you're going to be contradicting there at all.
Am I not contradicting any law? So according to the law of identity and according to Leibniz law, that if A and B are the same, they possess all the essential properties, right?
No, so you made a mixture there between the law of identity and Leibniz's law. These are two distinct things.
No, I mean Leibniz law.
Yeah. So we don't apply Leibniz's law. We apply relative identity.
Yeah, so you do not apply logic. You apply relative identity, right?
You're gonna be at the same boat as us.
Hold on. Let me ask you. You do not apply the classical logic, classical laws of logic to the Trinity because it's logically incoherent. Have you ever heard about the entity?
You're mixing many things. So Leibniz's law is not the first law in classical logical law, right? Leibniz, people might be deceived by the word law when we say Leibniz. Leibniz's law is basically absolute identity, which is an explication of the law of identity. So we say the law of identity that A equals A, right? An explication of that is absolute identity, where you get the principle of reflexivity, symmetry, and transitivity. So if A equals A, and if you apply absolute identity there, then you have reflexivity. If A equals B, B equals A, that's symmetry, and then you have transitivity. If A equals B, B equals C, then A must equal C. But absolute identity and these 3 principles of reflexivity, symmetry, and transitivity wouldn't be applied in the Trinity because we're applying relative identity, which is another explication of the law of identity. So that
when who coined the term relative identity?
The term has been coined by modern day analytic philosophers.
answer you that on your behalf. It was by Peter Gage, and that was in 1967, right?
Right. Yeah.
So why again we can't apply? Why then we can't apply the classical logic to the Trinity?
No. So Peter Gage was a pure relative identity theorist. So he did.
I'm not talking about Peter Gage, bro.
Yeah.
Why can't we apply the classical laws of logic to the Trinity?
No, but we can apply them. Because the relative
We can, and we will find three gods in there. So that's why I don't want to say.
We'll find that 99 in your.
You're confusing between absolute identity, i.e. like this law, and the law of identity, right? In first order logic, you have these three laws: the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of exclusion, right? These three laws do not conflict with relative identity. It's only absolute identity do we not apply, but absolute identity is not part of the classical law.
Okay, why then? Why we can't apply absolute identity to the Trinity?
So we don't apply relative identity because the Trinity says that, right? The Trinity says that three persons are not three gods, but one God, yet they're distinct. So there's the same way you're saying that essential properties are distinct from each other, yet they're inseparable.
Are they conceptually distinct?
Exactly.
Distinct?
Exactly.
Or,
That's the attack.
bro, I'm talking with them. Hamza, I know you are a kafir, so you said you're gonna take a break. So go take a break with your composite god. Anyway, Coptic are the persons of the Trinity conceptually distinct or really distinct from one another?
Maybe. I mean, we'll say they're really distinct. You're gonna say
just in Coptic,
Okay, what do you? Okay, hold on. Really distinct from one another. Now, therefore, you have three gods. Thank you so much.
Just like you.
Yeah, like you. You have
Yeah, because Noah with relative identity, it still applies even with a real distinction. So even if it's a conceptual real distinction, it's still going to be distinct. It's still apply relative identity.
It's not conceptual. Hold on. You're both Catholic. For Coptic, it's not conceptual, and for Noah, it's not conceptual.
Yeah, because
real
differences. You wouldn't say for you it's also conceptual because Allah's hand is something. It's a real entity. Allah's feet is also a real entity. There's going to be it's going to be really distinct.
All right, let me tell you what we believe then. Maybe because you're a lot smarter than those kuffar out there.
Like a smoker.
One second.
Smoker.
Okay, so I'm here. Okay, so the classical position of our understanding, our creed is basically the attributes of God like power and will and knowledge are not identical to God's essence. Nor they are separate from Him. So their being not identical returns back to the manner in which each is rationally conceptualized in the mind.
Great. So you
in the mind. So the reality of an essence. Bro, I'm talking, bro.
We're just accepting that you have the metaphysics. That's fine. But what you want to do is
pagan. I'm talking, bro.
To somebody else's metaphysics, right? And they have a metaphysical commitment that's different than yours, right? We're talking about metaphysical possibility. That's what we're talking about.
So
we're not talking about your Leibniz law, which isn't having anything to do with classic logic. Right? The point is that you have your own special metaphysics, and we're like, fine, okay, great.
Yeah, then don't say.
But you're saying
right now.
My metaphysics to Christian metaphysics.
Hold on.
Ridiculous.
Okay, hold on.
No, you're giving
don't say. And don't come and say that the Trinity is logically coherent. You can say it's metaphysically necessary. You can say anything, but not logically coherent. That's what I'm saying.
It's the same logic, Noah, as your.
It's not the same logic, bro. You said it's really this. Hold on. You said it's a real distinction, right? Okay, real distinction. Hold on. If you say. Not good, bro. Your mother's picture is not here.
No, go ahead.
I don't have your mother's picture to go, bro. What are you talking about?
No one can explain to me something. Actually, it's conceptual distinction.
Yeah, but Thomas Aquinas, the Kafir, said it. Like, I don't know. That's my problem with the Orthodox. You know what I mean?
Go ahead. Answer.
Shut up, Hamza.
I'll quote. Okay. Noah. Even if they're conceptually distinct,
Yeah, now you're a modalist.
that's still no. I'm saying your properties are conceptually distinct. Even if your properties are conceptually distinct, it still goes against the absolute.
He's not saying that.
Absolute identity doesn't even still allow for conceptual distinction. So it's
Coptic, he's not saying that. He's saying there's a like you, man. Attack him on that.
I know. He's saying no. Let's just say hypothetically that there's a conceptual distinction. Okay. There's a conceptual distinction. I'm saying there's a real distinction.
If you say that, okay, I'm sorry.
Even if there's a conceptual distinction,
Yeah, honey, listen to me. If you were to say that they are really distinct from one another, now you have three gods, which you reject. If you say, hold on, man, hold on. If you say that they are conceptually distinct, now you are a modalist. There is no absolute distinction between God the Father.
Coptic, say yes to that. That's true. Yep.
How does yes apply to no?
Shut up. Say yes.
Better than kissing across pagan.
I want to say something, guys. I just want to say this and then we can talk, right? Because you guys didn't understand what I was saying. I'm saying yes, in the Trinity, the persons are really distinct from each other. You can still apply relative identity, even if they're really distinct from each other. Relative identity doesn't say anything about whether you can apply it only if it's real distinction or conceptual distinction, right? With identity, right? With absolute identity, you can't even still have a conceptual distinction. So even if you're affirming there's a conceptual distinction, that still goes against the absolute identity, and you will be a breakthrough of identity. And so therefore, it's not going to really be a massive symmetry breaker between the Trinity and you affirming just distinct properties, right? Because that's still going to comply with absolute identity. Because absolute identity still wouldn't allow for conceptual distinction. Because the absolute identity, or like Islam, basically says with the law of the shareability of identicals that if two things share all the same properties, including all the properties of conceptual properties, right? You can't be that they're counted as one and the same thing, right? But you want to say that there's still a conceptual distinction, right, between the properties, which means that will violate victim identity, and you will get two things, not one thing, and you will have to appeal to relative identity to count them as one thing, and so it's going to be the same. Even though in the Trinity there's a real.
So you will have to seek. So you'll have to shut up, Hamza. Shut up. Don't be a parasite in the fucking room, bro. Retarded some you.
No, now. Daniel, okay, I thought we were friends. Alright,
So
you fucking punk. You polytheist. Go ahead and explain to Coptic how
is this the morality of Ali?
Is
this the morality of Ali or what?
Fuck Ali. Now back to you.
What?
You know what you're dealing with. Yeah, you don't know
nice.
you're fucking.
And you are. Oh my God. Look at that. You're a kafir, bro. You're a kafir. I think all the Shias are takfiri, bro.
Yo, you called me kafir. Let me explain now. I'm not the typical kafir, right? I'm less kafir than your fucking 99 gods who you affirm differentiation.
You literally ran away. You literally ran away from me, bro. You ran away from me, you coward. You're a coward. I tell you, you have one.
Fuck. You know how we look. 1 second, everyone. You know how weak you are. I let Coptic.
Niggas, would you let him curse the Imam Ali like that? Basically, are you fun with it? Is he a Shia? I'm asking Nargis. She's your boss. I'm asking her.
I know you're trying to hit on her. Is Nargis my? She'll always love me more than you. It's like I care what she thinks. I let Coptic.
You're 7 years old.
1 second. What the fuck is wrong? Let me finish. I let Coptic.
Yes, now you're muted, right? Now you're muted.
Look how he's trying to hit on her.
He cursed the Imam Ali. Is that okay? Is he a Shia? He cursed.
Who said that?
Yeah, so he cursed. He cursed Imam Ali, right? Is that okay with you?
No, I can't be mad at Eddie Murphy.
Is he a Shia, you know?
Let me tell you
Is
why.
he from the Shia?
Let me tell
If
you
he
why.
cursed,
Let me tell you why.
yo, even Nergis feared you, bro.
Imagine a woman calls me kafir and I give a fuck. Now back to the fucking topic, right? Yo. He believes. Imagine I let.
He doesn't care. Like he's not traditionalist. Okay.
It's not about traditionalist. This is not a traditionalist, bro. Bro, this is literally kufr. Like that guy should be stoned right now. If you were to say this in front of me, I will stone the shit out of you. You coward. You are a polytheist.
That's my
You are a Catholic, bro.
No cop.
Yes. I will stone you, bro.
I'm young already. Let me finish now. That's my point. You're a
face.
Everyone shut up. You're a fundamentalist. You're a piece of shit human who reads scriptures from his forefathers who would stone me to death because of some shit your forefathers right. You're a piece of shit human being, bro. You can't think on your own. This Coptic is an enemy of Islam, isn't he, Noah? Everyone knows who Coptic is. He's big in this space. He has a name, and he hates Islam, and he dominates you. Why?
Yeah, because there's a Coptic prince, right?
Coptic, I like you, by the way. Coptic, I like you.
Really quick, did you hear my argument before that Hamza ran away from? Because they're all getting
Shut the fuck up, Megatron. No, I will Decepticon your ass.
They're all talking about you getting here because one time, one person said subsistent relation of origin from another. That's the rational origin of begetting. You realize that how your God is saying the things that you guys are describing. Your God says he can't do.
Somebody fill me in. All right, so
God says he can't beget, nor can he be begotten. And yet you guys are talking about subsistence. You guys are talking about things being eternally generated from the origin, which is Allah's intrinsic nature.
That's a fuck up, man. Okay, fine.
His essence. So, Hamza, you did concede.
We're Catholic. Fine. I'm Catholic. Okay. Let me fill in Brock.
So again, right? Your horrible metaphysics is talking about you're still using.
I want to fill in Brock when he's done.
The same metaphysical. You're still using the same metaphysical principles as the Trinity. Let's do it.
I will. Megatron, stop. Let me fill in Brock real quick for everyone. So, Brock, this is the argument. I am a Shia philosopher mystic. That's what I'm classified as. Noah's a Salafi. He's like the terrorist.
You're a kafir, bro.
Yeah, I'm a kafir.
You're a kafir.
I said I'm a kafir.
You cursed the Imam Ali.
Right?
Yeah. You don't believe in God.
I don't.
Yes,
Rhetorically, I do, but let me finish for Brock.
No, not rhetorically. No,
Have some patience.
You're a kafir, bro.
What is it about? Okay, I said I'm a kafir. Let me finish for Brock. I'm trying to fill him in.
Yeah, you don't believe in God. A kafir is someone who doesn't believe in God.
Brock, I'm trying to fill you in.
Bro, don't let him fill you in, bro. He's a kafir. He's gonna fill you in some Kitover Shia bullshit.
I'm gonna give you Shabahat. Look, Brock, I'm a regular Muslim.
You're not a Muslim.
Yo,
you say that.
Fuck up. Let me finish.
Let him give his
Okay, alright, okay. But he's not a Muslim, just FYI to all the Christians and all the Jews here, that guy is not a Muslim. That guy is a kafir. He cursed the Imam Ali. Alright, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead with your
Okay, Brock. So, besides everyone else's bullshit, right? Is Brock even here anymore? He left. Oh my god. How embarrassing on my part. Yeah, go ahead. No, I got
Can you unlock here so we can get in just to see the room?
Who's Salaf?
I mean, I guess you could knock it down.
I can't believe Salaf's
I can't hear him.
M-E-I-R.
Who's trying to get it?
M-E-I-R.
That's how you Hamza should not have a problem with the way described or defined begets and begot at all.
Yeah, still has to deal with the verse in 112 though. I don't know how they explain it. He says a lot because it gets what that means. Every time you speak, fucking, is he holding to the Quran? I mean,
they don't have a problem.
I don't.
Yeah.
I have a problem with those. I have a problem with those polytheist Allah. Oh, this is better. So you're advocating. Shut the fuck up, man. You don't know what
you're
advocating, you know?
Yeah, Hamza, you ran away from my debate, bro.
Are you saying you ran away because I let you speak the Coptic?
Alright, do you want to have a formal debate?
You're pissing me
No, you see, you literally said that I'm gonna go take a break. And you said that I'm gonna go take a break, and then I'm gonna have Coptic. Carry on from there.
I was trying to, because I talk too much and people get mad. I talk too much and people get mad. You want to have a formal debate with me, you're going to get fucking ruined. Yes, I agree. Let's have a formal debate. I'm going to own you on everything in life.
I mean, you couldn't get out of what I was saying.
Someone kicks in, bro, we're trying to set up a debate.
Even Megatron cooks you, bro. Megatron, whatever.
No, but we have no problem with Megatron's.
You're stupid.
Yo, no,
stupid.
I don't know why.
You know when you're losing? Hold on. No? Vegas, hold on. Let me comment this guy. No, you know when you're fucking losing? When someone like Megatron agrees with you. That's when you know there's something off. Something's wrong.
Everybody love, guys. Everybody love.
Whatever, you can say whatever you want. You just conceded. You couldn't handle it.
Megatron, you're retarded. Let's be real.
I mean, you couldn't handle it.
I agree that Noah's your best friend.
The fact that you're best friend personally just
I'm not.
Just shows it.
What are you on about? I'm not attacking you personally.
I don't care what you call me. You're basically.
I didn't call you anything, dumbass. I didn't call you anything.
About a composite God.
Yeah, that's what Noah.
Yeah, that's what you believe, bro. You believe that. No, you believe. You believe your God is composite.
What a fucking liar. You dumbass.
Okay, hold on. Let me lay out the argument. Okay, shut up, Nergus. Nergus, can you stop being... Can you stop... Bro, you didn't know what is going on in here.
The one thing
I'm
demonstrated along with the person was a non-composition of God.
Hold on,
this is something you guys have a problem with, man. No, you guys have a problem with God.
Why are women always speaking over me? I hate that shit. Tell me why.
Daniel, what?
I love you.
Stop it, such a sexist, bro.
I got you in the DMs. In the DMs, man. Noah, go ahead. Give me the... Why am I a polytheist? No. Fuck.
I didn't say you're a polytheist. I said you're a
good. You can't, you fucking idiot. Of course. Okay, why? Okay, that's polytheism, you fucking idiot.
Polytheism? What?
Isn't it?
It's not. What?
One second.
That guy's lost. I swear to God.
Bro, everyone's jumping. Just me and you.
That guy's lost. I swear to God. Christians, have him, please. Tell him how Jesus loves him, guys. Coptic, do preach him, please. For fuck's sake, that guy's lost for fuck's sake.
Don't fall into it.
Yo, what the fuck is that?
He's laughing because he loves me. Look, you know what? Unless, Coptic, you're fucking up my game.
Have someone second. Daniel wanted to say something. Oh, he left because he wanted to say something and I interrupted him. That's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, no, if Allah's composite and he's comprised, because that's what composite means, of eternal beings, meaning that it's not conceptual, it's not some shit in my head, that he's actually composed of things that are real outside of my mind. That's fucking polytheism, bro.
Hamza, you're gonna face a very big problem. So Hamza, okay, let me ask you.
1 second, Coptic. We'll deal with that. The fuck, this fucking eternal, and they're technically independent, and I'll prove to you that in a second, even though you say they're dependent, which is a contradiction. Hold on. I got one.
If you want to ask any questions to any other...
Who said that?
On the Shia,
SK.
is not...
SK. I'm trying to respect. Let me respect. Okay, don't. Like, I'm trying to. Hold on. You asked me something.
Okay, let's go. Which one is more important? Which one is more important?
Hold on.
Okay, which one is more important? Him or your God? Okay, your God is more important. That guy's more important more than God? Yeah, give him a thumbs up. Yeah, I gave him a thumbs up.
So
Are you mad about that?
Less than 1 minute, and I swear to God that.
Because you got mad with me thumping him up? Child?
So let me just get dressed there.
Okay. You can address him after the argument because I have to go. I have to go, man. Would you say anything?
Don't be like that. Okay, fine. Yo, SK, I'm about to look at your sister. Anyways, go ahead. Back to you. The argument is good.
Okay.
Are you going to give my sister?
Your polytheist argument.
When I came to people in Afghanistan, when I came to people, I'm a Taliban.
Hey, SK,
kill everyone in my family. I'm not gonna get offended, bro. I'm not gonna get offended. That's fine. That's fine. You guys are such genius.
You can come back after they're done.
Yeah, and I agree with them, by the way. I will take your whole family concubines. Anyway, Hamza, anything that must be necessary and not contingent, correct?
Correct.
All right. If the universe were created from God's...
I disagree with the third premise. Wait, everyone shut the premise.
You agreed to the third premise, you fucktard.
I didn't. I agreed. Hold on, don't be a bitch. I agree.
I'm not your mom, Hamza. Come on.
1 second. I agree that God's necessary and not contingent. Your third premise was that if God creates something contingent, yet it's himself, he becomes contingent. I need an argument for that fucking premise.
I didn't say that. And you accepted that argument. Hold on. Granted. You accepted the argument, you fucktard. You accepted the premise.
No, dumbass.
You accepted it.
Which premise?
Is that guy a philosopher?
Which premise?
Like, how have you not hit? How have hit by a car yet?
I'm trying to have you restate the premise. So
like, did you pass the non-contingent, correct?
First premise, I agree with.
That's not the first premise. Should I say the premise C's one more time?
Yes.
Okay, I wrote it down here.
Good. I don't know how to I memorized. Anyways, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So anything that is composed of parts depends on those parts and on their composition, correct?
Is contingent. Can we add that?
Anything that is composed of parts depends on those parts and on their composition, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Anything that depends on something else for its existence is contingent. Would you agree?
Agreed.
Okay. Premise 3. If God, if he is the ultimate ground of all existence, must be necessary and not contingent. Would you agree?
If God, yes, I agree.
Okay. If the universe were created from God's own substance, God would be composed of parts. Therefore, the universe was not created from God's substance, and God is not composite. Your God is composite because you said that we're created from God's substance. Should you bitch ass up?
I have a problem. I never said that. I have a problem. Look, now you have to look. If you're giving me an argument, I have a problem with. Don't interrupt. I have a problem with premise 4. Do you have an argument for premise 4? That the universe is created from Allah's substance.
You're the one who said that. You're the one who said that.
I never said that.
Okay, well, what do you say? Where would it come from?
I never said the universe is
Where would it
created
come
from
from?
substance.
Yeah, where would it come from?
From Allah.
Anyway.
No, you can't just give up now. You can't just give up.
Yo, that guy's retarded, I swear to God. Let's get back to Christians there.
You're fucking retarded. Give me
They're more fun. At least he said that God created the universe out of nothing. So
God had how fucking contradictory.
Bro, let's him, Nargis. Fight with him, not with me, Nargis. Are you stupid? Yeah, but alright. Okay, how we were created from God? How we were created from God?
Noah.
I don't need your help, Nargis. Shut up, you whip.
Noah. Did you just give me Noah? You said
Silla. He's the one that said that word. Come on, I'm on your side. Silla.
He's the one.
Silla, I'm on your side. That guy thinks that God created the universe out of himself.
Noah, you gave me permission. Why the fuck is Salah cutting me off? 1 second.
Salah.
Noah.
Her name is Silla, bro.
Oh my God, don't run. You gave me premise 4. Do you have an argument for premise 4? That the universe is created from Allah's substance. Give me that argument.
Bro, you're the one who should be saying this. You're the one who said that we are that we're created from God.
God, what you said it, not me. You said it. You said it.
Okay, how we were created from God. Okay, all right. Teach me, educate me, educate me.
Allah's substance.
Okay. Educate me then. How we were created from God.
I'm trying.
Yeah. How we were created from God.
I'm trying to take this. You don't have to repeat the question. I heard you the first time. I'm trying with the Socratic method, so I'm re-asking you. You made the statement. Premise 4. The universe is created from Allah's substance. Do you have an argument for that?
Yes, I do have an argument for that. But you should explain. No. You should explain to me.
Stop.
Listen. Hamza, don't be an asshole. You're a grown man, right? You're not like 13 years old, right?
I'm a kafir. I'm 12.
Yeah, I know you are a kafir.
So give me the argument.
Alright, so, okay. How we were created from God?
The substance. You tell me. You made the fucking
See, he said substance.
Your claim?
Yo, what the fuck?
I'm really back on your claim. God is not just like nervous laughter. Noah, you made the claim. 1 second. No,
you are the one that's claiming that we're created out of God, you fucktard.
You gave me the fucking argument.
You are the one who said the argument. You are the one who's arguing. Okay, am I claiming, Hamza, that
so this
God...
Okay, fine. Let's move on. I don't want to repeat ourselves.
Hamza.
Yo, 1 second.
Hamza.
Let me finish.
Yo, Hamza.
Let me finish.
The fuck?
1 second. I know, let me finish. Fuck everything you're doing. Let me finish. So now we know that you fair enough. You have no authority to claim that premise 4 is something real because you don't have an argument.
You said we're created. You just now said that we're created from God's substance, right? What the fuck, you fucking liar! You Shia liar!
I never said
that. Liar, nigga. Say it. You just said it, Nargis. You just said it. You just said it.
Noah, you're running. You're censored. Noah, you're not.
Hamza, you're saying. Okay, am I claiming, Hamza? Am I claiming that we're created out of God, or you're the one who's claiming that we're created out of God?
Let me answer.
Does it take that much time? What the fuck? Yo, which one is claiming that? Am I claiming that, or you're the one who's claiming that?
You're gonna have to repeat yourself. Let me finish now. You said premise 4 was that everything was created from the substance of God. You stated that, didn't you?
Yeah, I stated that according to your belief, yes.
Wrong. I don't believe everything's created from the substance of God. I don't believe God has a substance.
Okay, alright, so how we were created from God, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't believe Allah has a substance.
How?
To provide an argument.
Bro, 3 letters. H-O-W. How we were created from God, you fucktard. How?
How being created from God? Does that mean yes?
Oh my God. He's not gonna answer the question. He's such a coward. Answer. Nargis. Silla, can you tell Nargis the word that I said to her? You cut me off. Sela, please. Yeah, it's better coming from a woman, I know. Hamza, you have to answer the question. How we were created from God. Go ahead.
Allah doesn't have a substance. Do you believe Allah has a substance?
Of course he does. These are 99 substances.
I know, hold on, let me get to that. Do you believe Allah has a substance?
How we were created from God.
Yes.
Yes, what, nigga?
Will is not one.
Yes.
Sela, you don't really want to run that argument on me. I will cook you the same way Hamza and Nargis were cooked, right? Now he's not answering the question because he's cornered. He doesn't understand what the fuck he believes in. He doesn't know his God. What do you mean by yes? How we were created from God, you fucktard? Do you speak English? Do you speak Arabic?
I said yes.
Okay, what? Yes for what? It's not a true dichotomy. It's not a true dichotomy, bro. It's not yes or no. How? I'm asking you how. How?
You're starting to piss me off.
Can anyone like ask him the question, guys?
How? Hold on. If you ask me,
yes, thank you. So you don't know how we're created from God.
Cut the fuck up for a second, bro. You're pissing me off. Let me finish. Are we created from God? Yes. How? The mechanism? The cops scared you, right? He's making like little voices. How? I don't know.
Yeah, Bila Kaif. Can you say Bila Kaif? We're created from God, Bila Kaif? Without howness? Without howness, right?
Yeah, I can say, no, not without. That's not what Bila Kaif means. Dumb fuck. Is that what Bila Kaif means?
Yo, you're low tier. Hamza, you should mute your microphone. You're not representing anything right now.
Is that what Bila Kaif means?
You're literally low tier, bro. Yeah, you're ignorant, bro. You don't know anything.
Look how he censors me. Is that what Bila Kaif means?
I'm not censoring you.
Cause? Is that it means without cause?
I said without howness, you fucktard. I didn't come in your ears.
So we don't
Listen,
know.
right? You have hearing problem.
No, I'm about to come in your mouth, right? So it means without not knowing, right? How? Don't go on mute. No, I take it back. I take back what I said. I didn't do what I did. My bad. I apologize for that.
Oh, why this guy is still here? So, like, why are you always entertaining dumb fucks?
It means you don't know how. It means you don't know how.
Like,
say yes. Let's move on. Fuck. But that guy means I don't know how, right? I don't know
is
how.
Is there anyone who's more intelligent, more than this guy, to challenge the athletic creed?
Yo, fuck your athletic creed. I'm God believer.
Shut up. Hamza, shut up. Sela, do you think that I worship 99 gods?
No, I'm just
kidding.
What do you know?
Oh, you were just raising
One second,
hell.
though. 1 second. So
I just wanted to do the 99 whatever.
He does believe in 99
that's a stupid argument, right?
You're Hamar. Shut up, Noah. So you don't believe
Hamar, yeah. It's Hamar, not Hamar. Hamar, it means redness. No, he said Hamar.
Not Ahmar. You're Hamar, you're so dumb in your
I said redness.
I think that anyone that says that any of us
Sela, I swear to God, that guy is Haramzada.
Somebody's being misrepresented.
That guy's Haramzada, I swear to God.
Dude, no, hold on. No one is being represented incorrectly.
No, what I'm saying is that anybody that's saying that any of us have more than one God is misrepresenting the other person.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Yeah. You.
I never said you worship any other gods. So shut your bitch ass up.
Wallah, you would team up with
Yo, Jews, I swear to God, Jews are more monotheist more than you. You're not a muwahid, bro. You're not a muwahid. You're not a Muslim.
Your allies, your allies will always be women in this life. How about that?
Yeah, do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I do.
You don't like women? Wait. So you have a problem with Fatma?
No, I love her. You got
so now you love women, you fucked them.
only her, bro.
How about Nargis? No, not this Nargis. I'm talking about the other Nargis.
Which Nargis?
The other Nargis. He knows it. Since he's a 12 Shia pagan.
I love.
You love Nargis? Would you do muta with her? Yeah, would you do muta with her? Shut up, Nargis.
I would do. Hold
You
on.
are such a
Let me answer.
dimple in the fucking bed.
No, ask the question. Ask the question again.
Who's that baby?
Everyone chill.
Oh, bad bitch.
No, ask again. Ask again. Ask again. One
Shut
second,
up, you
baby.
cross-sticking pagan.
Yo, Noah, ask the question again. Ask him. You said I would do muta with Nargis, right?
Yeah, would you do muta? Yeah, would you do it? Would you?
With her, I
Like,
wouldn't.
no. I'm asking like genuinely. I'm asking.
I'm answering genuinely.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
With her, I wouldn't because I'm not like I don't believe because I'm a piece of shit human being. I don't believe I'm worthy of that. Right. But your mother, I totally.
Okay, but like now you believe you're God, right? Since you're created from God, you yourself are God. You yourself is God, right? You're God.
To your mother, I believe I am. To your mother, I believe I am.
All right.
Yeah, good. Shut your fucking mouth, bitch. You wanna clown? I'll clown over and over. Your mother believes I'm God, so what's the problem, Noah? I'm your God, you fucking piece of shit. Good bitch. Stay silent. That's what I like. I like it. No, fuck that. No, he insulted people I revere. So I'm gonna insult his
I didn't
mother.
insult any people. Did I insult people you revere?
Shut your fucking mouth.
Did I insult anyone you revere? Sorry. What did I say, bitch? Yeah, what did I say?
I'll tell you.
What did I say?
You said that already. I'm trying to tell you. You shut the fuck up. You thought I was worthy of doing muta with her, and I'm not. I'm only worthy of doing muta with your mother. Is that cool?
Whatever.
Go. Look how. I take it back. I don't mean offense. I like you, Noah. I take it back. We're good. Your mother's a good woman. I don't mean that.
Scylla. Can you he insulted my mom 100 times here. Can we do something about this child here? This is I think for adults only.
Are you gonna ban me?
Scylla, can you just move
Are you
me
gonna ban
down?
me because I fucked his mother?
In Islam, isn't jihad just a
Move me down, Salah. Wallah, you can move me down if you want. No, are you gonna attack him after I attack your mother?
Or what if you just charge him jizya?
Your mother's my bitch, you fucking fag. I didn't fucking bring up any of your revered people, you fuck, so I'm gonna fuck your mother over and over again until I give a twin like you fuck. Piece of shit.
Guys.
Shut the fuck up, shit. I'm talking about fucking this guy's mother. So you give me a second, let me fuck his mother, then I'll get to you, shit. Noah, anything else after you attack the people I revere? I'm gonna fuck your mother over and over again until I reproduce a piece of shit like you. And you're gonna stay silent when I say this shit about your mother, you disrespectful scum. Yeah.
Look at the Shias. This is the morality of the
Shias. Yeah, the Shias. Fuck your mother.
Yeah, look
Don't ever talk about people I revere.
Bro, you're literally the glitch in the system, bro. Look at your fucking face. Your face is stupid as fuck.
I'm the glitch in
your bitch ass face is stupid as fuck, bitch. You're the cum staining on the theaters. Yes.
I know that. I know that.
I don't know why the fuck we still have that guy here.
You brought up fucking some girl that I.
So it's muta is something bad, right? So muta is something bad.
For me,
what?
I'm not.
Hold on. No. I didn't say that. So now we affirm that muta is something bad, right?
No, me.
Okay, what is okay? No. Is it allowed for you? Yeah, is it allowed for you?
For me, it's allowed. I'm not worthy of her.
Yeah, okay, so so you can have muta with bro.
Let me answer. That's like a commoner having muta with Queen Elizabeth. Like, how dare he? asking for her hand.
Guys, come on, yo.
I'm done. I just wanted him to fucking. He brought it up. I like Noah until he brought it up. So I had to clown on him. So I had to put him in his place, man. Don't bring up people you revere. I never brought up Aisha. I never brought up Abu Bakr. I never brought up Omar. I never brought up Uthman because you respect them. So I don't bring that shit up. But you brought up Nargis.
I didn't say any bad thing about Nargis. You're the one.
You think I'm worthy? You think I'm worthy of doing muta with Nargis? You've insulted her.
You said you're allowed to do it, right? Are you allowed or you're not allowed?
Yeah, but not with her. She's better than me.
Yeah, so you're allowed.
Better than me.
So you're allowed to do it with her.
Yeah, but not. No, she's way better than me. I don't deserve it. Yeah, my dude. Yeah.
I'm gonna go take a shower.
With your mother, I deserve time and time again. With her, not really. Idiot. Anyways, let's move on. Yeah, Don, ask the question about.
I was going to ask what the type of dependence that there is, what type of dependence that there is. Maybe the attributes of Jesus.
Drying my hair. I'll be back after these messages.
Marcus, what didn't you understand about my argument? They were all talking about begetting. Every single thing that they're speaking of was forth from the law.
I grant you the begetting begotten based on your definition. That's actually like the metaphysics I hold to.
Yeah, but do you omit?
But they are literalist readers of the Quran, so your problem is with them. Like no one would have a problem with the argument.
Yeah, but what do you mean literalist words? So you omit verses that you don't like?
Who said I take the Quran? Who says it's a verbatim speech?
But so Hamza is gonna omit this verse?
Hamza doesn't take it either.
But then he's not a Muslim? Because how could you be a Muslim without the Quran?
Who says the Quran is a verbatim speech of God? They need to prove it first.
So then a scribe misunderstood beyond
There's
this?
no, it's a faith claim about. So there's no evidence to prove that the historic Muhammad in the cave actually received, and these are the exact words of the historic Muhammad. So they need to first prove that, bring forth evidence of that, before they even make an argument for the Quran's truth value, right? This is how you should debate, not preservation and stuff like that. These are points we need to ask. Because all religions come from, like, especially with scripture, come from a faith claim. So this is why I don't think anyone can point a finger at anyone else's scripture. They all are just faith claims. Also, like, you need to ask things like, does God have sound, etc., etc. These are verbatim speech of God. Like, you know, the Quran would come into question. How is that? There shouldn't be any. This is a very lofty claim, for which, like, evidence of a very solid kind must be provided. You know, and if both are eternal and both are like, if the speech of God is eternal, right? As they say, and Quran is that eternal speech. Therefore, there are two gods here. One is the Quran, one is Allah. Because he's not going to say God is his word, right? He's going to say the Quran is distinct from God because his speech is distinct from him. So there are two eternal beings here. One is the word, which is one God, and God, which is the other.
It's familiar.
What happened? I think you should go to another room because this is just a room full of savages that will only destroy your faith even further. Sorry. They left. dad is like sitting glued to the TV.
Me too. Me too.
What's going on? I have no news.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe
It's
Sulu
the
said
fifth
that.
day.
Sulu's gonna say that, yeah.
What? I'm sorry.
My mom just left 2 weeks ago.
She's there.
No, she left 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
But all my family's there. She's still there.
Your family is there?
Yeah, all my family's there.
Well, have you heard from them?
No, I don't know what's going on. I didn't know
Oh
the
my
news.
gosh. It's the fifth day. The IRGC is standing down. They've got demonstrations in like cities all over the place. They're chasing the police down. They're freeing political prisoners. They're
All the
chanting.
stuff they show us is heck of every time my mom was there, even during like some of the other protests, I called her quite a few times and she's like, why are you getting so hyper? What's going on? She didn't know.
You should call her now. You should call her now.
She's not there. Now she's in Germany.
Well, the other
Yeah.
relatives. Yeah. Can you call her?
I can. What time?
Yeah. It's they're chanting for Halloween to come back. He's got a big plan for detailed plan. Reza Halloween praise. I know everybody laughs at that.
He's so dumb. He lives behind me actually.
Yeah, he's in LA. Southern California. Yeah, but there's a group of them that have a plan for transition. It's very detailed. Well, people on the street the last few days have started chanting his name. It didn't start out like that.
Every other day there's a protest, like in France, so in Iran. Like it's such an intrinsic part of like the culture.
Oh my God. You don't think that this regime could ever be overthrown?
No. Not for now.
When could it be?
It just needs they're too powerful now together.
I don't know. You gotta watch some news outside of regular news stations. Have you watched this Goldie girl?
No.
Sailor? No.
They've been under sanctions forever, So what you guys do is you destroy people's economy, terrorize them financially. They're like, well, they're so bad. They need regime change. That's the problem.
Yeah. The problem with us is sanctions.
Let people do their thing, man. Stop interfering.
Yeah, the problem can't possibly be the corruption.
And that.
Let them be corrupt. Don't put sanctions. They want to be corrupt. Let them stay corrupt.
Yeah.
Say they're doing good. It's the regime's fault.
I think I know what is going on in Iran, guys. It's very easy to understand, which is
Definitely. It's always been there.
You guys agree with communist China? Of course not. We don't dare put sanctions on them.
You don't agree with comedy, we don't put sanctions on a country for freaking years. Especially such a freaking creative and productive a lot of people. No.
Bunch of hypocrites in this country.
They're the bastards. These are just people hungry, like hungry people. That's what you're seeing. It's the sanctions. Fill up bellies, everyone's quiet.
I'd love to hear if you call one of your relatives to see what they say.
Every time I do, they ignore me because this is quite a common. But I call them.
Yeah. Yeah, just to have some information.
It's freaking Israel attacked Iran, and I called them. They were having a party at my auntie's house.
Oh God.
And it was bombed 2 streets down. By the way, they got bombed 2 streets. They just used to that. No one feels that. No one.
You were
They had a fucking party like blasting music. I was like, what's going on? My God, did you die? He was like, no, these fuckers blasted us 2 streets down.
Like if it falls, it falls.
Have they ever tolerated the protesters the way they are right now?
I've been in a few of those protests. Like I've seen them even from my childhood. They the ones I've seen nowadays are a little overdone. It's done for the media, to be honest. But I mean, a lot of this could also have some Zionist involvement. Iran is not just it doesn't have its enemies within, right? It has enemies from outside too. It's a very complex politics.
Yeah.
Michaela, the guy that was in the 90s, they've changed. There's a propaganda going out trying to say that they've changed. I think they're trying to show that they've changed. So.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I listened. I listened to some videos actually of Pallavi being interviewed by this someone about 8 months ago, and he referred to that kind of what he called the reformers. That's how they label themselves, the reformers. And he was saying it's too late for that. Pallavi saying it's too late for that. They gotta. I didn't know who this group was, what they were called, the reformers.
They're reformers. They're the other ones. What are those called, Sela? Those weird ones who wear uniforms and march. Marxist kind of Iranians. What are they called? Sela. Yeah. When I get to studying in Bishop, they have a uniform they all wear. Which I didn't have. Yeah. So the group. Then there's the Sahini, there's communist Iranian, there's all kinds of branching outside.
Nargis, we rarely get to see him at the LSF. We haven't seen him in like a year and a half. You're not even saying hi to him. We also have a communist Christian.
NSF.
A communist Christian on the stage who says in the profile, the Catholic, polytheist, Muslim, atheist, free grace, Trinitarian, Hebrew, Israelite, Calvinist, Eastern Orthodox, original sin, Christian, still sin, butcher. Jesus was a communist who promoted socialism under the gospel. If you do not convert to the communist gospel, you will burn for eternity. I'm a communist Christian on stage.
All right.
So, yeah, I think they should both be greeted and appreciated. LSF, communist. What's up, Armand?
Does he have the doctor's letter that allows him to breathe? Not kidding.
Well, communist, how are you doing, sir? Would you like to say hello? Communist. Okay. Well, that wasn't his name before. It was RPG Industries, but he's apparently had a change. What's been going on with you, LSF?
Hey, Dave. Yeah, I've been on vacation for a while, so yeah, I'm back with a vengeance.
Well, I'm happy to see you, my friend.
Yeah, you too.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a year.
Yeah, I think that's right. Have you been on the Discord streets?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, how's that going over there?
Usual shit show.
Did you run into that guy named Jonathan over there? He's in the Calvinist room a lot, or at least sometimes. Jonathan, I don't know, but he's kind of like he's a Christian nationalist.
Yeah, he's in PNR.
Yeah, PNR, that's right, PNR. Interesting character. But,
a few interesting characters over there.
Yeah, but what have you been up against, my friend? Michaela's here, she's a Christian, so Selah, Megatron. What's been happening?
Yeah, well, I'm leaning towards the Gnostic point of view.
Wow, okay.
Eli Pagels.
Not from the mythological standpoint. It's not the kind of mythology of the cosmology. The general kind of model.
So are you saying that you're gearing away from Christ rising from the dead physically?
Yeah, I think it's more likely a spiritual resurrection. So I think all that's really required was Peter, Paul, that
20 people who need touch, need counseling, which they could have done, in visions. And the gospel works is then elaborated somewhat on history.
Do you affirm the Trinity? Oh, that I forget. Are you Trinitarian? No. Okay. Okay. Why aren't you a Muslim? Just curious.
Because I don't think anything about Christ. I think they just took Christianity and bastardized it.
All right.
Not entirely convinced there was even around.
Wow. What'd you say, Noah? Oh, your volume's way down. No. I mean, super. What? No. That better.
Yes, but.
Okay. So I was asking, did you really ask him if why he's not a Muslim?
I did.
Okay, why you're not a Muslim, LSF?
Because I don't believe I have a secret revelation.
You didn't what?
Believe Muhammad ever encountered the angel real.
Listen, I'm not gonna go into an argument because I'm done. But let me ask you a question. Would you as LSF give away your life and be influenced by a guy who is not receiving revelation? Like the disciples, for example, they were ready to give away their lives, right? They were doing so.
Several people that burned with what's that guy called Waco guy, I think.
How can we?
What's his name?
David Koresh, yeah. And Jim Jones' group.
Yeah. So where do you think that influence of the people that followed him come from?
You just need a charismatic guy with a story.
But it's not what do you mean charismatic guy with a good story? Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, what do you mean? A charismatic guy with a good story. People will follow them.
Charismatic guy with a good story. Okay. So then we'll be easily influencing people. If you're charismatic and you have a good story.
Well, yeah, it has the possibility of doing that,
A possibility, but not people be giving away their lives for him, right?
Yeah, just like David Koresh's crew gave their lives for it, so did Jim Jones.
All of them were false ones, right? They didn't receive actual revelation, but by the way, they were witnesses of revelations. There were people that witnessed Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, getting the revelation.
Like his wife, right?
Yeah, Aisha, was one of them.
According to the story.
It's not a story. It's we have evidences that happened from multiple people, not from one person only.
Suppose it eyewitness statements.
Yeah, eyewitness okay. Testimony of eyewitnesses.
Do you believe people get abducted by aliens, experimenting on them?
Sorry?
Do you believe people are abducted by aliens and experimenting on them?
No.
There are 10,000 people on Earth, eyewitnesses, who claim that happened. Why don't you believe them?
Because they are lacking the historical method of authenticating whether something is true or whether something is false. Hold on, LSF. You didn't know who are those people, didn't know their community, you didn't know what the people are saying about them, know their memory, for example. They are hold on, LSF. If we're gonna go with this argument, then we're gonna have to disregard Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. There will be no God, no religions, and that's gonna be a different story, Elisa.
So your religion is true as it is.
Yes.
How do you work that out?
There's only one religion. I don't believe in a religion called Jude or a religion called Christianity. The only religion is Islam. Is the religion of Abraham. He was not a Jew, neither was a Christian. He was just a monotheist.
It's Hebrew. Genesis 14:13.
Mom, can you check your DMs whenever you can? I just
Yeah,
checked
sure.
it for
Good book. Anyway, so that's the thing, brother. There's only one religion. And that's why we say about the Jews and the Christians, they are the people of the book. Right? Why would they lie even? Like if people who witnessed their revelation lied, other people, anyone who will lie or say anything bad about the prophet, he will be caught. Or say something about the prophet that he didn't say, he will be caught. And the hadith will be weak, unauthenticated. There were people that literally after these narrations to know whether they are authentic or not authentic.
How do you know that people who went after are reliable?
Wait, what? Do you know Imam Ahmad Qabtik?
Yeah.
Ahmad ibn Hanbal. He had a musnad, right? That was before Bukhari and Muslim. Right? Listen, this is very important. Before Bukhari, before Muslim, there was a guy called Ahmad Hanbal. He's a major scholar in Islam. He's the scholar that I follow his school of thought, right? That person spent his life literally collecting ahadith, collecting narrations from Yemen, from Hijaz, from everywhere around Arabia, gathering all these ahadith, and he puts it in his musnad. So it's not we have only Bukhari and Muslim and Tirmidhi. No. We have.
I was saying because you were saying that you had scholars went out to see the reliability of the narrators, right? How do you know about the discourse that went out to see if the narrators are themselves reliable?
Because there are other people are saying that about them.
But it's going to be like an infantry. It's going to be like a reader stuff. How do you know other people?
No, it's not going to be the same way, right? Because you have, for example, a narration. People of Hijaz are saying one narration. They're saying, for example, none of you shall slap his brother on the face, for example. That's a hadith about the Prophet, right? So the people of Yemen are exactly the same thing. The people of whatever the city name is, right? So you would ask them, how did you know this? I learned from them, from X, X learned from Z, Z learned from Y, all the way up to the Prophet, right? So we'll be asking about those people in the narration, whether it's narration from the Hijaz, because you can have the same hadith from different narrators. This is very important. So that's why you can have two narrations. Both of them are authentic. One of them is weak and one of them is authentic. Why? Because the people who have narrated this one are more reliable than the other ones. You know what I mean? And you do not take from them, you take from the other ones. So those people from the Salaf and the Khalaf and the Tabi'in and Atba' Tabi'in, those who followed the earliest people that followed the Prophet Muhammad, they only have this chain of narration, and it was compiled also by Imam Tabari. He has Jami' al-Bayan fi Tafsir al-Quran. He was an interpreter of the Quran, exegesis of the Quran. He was also gathering around all the different narrations.
That's in the 800s.
All the different narrations about a verse. So, for example, Qul Huwallahu Ahad, the very first verse, he will gather all the ahadith that the Prophet said about that specific verse. And then the people who are specialized in the hadith, like who authenticates the hadith, they would verify or falsify, you know. So this method was a given back then. It was not something that was, came hundreds of years after. These hadiths were already narrated between them. However, it was not compiled because of what happened.
Do you need to the whole idea of the science of hadith, right, is to see if a narration is authentic in the sense that you can use it for halal and haram, right? But for the seerah and the tafsir, right, you can still have weak hadith. These weak hadiths can be accepted because they're not for halal and haram.
Yeah, if it's unrelated for halal and haram. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And if that's the weak hadiths in seerah are accepted.
In Sirah Nabawiyah?
Yeah.
No, you have to add here, what about like the Sirah before the revelation or after the revelation?
The Sirah before or after? Weren't they all written after?
No. Yeah, they all written after, but like there are some things that you can take from before. However, it's maybe authentic. Like there are difference of opinions about it, right? And it's very crucial to get the sirah. Most of for example, the sealed necked, you can say 80% of it is authentic, and that's like the clue we can do, right? Implications and stuff. Yeah. So, ever heard about the witnesses of the revelation, Alyssa?
How long after they write down these hadiths?
The hadiths were not written down; they were like orally preserved.
They stopped writing them around the 1500s. That's when they stopped writing them.
Well, the first year was Sirah al-Ashab, right? That was survived.
I don't know if it said Ashab.
After the Quran was standardized in the 1100s is when they didn't have an official codex.
1100s.
In other words, they didn't have an official codex.
What do you mean 1100s?
So in other words, they built their standardization, and then they created a manuscript codex. So it's not like the New Testament where the text was codified and standardized before it was being mass transmitted. They had it the other way around. They needed to standardize their text first so it's understood, and then it was because when we look at all the Qurans like before like 1900, there's like 5 or 6 variations. So it's only until after that time where they codified the Quran. Before that, we have them, and you guys can check. We have them in France, Germany, Italy, Great Britain. We have them all out there for you guys to see that there's tons of textual variants before the 10th century.
Yeah, please give me the textual variants.
Yeah, you can look in the museums. They have the examples inside of every single museum, and there's plenty of German scholars that know about your language more than you.
Okay, give me the sources, please.
It's not my fault that you guys don't want to read this stuff.
Give me the source. Stop.
You want me to give you more explanation? Okay.
No, I need the source, not explanation, not your knowledge.
Of the libraries and museums that they're in. I'll list the ones that have it there.
Bro, which hole did you get this out of? Anyway, so
this is all
okay,
knowledge. I mean,
so Anas ibn Malik.
Little personal attacks to.
So Anas ibn Malik reported that 4 men. Okay, so Anas ibn Malik reported that 4 men from the Ansar. The Ansar are the people who are in the Medina. You know, like the Prophet migrated from Mecca to Medina, right, Alyssa?
Yeah. I've heard stories too.
Okay, so you know about it. Do you know how the Quran was like preserved or like collected? The collection of the Quran? Huh?
Yeah, I know the story.
Okay. So I don't have to say.
The story of Othman when he collected all, like the.
No, not this one.
Oh,
No, no. This is before Othman collected this one.
So you've got 200 years of oral transmission before the Hadith were written down.
Yes, just like the Quran.
Wait, but no, I think it is fair for us to kind of give them a little bit more of a background on the Sahifa.
The Quran.
Well, the Quran, we have manuscripts of, as well as the Sahifa of Hammam ibn Munabbih, right? So oftentimes we think that Hadith weren't written down until after the time of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But we've actually discovered evidences, right, that point in the opposite direction. So, as you all know, Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, had companions, right? And then they had their companions, right? And their disciples. So, one of the companions of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was Abu Huraira. Abu Huraira came very late into the life of the Prophet, but we have the most number of hadith being transmitted from Abu Huraira himself, right? So he had a disciple by the name of Hammam, and he wrote down about 160 hadiths in this thing called Sahifa. A Sahifa was like, think of it like it's like your book, your own notepad, right? And what had happened was when the Crusades or the Crusaders took over the land, when the Crusades happened, much of the relics that they found, they took back with them to their own lands. Right? So the Sahifa, or this notepad, was actually discovered in a museum about 150 some years ago. And they carbon dated the Sahifa, right? And it goes back, they determined that it definitely goes back to right around the time of the Prophet, maybe 20, 30 years after him, maybe 40 years after him, but not that far after him, right? And they found 160 hadith in this little notepad. Now, all 160 of those are present in Sahih al-Bukhari today, right, which is the most prominent collection of hadith that we have, right? That's like the biggest hadith corpus, like the biggest book of our hadith corpus. So when we find 160 and those have been carbon dated to go back, right, it tells us that no, those were actually written down by the Sahaba themselves. We just don't have evidence left, right, because they either got taken away. I mean, they might still be in existence, but we just don't have a copy other than the Sahifa. So if anybody wants to know what it is, feel free to Google. Okay. I'm sure you can find a copy.
Yes. So you see the 4 codexes? These are 4 codex Qurans before the Uthmanic Quran. So these 4 codexes, and I'll tell you where they are, where they're located today, because they're not owned by a Muslim country. These codexes include like Surah 1, Surah 113 or 114. There's different wording in many verses, different verse counts. Widely used in Iraq for decades before the Uthman. Islamic sources admit that Ibn Dawood and Aleph, I don't want to butcher these words. This disproves, just this one alone proves that there's more than one Quran. Then we have the other one, which was in a Syrian Quran, which is from 630 to 655. This contains 2 additional supplementary surahs. Surah Al-Had, and I don't know, I'll put it in the chat. There's different surah orders, different verse numbering, treated as authority by many companions. And this is also recorded by Ibn Abu Dawood, that records this Al-Tabari. They're quoting this actual codex. This is how they know that they had different versions of the Quran early on before the Uthmanic Codex, because a lot of these verses that are not in the Quran that we have today, they're quoting verses that are not the same ones that we have in our Quran today. They're quoting these codexes, these hadiths are quoting these codexes with these understanding of the text.
First of all, that's not true, right? Because
I could prove that.
While you pull that up,
Yeah, I think the issue with the argument is that you're saying that because there's these other manuscripts that exist, now the Quran, there must be different copies of it, right? But I think what you're overlooking is that the manuscripts that you are talking about are not complete versions of the Quran, right? But more so think of it as like excerpts that people have taken and written down. So just because if you find an excerpt of something and say, hey, look, there's a manuscript that existed before the one that you have in your hands, right? That does not mean that those two, like both of the things can exist at the same time, right? But I think the manuscript that you're talking about, can you find me any sort of a contradiction in that manuscript? If so, what is the name of that manuscript? If you don't mind linking it, because I haven't heard this argument from any historian.
I put the 4 codexes in there. And then after this codex is going to be the Uthmanic Codex, which is the official Quran the way it is right now, next to 650. So all the ones you are from 1630s, 1650s, and 1630s, yeah. So all 4 of these are from that before the Uthmanic Codexes. So we have these, and there's different sequences, there's different wording. I mean, I didn't even go into the son of Palamas yet, but they're saying that there is a sunnah, which they're going to say is a non-Uthmanic manuscript. The non-Uthmanic manuscript is going to be what's underneath the lower text of the son of Palestine. So there's different wording, different verses sequence, different surah structures, erased and overwritten with the standardized text. So this is a hard manuscript to prove another Quran did exist. It's going to be difficult for you to say there wasn't another Quran when you have a lower text that's another Quran. And this is not even included in the first 4. This would be 5.
Can I tackle this real quick?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chuck.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chuck. Megatron,
and this is all post the standardization in pre-10th century. So they codified it and standardized the text after the 10th century. You have these variants before the standardization. This is proof in history. You guys can look this up. When the Vatican, every other organization that's in love with the Quran, just like the rest of the world is, and they preserve it for you guys because they had means of preserving them.
All right, let's talk about it then. Let's
don't own most of the manuscripts.
You guys derailed. LSF wasn't interested in Islam. He was questioning.
Sorry, dude. Sorry.
It was Megatron.
But these guys,
Michaela.
book is directly from God.
Michaela, blame Megatron.
We know that it's not directly from God.
Michaela, yeah. Yeah, blame
I should that, but these guys think they know about their book.
All right.
Hey, can I speak? Somebody says, why don't you believe in Islam? Tell them. And then they just go on a big coat and try it.
Yeah, I spoke with you, and she didn't have a problem with that. Only after Megatron started speaking, then she had a problem. So
no,
yeah,
I just stopped listening, and then I came back in.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I just want to say one last thing about the Sana'a manuscript because that's just a retarded argument. The Sana'a manuscript has 926 parchment, right? 925 parchment of the Sana'a manuscript are accurate 100% with the current Quran that we have right now, right? That's number 1. Now, where actually the real variants come from? It's come from the 926 parchment 926, which Megatron is referring to. The variants are not actual variants. You can see if you were to take a look at it, you will see that do not say it's actually from Surah At-Tawbah, my favorite surah and your favorite surah, Megatron, chapter 9 of the Quran. In chapter 9, this surah is very special because we do not say in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate or the most merciful, right? So it says in the beginning, do not say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
I know nothing about this.
No problem. So it says there in the parchment, do not say in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. So, and there are also other things like corrections inside of it. Not changing the way it recited, there are other ways of saying it. So it's most likely, first, we don't have to accept it, right? Second, because we don't know who owned it, like we don't know which parchment does that refer to. Second, it's accurate 100% with the Quran. With the 925, that one page is not like accurate with the Quran. Why? Because it's more likely that someone was learning or trying to memorize the Quran, and that's why he's correcting himself, because the variants are not in the words itself, however it's above it and underneath it, and before and after it. It's not in the actual words.
Okay.
So try another game.
No.
I'm gonna go to eat, guys.
Yeah, go eat. That's fine. So,
Yeah.
so 600 CE, which is 7th century, right? They're saying that they have this, this extensive library, which they don't. They have some of their precious manuscripts not even in their possession, like the Sana manuscript, the Birmingham, and there's fragments from others, right? This isn't the Hajjaz script. Now, the Kufa script emerges in the 700s, right? There's only 70 to 100 manuscripts. The year before was only like 30, and many fragments. Then in the 9th century, so we're talking about 100 years, they only have now in this, this is like in, they have like 200 to 300 manuscripts in this time, the Abbasid period, throughout the whole 9th century. And remember, there's no standardization yet. The standardization happens after 900 CE. So collectively, before 900 CE, they probably have 2,000. Not even 2,000 manuscripts. We have within the first, by the 2nd century, we have 5,000 in just the Latin alone. They don't even have this in like the one language. We already have it in multiple languages. This is the difference between what we talk about preservation and what they talk about preservation. They started to preserve the text after the standardization. Before the standardization, there was different scripts it was written in, different versions it was written in. There was no consistency with the verse numbers or even the way the verses were pronounced, or even sung the way they talk about recent. There was none of that. And all this evidence is all over the world, in every place to see. I don't know why they just deny this. Why do they do this? It's weird. There's no public knowledge, man. It's like it's out there. They have Wikipedias with this shit.
Okay. Great. If God was that worried about the minutiae that we all sit on Discord and Clubhouse arguing about, he would have revealed it now, not 2,000 years ago, when nobody could read, nobody could write, or hardly anybody could. And it was just oral stories to convey a message. Jesus Christ had a great message. It just is completely lost in all these silly little moments.
Well, this is why Sicario and his people created Islam to punish Christianity and punish us. This is a pure punishment from God. Islam is a punishment from God to the Christians for all the things we've done. I'm a huge believer in this.
Yeah, Paul said, forget petty arguments about genealogy, law, etc., because they're not productive.
What is this Gnostic tendency you have now? What do you mean by that?
let's manage to models of how things go around. So that if God creates things that emanate from God, runs existence.
They call God the creator and sustainer. How is that different from emanation?
Big different.
Creation is something outside of God.
He believes in the Sophia, and the demiurge, all those things. You know about that stuff?
You know about the demiurge?
You know about the Sophia? You know about Sophia?
No. Is that what he believes in?
It's the Sophia. Well, it's something like it. Not maybe something in that direction. That's what I was asking.
But Plato doesn't, whatever he's looking back to, Plato, I think, doesn't have a demiurge, does it?
Yeah, they do.
Demiurge to the times.
Times. Oh, okay. So that's where the Gnostics got that from?
No, it's a later thing. The Gnostics have been around since the very beginning.
Beginning of what? They were there before Christianity, right?
Yeah.
They were.
Right.
Demiurge is before Christianity.
No. The term demiurge, what I was talking about, not in the same way that the Gnostics believed in. Gnostics didn't actually use the word demiurge. We just use that word for what they refer to as the creator. This demiurge just means creator.
Right, but there's something above the demiurge, right? There's a god, the one god above the demiurge.
According to the Gnostics, yeah. According to Plotinus, I don't think so. I'm not 100% sure about that, but it's not the same. That's what I'm trying to say.
Marcia is one of the aliens. He could reconcile Jesus with the lighter of the God of the Old Testament. Because the God of the Old Testament is evil, and Jesus wasn't. So he thought that God of the Old Testament created God. It's an evil entity. World is like a spiritual prison.
Can you explain how you come to that conclusion? What's your evidence?
Personal revelation.
How about genocide? Ordering genocide? Sounds pretty evil.
Are you thinking about the Amalekites?
Genocide is not. Well, that was Moses.
No. The command to genocide came from God.
What did the Amalekites do to get to that position?
Well, we can read. Let's read the verse.
Okay, yeah, sure. So you kill their kids and their babies and their sucklings and their animals.
Wait. That's what God said.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's go to the verse.
Sure.
Go to the verse.
Sure. What is it? 2 Samuel something.
15, is it?
15, I think.
Because now we have to build the feet to the fire.
I think it's about Exodus. I mean, Moses. Are you talking about 2 Samuel? Okay. I don't know.
I think it was 2 Samuel. I forgot.
You know, this is Jesus revealing this to them, right?
Well, that's the claim, right?
No, that's the truth. That's what we believe. That's what we believe.
That's John.
We're talking about what the Gnostics say about that.
Right. It says, now go and strike Amalek and devote to destruction all that they have. Do not spare them. Kill both the men and the women, children and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. It's the Samuel 15:3. God ordered them to kill.
Yeah, you gotta read that verse. Or you gotta read some verses before and after that.
Well, yeah, but you can't have an evil baby. Babies aren't evil. They're capable of doing anything more because they can't walk or talk.
Can you read a couple of verses before and after? Why that response was necessary? Or why that response was called for?
There's no ever necessary to kill babies. Sorry.
Right. What did these Amalekites do that provoked that reaction?
Whatever they made
babies do.
To kill their babies. That's what we're trying to say. And by the way, a lot of church fathers believe this. This is why many of the, especially
sacrifice. And the animals, so it might kill the animals as well, they would be like the supporters of the evil, like triggers towards evil. So like this is blotting out evil or sin from your mind, basically. This is how a lot of the early church fathers believed it. Because they could not reconcile a God that was the God of love ordering a genocide.
Can I add to this?
Yeah, they were pussies then. They shouldn't be considered Christian then. They're
Also,
they can't reconcile. They can't reconcile. Yeah, that's how you're representing them. I think you're misrepresenting them. The way you're representing them, if this is true, then that's what you're saying about them. I don't think this is what they're talking about. I don't think you're reading it. I think you use a very Orientalist way of looking at things.
Yes, this is an Oriental faith, by the way.
Yeah. What you're talking about is.
Yeah. No. Like this whole religion started in the Orient.
Well, also another thing. How come do we see the Amalekites a little bit later on?
If
they're wiped out.
Yeah.
We see the Amalekites later on.
Yeah. So that just means that the Jews didn't genocide all of them. But that doesn't mean that the order was to genocide all. Like the Jews didn't always do God's command to its entirety, right? But the command was still to genocide them if you take it literally.
I love how atheists take that a little snippet and just run with it, and then when you present the evidence, they just quiet down.
Yeah, but like you understand what I'm saying. Just because the Jews didn't slaughter all of them, that doesn't mean that the command was to slaughter all of them.
What sect of Jehovah's Witness are you part of, Benny?
Say what type of sect, because Jehovah's Witnesses don't get into politics. It's probably viewed as political, saying what type of sect that they're in.
There's also other stuff too. So like if you consider interest to be immoral and evil and a sin, which the early Christians absolutely did, why is it in the Old Testament that the Israelites are commanded to not charge interest to their fellow Israelites, but charge interest to non-Jews?
That's why we gave them. That's why the kings and the queens of those times gave that permission to the Jews to do that. They wouldn't do anything else. Don't you understand? That's all they wanted them to do was finance.
That's the kings and queens of Europe much later. I'm saying, why is it in the Bible, God said, right, that you can charge interest to God, to the goy, but not to your fellow brethren?
Yeah, that's the reason why the kings and the queens didn't borrow money to other Christians. They let the Jews broker it.
I understand that. I'm asking, why did God give that command?
What's wrong with that?
Because is it interest wrong? Isn't it a sin?
Not if the Jews lend them the money. Not if the Jews lend them the money.
No, according to our principles as Christians, this is why in Christianity,
You gotta look up the history.
we're not allowed for.
You're not gonna take my word for it. You have to look up the history and the Torah laws in the banking system. I'm answering the question.
No, you're not.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Is it a sin? It's usually a sin.
No.
No, it's not a sin according to the church.
The sin if we do it to each other. It's not a sin if you allow someone else outside you to borrow the money.
No, that's not true. Not according to the church.
That's what. Then you don't know what you're talking about.
No, not according to the church. The church says it's a sin. That's like saying you can't kill your fellow Christian, but you can kill some non-Christian. That's not a problem.
I'll post the Wikipedia for you, my brother.
Completely destroys objects of morality.
Exactly.
interest on loans or just excessive interest?
So historically speaking, it was any kind of interest. Nowadays, we would define it as like excessive interest. But this is why for centuries, over 1,000 years actually, in the Christian world, and the Muslim world, honestly, there was no interest.
I put the Wikipedia link in the chat there, Daniela, and you can look back to see how long these things have been recorded, right? And they have these ancient laws that they apply even till today, right? And this is the framework that they've used throughout the banking system. So
Yeah, and he says it's
immoral. So he's saying it's immoral. No. It's not immoral. You don't understand. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You should read up those little stuff. I don't even know where to start. I wouldn't even know where to start.
According to the church.
They're still a Muslim.
Why
this is Muslim
according
shit?
to the church? How am I still a Muslim?
Listen, basically a farm. Listen, if you have a farm,
the apostolic churches is interest a sin.
To each other. To one another.
Only to one another. So I can go.
Well, if we're at war,
that's not a sin.
Unless there's rules of engagement.
Yeah, so I can go to like I don't know, India and just start slaughtering people. That's not a sin.
I know we did it when we discovered America.
Was that right?
I'm not saying it is.
Okay,
but were they being charged for murder?
Objectively.
Were they being charged for murder?
Objectively.
No, they weren't.
They were or were not.
They looted. They did everything not to their own people.
Was it or was it not a sin according to the church? Yes, according to the church, killing people, whether they are Christian or not Christian, right?
Okay.
Is a sin.
You feel uncomfortable with the history. I feel uncomfortable with the history.
No,
of the church.
I'm not uncomfortable.
Yeah, I understand.
You're trying to justify.
No, you're not justifying it.
Yes,
I'm telling you the rules.
You are saying we can charge interest to non-Christians. We can't charge interest to Christians. Why? Because it's immoral to do it to Christians. But I do the same thing about rape, murder, any adultery, anything like that. No.
Did they try all the pirates that that discovered America? They charged them with rape and pillaging. They didn't, right?
They could have. Did they commit
Well,
sin?
they weren't. You know why? Because they weren't representing the church.
What is that?
They weren't representing the church. That's number one. Number two, that's far beyond the bounds of what we did during that discovery time. They weren't Christians out there. You know? Don't be upset. Own up to it, bro. Own up to it, Benny. Own up to it. This is strange.
We're all gone. Own it. Come on.
We're not Mormon.
Okay, bye. Happy New Year. Get a life.
Happy New Year. Yeah, Benny, you're just making excuses. Like you're still arguing like a Muslim. Like you're trying to do tequila over here. I'm trying to tell you. You want to be Christian, you have to accept that there are a lot of things that happen under the Christian rules. And that's it. Like the Pope went to Canada, apologized to the natives, even though it wasn't directly his fault. But there were some heretics out there, saying they were representing the church, and abusing children, and they found a bunch of dead bodies underneath this church. It was really messed up.
He apologized if it wasn't wrong.
Apologize because it is wrong.
Exactly my point. It is wrong to do these things to people that are not Christian. Would you not apply the same interest charging usury? Is charging interest wrong to any, or just to charge interest to or to Christians?
The Christians.
Okay, so you can charge interest to non-Christians.
Correct.
Find me
using Christian
find
money.
me any decision from the
Just look up the history
to say
of how the Jews got into the banking
but
system.
you cannot charge interest to a Christian.
Just look at the banking system that was created. It was the Christian kings and queens. It was the Christian countries that had the money, and they used the Jews as brokers, and that's how they made the loophole, and they worked around. And you say you borrow money from the Jews, you're not borrowing from the kings and the queens who are also Christian. They worked their way around it, and it didn't look like you were actually borrowing money from them.
Okay,
That's the
they
loophole.
did that loophole because you are not allowed to charge interest. Period.
In your own.
No.
Why didn't you borrow the money from the Jews then?
We weren't supposed to. That was not.
Well, that was the reason why it was done to them.
No. We weren't supposed to do that either. That was
that you have to reconcile with your church fathers.
No. That's according to the church. You're not supposed to be borrowing money on interest.
With your Eastern, church fathers.
No, this is not a matter of East or West. This is Christianity as a whole.
What about Muslim financing? How about that?
What about it?
That is somehow they don't have charge interest, but the service charge it matches their interest rate.
Yeah, I think it's bullshit. Like modern day Muslim financing is bullshit. The service charge will fluctuate.
It's the same thing, Benny.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
Muslims are the golden standard. I'm saying that it's immoral. That God said that our understanding is that usury is immoral. It is a sin. So why is it in the Old Testament God commands that you can commit this sin to a non-Jew, but you cannot commit this sin to a Jew? That would be like God saying you are allowed to rape a non-Jew, but you cannot rape a Jew.
The Jews said that's actually that's probably in the Old Testament too. Not the Talmud, but I'm just saying I don't think you're allowed to rape, period. It doesn't matter whether if they're.
That's the point. Because it's a sin.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's usury.
No, that's different.
No.
You just compare rape to a monk.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know what type of interest rates you're getting, my friend.
Yeah. That's kind of weird.
It's been going for like 200%. Like we're really fucked up there.
Okay, but all right. So if you're a farm, right? You need money early season to get the crops going. You're not going to sell them until possibly the middle to the end. But you have to borrow money from somebody, right? So this is has always been the case, especially with farms. So how do you work your way around that? Like you're gonna borrow money from somebody. Okay, see that's why you're just being ridiculous.
No, I'm not being ridiculous. It's very clear. Christian teachings have for thousands of years taught us that usury.
Not Christian.
Yeah,
not Christian. No, they get this from the Torah.
Oh my God.
They get this from ancient like the Aramaic, like this.
First,
This
all
I
the
work with the
literally said the opposite. Every opposite has said universally that usury is a sin. You cannot charge interest. This has always been the case for almost 2,000 years.
The verse you're talking about is Ezekiel 18:13 to 17.
Happy New Year's, everyone.
Happy New Year. So, who's the person that gave us Happy New Year's?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's.
Yeah.
May peace and blessings to the true believers of the Messiah. And then people get puzzled if they boss you.
Well, we've got somebody here that's struggling with his faith, he said. That's LSF. And he never really got to exactly what he was saying there. He's taking more of a Gnostic view, though. So, Andrew, what kind of... Oh, hey, how's it going, Rob?
Hey, Rob.
Wait, is that Rob the Christian?
No, I'm a Christian. I just finished watching.
Oh yeah, this is the other Rob. Yeah, he's okay.
I just finished watching the Da Vinci Code. If only that would true, that would have been better for the world. Here we are.
What if I told you he was a Christian?
Who, Da Vinci?
Yeah, what if I told you he was a Christian?
Oh, perfect. Where did he go? Oh, he left? Oh, makes sense. You came too late.
Well,
Then he was crying about no interest loans and the Bible.
Who was?
Penny Adam.
What do you mean crying about no interest loans?
Like saying that it's against the rules, that you're not allowed to charge interest, and how like the Christians interpreted this. But just telling them that they still lend money out. They just let the Jews do it amongst Christians. He's saying that you're not allowed to charge interest at all.
Right. That was never the model. It was charging interest to the poor. The idea is like if someone was begging for food and you promised him a hamburger in exchange for two, to use an old economics example, that's the primary sin.
Andrew, if you're there, you weren't around earlier today, were you? Were you listening at all?
Yeah, I did. I heard quite a bit.
With the whole atonement and where that guy, Nicholas, went off on the sort of side tangent and stuff like that. I don't know how much you agree with that stuff.
Ben got trapped there, I think. He was saying some stuff. The thing about always telling the truth, he shouldn't have said that. And then the atonement, I don't know. He was saying some stuff that was kind of a little bit odd.
He's only been a Christian for 2 years.
Yeah,
I don't remember the exact thing that he said, but he said something that immediately I sort of questioned how long he'd been in Christianity. Because he just said something so almost un-Christian, if you like, typically un-Christian. And I was like, how many people in Christian? Something about God. And I was like, Christians, to my mind, I was like, Christians don't say that. How long has this guy been a Christian? Right? Is he just making stuff up, or did you just hear it like recently or something? I just don't remember the exact thing because it went on with different people, didn't it? And Euro was there as well. So, yeah, to my mind, I've not heard of Christian yet. They're going to justify this atonement business is necessary for all people. Even if I granted it was necessary for some, even if I did grant that, which I'm still not entirely sure, but I'll just be agnostic on that. The whole that is necessary for everybody business. Nobody listened today. I thought it was sufficiently good response to that.
She didn't say anything to that? She on stage, she's a Christian. To the atonement necessary.
Oh, yeah. It's that's very probably.
We can't hear you.
You're breaking up.
Can you get a better signal there or something?
How's it now?
Yeah, it's
better. Alright, yes, it's completely necessary. Otherwise, how else would you get to heaven? Would you go to loser Home Depot and get a ladder and try to climb to the heavens?
Well, God just forgives you. Without the
he forgave you, but you have to accept it, you know?
Yeah,
that's fine. If somebody gives you the key, and then you slap the key away and say, hey, I don't want it. You know,
what if you accepted it and you recognized he was God and you were, contrition?
Then your sins are forgiven and you're in the kingdom.
Basically, we don't need the atonement then. Sounds like you're on my side of the fence then. And you're with it now.
That's a little bit of a
Another
stretch, my
Christian,
friend.
Christian who doesn't think the atonement is necessary.
I truly think it's necessary. It's not by my strength that I'm saved.
Oh, but I thought you said it wasn't necessary.
It is necessary.
You just said that if as long as you get forgiven by God and you accept it, etc.
It's the repentance and forgiveness.
Yes, we can repent and forgive. The atonement still isn't necessary. I can repent for my sins, or somebody can.
Hey, if a
I'm
non-believer,
making an argument for the atonement, you're making an argument for not atonement, as far as I'm concerned.
hey, if a non-believer believed in God today, would it change anything?
Yeah, they believe in God, and if God existed, they'd probably get something.
Think about the thief on the cross.
The point is that the atonement seems unnecessary, at least not for everybody.
Well, if it's not for everyone, then I don't know what to say, because it says, "For he so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that he shall ever believe shall receive everlasting life." It doesn't say a particular people or particular gender or just says he who shall believe.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that you need the atonement, right? As long as you believe in Him, then the atonement isn't necessary, which is the point I'm making. That the atonement isn't necessary.
He is the atonement.
That's right.
No, but the atonement here, we mean He died on the cross and all that business.
The atonement is just shed of blood.
Yeah, but that's not necessary. That's the point.
Well, how do you come to that conclusion?
God can forgive you and can say, "Hey, your sins are forgiven. If you want a relationship with me, the door is open."
Amazing. By your perspective, that should work. But the
Yes,
perspective,
why wouldn't it work? If He's an unconditionally all-loving God.
but the reason why it doesn't work is you're not the creator of the universe. You're not just in the way that God is just.
You're just not following.
I'm giving you reason to think that it's not necessary.
But that's not the steps that God. That's not the steps that God told you to do that though.
No, but we want to say that it's necessary, but if you say it's not necessary, then that's going to put shade on God, because presumably you don't think God does unnecessary stuff, especially if He wants a relationship with people.
But an atonement is not unnecessary.
Well, that's what you have to argue for, and I'm saying it is unnecessary, at least for some people.
So sin.
Why is it necessary? Without repeating the claim that it's necessary, you have to justify it. I had this whole discussion for 3 hours this morning. Nobody could do it.
Your problem was you didn't like free will. You said you don't have free will, but yet you make terrible choices, and then you want somebody else to be accountable for those choices.
What's free will got to do with anything? Even if I grant free will, because
So
you can choose God without the atonement.
Sin equals death. So in order for sin to be forgiven, it has to be put.
Yeah, but that's again just God's arbitrary rule. That also needs to be required death. That's just God.
What is sin from your understanding?
Well, doing something God's nature, wishes, desires, commands.
So even if the smallest or greatest of sins, no matter how big, how small, it is the attempt of something outside of God. So even how small it is, and it separates them from God.
Yeah, but that's only because God wants it that way, not because the sinner necessarily wants it that way.
Then why does He want to give you free will?
Like strict rules, but then don't expect it to sound good to somebody when you set up strict rules and then make yourself the only way to overcome that. So I'm saying that's not necessary.
Then when you have the choice for the free will, did God point a gun to Adam and Eve's head in the garden and say, "Eat this apple and I'm going to kick you out"?
And I think, Shake, you've got to pay attention here, because I'm granting free will. So free will is not a problem here. The people that are going to have a relationship with God are only those who freely come to Him, right? He's not going to force people. That's not going to be a loving relationship, right? So people have to willingly come to them. So if you believe God exists, you believe that you do sins, you believe sins are wrong, and you ask for forgiveness. What prevents God from opening the door to heaven? And if all of that's the case, then the atonement of dying on the cross.
It's the people's choice. They want something good. They want peace. They want love. They want all the abundant, amazing things.
that is God. If they don't like any of that, they go their own way.
Do you think you're responding to my critique now, or are you just saying something else?
No, I'm responding to it. Maybe it's not
My critique is something specific, because what you said has got nothing, doesn't even approach my critique.
Well, you say free will has nothing to do with it. Well, guess what?
I'm granting you free will.
Yes, you said you granted it, but the thing you do with the free will, that's what is the major factor. You can either go to God or not go to God.
Let's see if I can break this down for you very simply. Let me ask you something to see your perspective on the Sheikh. If it's the case that somebody freely believes God exists, does the best they can to follow God's commands, occasionally stumbles and falls, recognizes that they've done so, recognizes that it's wrong, and asks forgiveness, and they do this with their own free will because they want a relationship with God, why is that not sufficient to have an everlasting relationship with God in heaven?
What do you mean that's not sufficient?
Why is it not sufficient?
That's what Christianity is. People are going to stumble. People are going to fall short. It even says in Scripture, blessed are those that hunger and thirst for righteousness and the fall. They recognize it. They strive for God. They recognize, hey, I've fallen. This is sin separate from me, God. Please, I want to follow you. And it makes it right because God.
Then you don't need the atonement. Sheikh, you don't need the atonement.
Jesus, the atonement was done with
on the cross.
atonement was done with Jesus.
If you don't need the atonement, then why even argue? It's not like only people are low to get a ladder and try to climb out.
Is there anybody else that can respond to me? Because
you need the atonement with Jesus. You need to shed the blood for sin.
Okay.
Jesus.
Why it's necessary? Can you do that?
Because that's what God acquires death for sin. It's an act of repentance.
Hey, that's the way God set it up. That's not a defense, my friend.
What are you looking for? What are you looking for?
A justification for why it's necessary. Not that God says, because I said
because
so.
God says so. It doesn't matter because God says so. That's what it is.
Christianity does to some human minds. Whatever God says, that's the justification because God said so.
Because God, the blood purifies. It's God's. That's why he had a white blood over the walls. God, some with God in blood. Some with God in the blood.
Tell me why he can't forgive people who freely want forgiveness. No, he exists someone to
God wouldn't be just then. Because the fact that you got three people. Let's say I went to you and I broke your television. And I go to someone else and I say, hey.
Didn't you try this morning?
No, somebody else did. But I want to do it my way.
You're going to repeat it yourself again?
No. Check it out. And then I go to Jesus after I broke your TV. Jesus, can you forgive me? Yeah, no problem. But guess what? Your television's still broke. How are you going to be happy? With the sacrifice of Jesus, it's like the television was never broke. You didn't even notice anything being broke because the television is never even broken in that aspect. That's how great the love and forgiveness is.
Well, hang on a minute. If the television's not broke, then what's the problem? If he forgives you, what's the problem?
So if that television smashed in a million pieces and Jesus forgives me and I walk up and everything's all good and but you're going to be mad because your television's broke. Nobody has made it right. With the atonement, everything is made whole.
Let me just make sure I'm understanding your analogy here. Your analogy is, let's say you and I break your TV, and then I go to Jesus for forgiveness. Is this your analogy? Sheikh?
Yes, you go to Jesus. Jesus forgives
So I'm not asking
them.
forgiveness from you. I'm going to Jesus for forgiveness. And even though I broke your TV. Is that right? Sheikh, are you there? Hello?
Yes.
I want to understand I want to make sure I understand your analogy. I broke your TV, but instead of asking forgiveness from you, I don't say anything to you. I go to Jesus. Is that correct?
Well, it's an aspect. You ask
I'm sinning against another human being, right? That's what your analogy is supposed to be analogous with. I sin against another human being, right?
Well, when you're sinning against another human being, you're also sinning against God, because it's God's law and God's decree that keeps everything perfect. And when you're going against God's rule and to affect someone, congratulations, you sinned against both parties.
All right, so the scenario is actually I'm sinning against another human being and God, or I'm just sinning against God. Is that that's the two scenarios? Yes.
So another example is like if I don't follow the law.
Those are the two scenarios where I commit sin. Okay.
Like for example, another example is if I don't follow the law and I stole your TV, I went against the law of the United States of America.
Shay, please don't just ramble on. I asked you a very clear question. What is the only two scenarios in which we sin? We sin against another human being, God simultaneously, and we sin against God alone and no other human being.
Sometimes it's not even that we sin against another human being. Sometimes
that's the God only case.
We put ourselves in a sin when we're doing debaucherous things.
Who are we committing a sin against in that case?
You're getting a sin against God's law, something that separates you from God.
Great. So there's only two scenarios. This is according to you. Yes.
No, there's
more with what I'm saying. And now we're going to go through the atonement and see how well this works. Scenario number one, I sin against you and God. Scenario number two, I only sin against God. Those are the only two scenarios, yes?
There might even be a person, there might be other things, you know? There might be like
what are you talking about?
Let's say, let's say you did like let's say you were goon maxing profusely and destroyed your health, and it says to take care of yourself and treat your body as a temple. You smoking cigarettes and goon maxing all the time.
Okay, so that's like the equivalent. So that's the third option, which is sinning against yourself. Apparently you can sin against yourself. Is that correct?
Oh yeah.
And against God simultaneously.
Oh yeah, because it's God's law. God's law is put into position.
Right. So we got three scenarios, yes? Scenario number one.
There's more.
We're gonna go through them and see if atonement helplessness actually helps you or hinders you. So scenario number one, I sin against you and God. If I ask your forgiveness and you provide it to me, and I ask God's forgiveness and He provides it to me, are we all settled now? Are we all settled, or is there something still outstanding?
And then once you get God's forgiveness, it is blessed. It's good. Then you get to go.
Right, and we don't need the atonement scenario, yes?
No, you definitely need the atonement. You meant it.
Yes, obviously.
Then you have and then maybe your heart turned from stone to flesh because Jesus changed you, and then you made it right. By the mercy of God.
Atonement, yes. Why is the atonement necessary in that scenario?
You definitely needed the atonement because
why?
Because it was you in the first place, but when you repented and you saw how evil you were, it was by God's mercy that you were convicted, and then you changed the race.
Right, but again, the atonement isn't necessary. I keep going back to that. You keep telling me it's necessary, and every time you try to explain it, you explain it where it's not necessary.
Atonement is because if sin is not free, forgiveness is not free.
Why not?
Like you as a person, a homo.
You see how difficult this is for you guys.
You just not have
struggling, man. You're struggling mightily here.
Your problem is
necessary. Even in the
you have free will, and no matter if you
why the atonement is. I said, I speak to people online all the time. People can't explain this atonement, why it's necessary. They battle like hell to do so. All loving God wants a relationship, and now it claims that nobody can see to
atonement is because so you can't pretend the sin didn't happen. That's what atonement is. So you cannot pretend it didn't happen.
Nobody's pretending it didn't happen. In fact, you acknowledge that it did happen, and you.
That's why you're atonement act like some people they'll just repent, act like it didn't happen. It's dead. It's part of justice.
There's justice has been done.
If you do wrong, justice has to be served. So the atonement is part of getting justice. You being forgiven is not free, bro. Those blood sacrifices were valued back then. Those offerings, sin offerings, and burnt off, those were money. That's how they traded. So you have to pay your debt for what you did.
People doesn't mean that that's a good thing. Because they did it in that way.
That's the big gun.
Doesn't mean that's good. By the way, I'm impugning God, not ignorant people 2,000 years ago. They were just ignorant,
But atonement wasn't for God, it was for the people. It wasn't for God, it was for the people.
Yes, but God can just forgive us when I'm telling you. You guys say, no, the atonement is necessary. I say, why is it necessary?
Yes,
you can't get
God can. I just told you because the debt, because there's a moral debt after sin you have to pay. Like you pay fines.
Why is there a debt that needs to be paid?
Wrongdoing didn't happen. You can't make it that easy for humans just to be forgiven because they're going to keep doing what they're doing.
That doesn't follow. That doesn't follow at all. That's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that if the atonement
doesn't follow?
People would continue sinning. That doesn't follow whatsoever. In fact,
no, it's not about continuing sinning. It wouldn't acknowledge it. It's about acknowledging it.
If the atonement happens, that gives people free license to keep doing it. They go, look, my sins are forgiven. I can keep doing it. So in fact, the atonement can do exactly what you're saying. The absence of the atonement doesn't entail that would happen. Maybe something you forgive me, and you say that's all that's needed. What's the problem then? What's the problem with that? What else is necessary then? And why?
It's dead. It depends. Different levels, different stuff. It's just you can't just say some things that can be forgiven. Yeah, that can be forgiven. But when there's laws broken, things like that, you have to come forward with your sacrifice and your offering and do the ritual.
No, you don't. Because if the victim forgives them and they don't ask for any sacrifice or any further anything else other than forgiving, the justice is done. Everything's cool.
Yeah, you could say that, but that's not how it was. Now it's like that now, but that's not how it was back then.
Yes, but again, you're talking about bloodthirsty, ignorant.
But okay. In the beginning, God was working with these people, having to do things, bringing things into the earth. So that's how it was at that time. It's not like that no more.
You're saying it was worse then than it is now.
It wasn't like that. After Jesus did what he did, you don't need blood no more. It's already done. We're in today's time.
What I'm saying is unnecessary. You keep claiming that it's necessary. Or for the people at the time.
It was necessary for them back then.
Why?
They didn't have money, bro. They didn't have dollars and cents.
God's forgiveness. What's more powerful than God's forgiveness? Is there anything in this world that's more powerful than God's forgiveness?
Do you know how God is setting up his government, how he's setting up his nation, how he's training these people to be his people?
That's when I ask a probing question and you don't answer me.
It was their part of their ritual. Every time you answer, you answer a question with that answer. And then you try to say somebody don't have an answer. I keep giving you an answer. You say that's not right.
What's more powerful than God's forgiveness?
What do you mean what's more powerful than forgiveness?
Am I speaking a different language? Is that question unclear to you?
He's asking you for the atonement. They go together. His forgiveness and atonement go together. It's all God. What are you talking about?
I asked you what's more powerful than God's forgiveness. He says, I forgive you.
Okay, so if he tells you the truth, you being obedient is more powerful. You not breaking the law is more powerful than forgiving you. How about being obedient? I just gave you an answer. That's more powerful. Your obedience is more powerful.
didn't forgive me.
Oh, really? The obedience that no human being can actually give in their entire lifetime. That's the impossible standard. That's more powerful, is it?
Your obedience is more better than his forgiveness.
See what how difficult this is, Andrew? It's been like this for days. I haven't yet found a good Christian.
Bro, you making circles with yourself. If somebody gives you an answer, you want an impossible answer.
See how tricky this is? Maybe you should invite
like me asking why did your grandma cook chicken? Why did your grandma need seasoning for her chicken, bro? Why did grandma need seasoning for her chicken?
This is difficult, isn't it, Andrew?
Well, you don't have an argument.
Okay, that tells me all I need to know about you, isn't it? Thank you.
You don't have an argument why God has an atonement.
I don't know what your thought is, my friend. I can't remember what you said on this topic. Yes, yeah. Have you Christian, right? No. Why is the Christian? Why is the sorry? You are or you aren't? I am not.
I didn't even know they was asking for forgiveness, man.
That's fine. This my question wouldn't apply to you if you're not a Christian. So, I thought you were.
Well, he understands the Old Testament, though. Rob, he might have something to say about the animal sacrifice.
No, I wasn't talking about that. The atonement, right? Yeah, you don't. Do you believe the atonement happened? If you do you think it's like necessary for all people?
The atonement as if Jesus sacrificed himself on the cross?
Yeah.
No, that's my rejection of Christianity.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. So this wouldn't apply to you. Right, that's fair enough.
How are you going to ask in the beginning? How you going to ask for forgiveness for something they don't know?
Please, stop talking. Please.
Rob, could I say something? He keep on saying how they're gonna ask for forgiveness for something that they have an offense. When God gave Moses the laws and commandments and statutes, they were in sin. So that is why he gave the animal sacrifice for, their way of atoning for when they were sinning. Accidental sins, there's different kind of sins, and depending on those sins, it will be based on what kind of sacrifice you should give. If it's animal, grain, or your first, that's offering. That's not sacrifice. But yeah. It's because
they talk about animal sacrifice, but if you want to, we can talk about that. I think that's also problematic. Killing an innocent animal. If you ask for forgiveness, again, I'll ask you the same question I asked the other Christians, right? If you ask forgiveness for a sin, particularly a smaller sin, but if you ask forgiveness for a sin, why is it that God not forgiving you absent any sacrifice? Why is the sacrifice necessary? Why can't he just forgive you? Because you and I would forgive other people who quote sin against us, especially if it's a smaller sin, right?
What if I told you all atheists are gay?
Hang on.
Rob, if I ask you forgiveness, what would you require from it?
Hang on. I did ask Jay to respond there. So we can use the animals, but I think that's also problematic, like Jesus died.
I think because the culture was based on what do you call it? Agriculture farming, right? Agriculture farming.
Agriculture, yeah.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you. Because the culture was based on that, right? That was a way of indebting themselves or giving up something that God knew. This is what I'm thinking why they use animal. God knew that was a big effect on them. He knew if you gave up a bull, you knew that you'd probably been paying or rearing this bull for like a long time, and it probably cost you a lot of money to even get one bull. So that's my idea, or why I think God could possibly use animal, because our culture was based around animal, nature, farming, fruit, stuff like that. That's my assumption. I don't know.
Okay, so just to be clear, if I summarize your position, I think what you're saying, if I can steal that, is that God asks them to sacrifice because he's taking something from them that they value, and that's like they're paying the price. Is that the idea? So not only do they have to ask forgiveness, but they have to pay the price by one of the things they own that's valuable being taken from them. Is that the idea?
Right. You learn from your mistake with consequences, and your consequences is lost of your works, if that makes sense. So I don't know if you know in other parts of the book, it talks about how when you ask for forgiveness and turn back to God and follow His laws and commandments, He'll give back all of your fortunes, right? So yes, I do think that His punishment is take away from you the things that you've worked for, the things that you've inherited.
What's the purpose of that?
What's the purpose of what?
Insisting that you kill an innocent animal. What's the purpose according to you?
Of killing an innocent animal? I don't know if there's a reason to kill one.
That was part of their curse.
It's a personal cost to you, so it's like a fine. Like paying a fine. So you went
It's like paying a fine. You know, you're indebted to God that you could say that you've seen your wrong, and that is His way. He said that is a pleasant odor to Him. That's what He says. That when you learn, it's for Him. It's our way of showing Him back love. That's what He said is pleasant to Him. I don't know, but that's what God said. Smelling the frankincense, smelling the grain, smelling the animal. He says it's a pleasant combination that is pleasant to Him. I don't know how it works.
I don't either. That's a big mystery. But here's the thing. So in this particular case, right, we're not talking about when you sin against somebody else. When you say, is this animal sacrifice business for sinning against people or sinning against God? Or what? Which one?
Repeat your question, sorry.
Is this sacrifice of animals? So you've done something wrong, right? In one case you do it to God, in one case you do it to human beings. Are both of those cases covered by sacrificing innocent animals? Because you obviously
No.
Because if you hang on one second, let me finish the question. Because if you've got to ask for forgiveness, yes. Because if you sacrifice and you don't ask forgiveness, then you're not forgiven, yes. So if you said, I don't think I did anything wrong, or I'm not asking forgiveness, but I'll sacrifice the bull, that's not sufficient, yes. God is not going to forgive you if you don't ask forgiveness and sacrifice. And He will give forgiveness if you only sacrifice and don't ask forgiveness, right?
So you have to be aware of what that is. If you don't just give sacrifices, right? So you have to know and be aware of what your sin is or what you're atoning for. Sorry.
Yes,
when you flip it on a man, that sin is done unto you. So
then why do you need to sacrifice? You don't need to sacrifice an animal then, right?
Depending, I'm not totally sure of all the laws, but I know that if you've caused a death or you've caused loss of animal, something that you have to compensate back for it. Like you have to give the person back the money for whatever it is that you've killed or what it is that you've lost.
If you beat them, what now?
If someone beats you,
you beat them.
I beat them.
Yeah.
And it was on purpose to like kill them, or it was because we were arguing. What's the reason? Okay, depending on what's the reason why I'm doing it, the judges can.
I just don't like him. He's an unpleasant person. So beat him up.
Okay, and if it does result in him potentially dying or something like this, or it results in him not being able. Okay, he did not die. The judges may say, depending on the reason or how it went back and forth in regards to how the story went, they may judge to say that they should also be inflicted with punches or with whatever it is too. Because it says eye for an eye. And
okay, so I get it. But then no animal sacrifice is necessary there. Yes. So no sacrifice is necessary when you sin against God.
Right. Most times out of none. That's what it's for. Most time out of none is when your sin is against the commandments that is for God. Yes.
Okay, let me ask you something, Jay. If it's the case that you sin against God and it wasn't a major sin, and He simply forgave you but did not ask you to sacrifice an innocent animal, would there be a problem with that?
If that's what God asks, that's what God asks. You know.
Okay, so there's no reason that He has to include the law. Yes, He doesn't have to.
But as He chose, he could choose whatever He wants. It's not for me to tell Him what He chooses and what He finds pleasing to Him, because He said that's the way how we show love to Him. He's telling us, if you wanna follow me, right, and you wanna me to keep on blessing you, because this is the reason why they're also following it, right? Showing love, and you know, if you want to keep on getting blessed and your fortune that comes with your inheritance that's been given to your forefathers, these are the things that you have to do forever and ever and for generation upon generation, and you have to teach it to your children. So that's what God chose.
That loving to me. Why is that loving? I don't want to sacrifice an innocent animal. If I've done a minor sin, all I'm expecting is to, if I genuinely recognize it's a sin and I'm genuinely asking forgiveness, I'm expecting the sin to be forgiven against God. I'm not expecting to use an innocent animal. And I don't think that's the loving thing to do. In fact, I think that's a bloodthirsty thing that's going to tell me that I'm actually dealing with like a sort of a bloodthirsty dictator, not an all-loving God.
I don't know if you know the stories. He is a very merciful God, because the numerous times that we've sinned against Him, took on other nations, cost Him, He could have just wiped us out. However, the reason why He hadn't wiped us out is because He made a covenant with Noah that He would never again. Do you understand?
He was bloodthirsty once, and then he was mistaken.
No, he wiped out what he has. To be honest, that's still a continuance in
that's a different story. That's also problematic.
One second. It's still right. I'm saying it's still a trait that he maintains, because even he told the army to go into another nation to wipe them out too. So it's not. It's just that he just said that he's not going to do it to us again, like to his people, to the Israelites again. But he still has that trait to say that when there is evil among you, like, you know, it could be the nation that's inflicting you, whatever, that you can go in there, wipe out the evil, so that it doesn't infiltrate you, the Israelite. So it's still a trait of God. It's just that he doesn't say that he's going to inflict it on the Israelites again.
Okay, this is a separate point, right? All I'm bringing up is the animal sacrifice. I don't know why you went to all of that stuff. That stuff is also problematic. You just bring up more problems. But I don't want you to bring up more problems. I want you to deal with just one problem at a time. And the problem
Repeat the question. You said that you had a question. So.
Yes, I said to you that if I did a minor sin, and I recognize, I obviously believe God exists. Two, I recognize that I've done a sin, and I ask forgiveness, then I'm expecting to be forgiven without sacrificing an innocent animal. And if I am told to sacrifice an innocent animal, and then I'm told that that's the loving thing to do, I'm going to think it's not a loving thing. I'm going to think I'm involved with a bloodthirsty dictator who wants to see blood of innocent animals spilled, seemingly for no good reason, especially when I'm doing minor sins. Because I wouldn't ask that of anybody else. So why the hell would God ask me to do it for him?
The things that are committed, I don't know if you say they're minor, but that's what God chose. God never. I don't know who told you God is. One second. I don't know who told you God is only a loving God. God has many traits within the Bible. A God of war, a God of mercy, a God of forgiveness.
Bloodthirsty, one of those traits.
I don't know. You in your perspective, you could say that it is he could be perceived as bloodthirsty because
so a lot of blood, animals, nailed to the cross, whipping.
No, that is not the God in the Old Testament. That is the Christians saying that that is the same God that
You're not a Christian.
I am not, sir.
Oh, okay. So you're just defending. You're just trying to defend
nothing to defend because I'm not the one that created it. I just do believe in it. You know,
Yes,
there's nothing to defend.
I'm questioning whether it's a morally good thing, and I'm questioning why you believe this or why it's should anybody else, and why you think this is loving to kill innocent animals.
I never claimed it to be loving, Rob.
They use those as for a feast though. It wasn't about being they could celebrate.
Separate from the feast.
I've got a question for both.
I mean, that's like you calling any butcher today, like killing innocent people.
Please. Right. Here is my question. It's a hypothetical. If God's rules were you have to sacrifice your child for you, keep things as they are, would you do that?
Sorry, there was background noise. I apologize. Just say that again.
Right. If God's instruction was to sacrifice your child to me, would you do that?
No. Not without like an exceptionally good reason. The chance of me doing that is like close to zero. It would have to be like an extraordinary reason. Unbelievable reason.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where they draw the line.
Like I said, imagine a reason. Maybe something like that is if everybody else will be tortured to the point of madness for as long as they live. Maybe even then it would be like super hard for me to do. But absent that, I can't imagine something else where I would do that. So maybe to save like 7 billion people from like 100 years of moment-to-moment torture, it's like barely, they can barely survive or something, maybe. But other than that, sacrifice. And if he asked me to do so, I immediately think that I'm not speaking to a more loving being. But if somebody like Jay just acknowledges more loving, great, then I just don't think it's God anyway. So now I've got a good reason to fear this and not to worship it. Or if I am worshiping and I'm only doing it because I'm scared of the consequences. Right? And that's what we call a benevolent dictator.
So
Rob, God requires you to fear him. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you love God and what you believe. One second, maybe what? No, he does. And that's the reason why I'm saying it's not about my perspective, but God requires it. And it's a sense of fair. Because if you don't fear nothing, you're going to overrule what you don't fear. Because he's not controlling. Huh?
The way Kim Jong-un rules North Korea is right. He's following God's command. He gets the North Koreans to fear him.
So that,
unless you're trying to say the North Korean guy, he's God.
No, but he's essentially God in
believer. Look, as a non-believer, right? If God came to you, listen. If God came to you,
my friend, just stop doing this. I'm speaking to this other lady. I'm saying to you, Jay, that's exactly what Kim Jong-un does. He has his entire, North Koreans, all of them fear.
Yeah, but you can't equate human
the wages
to God.
of sin in North Korea is death. Does that sound familiar?
You can't. No. That's Christian. I keep repeating that to you. The wages of sin in the Old Testament is not death all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Right, only some of the time.
The wages of sin, you know, saying for it to equal to death, it has to be is it like adultery or something like that? Like you sleep with another man's wife or something like that. That's how you become deaf, or something that's outlandish. Because obviously, I think what did they say is like you brought impurities to the community or something like, and they want to take that out, right? So, but you cannot equate man to God. God even says that himself to say that he's not like man, because God told you what he is. He said he's not like man. He doesn't have a heart. His heart is wicked.
No, but man can emulate what God does. If it's the case that you ought to fear God, well, that's exactly what the North Koreans do with Kim Jong-un. They fear him. So he's doing something godly. He's following God's footsteps, right? He's modeling God.
Yeah, but that's what me. That's really because they try to do that. They try to do that with the Babylon Tower. They try to be equal with God. That's why they're trying to reach up to the sky. What did God do? God catch all of them. Poof. God killed all of them.
Rob,
Yeah, but why are you saying that? I mean, I don't know why
Rob,
you did that.
what is the evidence that the people of North Korea fear Jim, whatever the hell his name is? What evidence do you have that they do fear him?
Reports coming out of there from people who have escaped, people who have gone to visit there, people that have been killed when they step out of line. There's overwhelming evidence that the North Koreans are like in fear of Kim Jong-un. They'll jump up,
have you seen videos?
all kinds of
Millions
things.
and
Do
millions.
you know anything about this place?
Yes, I know. I know enough about it. Have you seen millions and millions of people who come out to celebrate him?
Yes, they come out. They're forced to come out. Under fear of
millions of people to come out?
Fear, my friend. That's how you do it. You fear. You know how he does it? What happens is when somebody steps out of line, number one, either they're executed or sent to the gulag. But
It's your protection from your Western mind,
he punishes
and
their
you're
entire
projecting it
family
on
as
North
well.
Korea.
Please don't speak
Just
over me.
look, the North Korea.
Please don't speak over me. Okay? I'm telling you what he does. So he punishes that person, and then he punishes their entire family. That sends a fear message to the entire population. If you step out of line,
the whole thing. And
if you step out of line, okay, this guy, never mind. Carry on, Jack.
Let me ask you something.
He's doing what
Let me ask you
Go
this.
ahead, Jack.
So look, if as a believer, God appeared himself to you.
This guy here.
Listen, bro, if God appeared himself to you, and he made it, and it was known that he was real, and he asked you.
And if I had the power to stop him, I would. If I couldn't, I still think he's a moral monster. If somebody else could stop him, I wish they would.
But when you look out into the world,
I wish you would have
Thanks for that question.
I'm legitimately asking you a question. I wish you would have put it out. I just asked for evidence.
Don't talk over me when I'm speaking. I gave you evidence.
You just been talking about nothing.
Magnum and God. Oh, God is a bit baffled for me though.
So Jay, my point here is that we have our preconceived notion about certain things that are not in the text itself, right? So, yeah, you should fear God because He is the Creator.
There you go. Well, that's exactly what North Korea is doing.
No, but you don't compare it to some man, a fat guy. No, let me finish, please. You don't compare it to a man. Like God is. This is the problem with this type of thinking. You comparing some freaking naked, fat, alcohol drinking man to God. It's ridiculous.
What do you think I'm comparing to God?
It's not the same level of comparison.
What do you think I'm comparing to God?
You're attributing a human emotions such as fear that men can put on other men to what God, that ultimate creator.
Presumably,
It's
you
not the
think
same
when
level of
people fear
fear.
God, it's a good thing. So if they fear another human being, what's wrong with that? Do people fear Jesus? Probably yes.
You should fear God because He is the creator.
Because He's going to hurt you if you don't, yes? That's exactly what
You
it
will
would
be
take to
punished
reduce
for
Kim
your actions.
Jong-un.
You will be punished for your actions.
There we go. Kim Jong-un does the same.
You know what? You got it, Rob, because you're not understanding. You can't compare God to a man.
I sure can, and
You have to understand.
I can do it, and I'm doing it now very successfully.
Remember, Rob is operating from the idea that God is all loving. So if you don't fall within those paradigms, then that's where the problem is. I don't really understand why you think that. If you
Because
look
God
at
is
the
the
world,
greatest conceivable being. And if He's not all loving, then He's not God.
all loving has to do with your like being raised, and then the problem that you had, and then why you kind of like left the church or denying what you were raised to believe. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's happening, because when you look out at the world, there isn't an all loving world. Some of it's loving, some of it's destructive, some of it's love, some of it's good.
If you don't punish your kids, they're going to be spoiled.
Why are you talking out of the other guy?
It's common sense. If you don't punish your kids,
Please stop talking. There's too many people who are randomly butting in, and I'm going to have to start putting people in the audience. Stop this now.
bro, because you're questioning God with
Carry on, God. I'm going to have little patience with people who keep interrupting. Your point is, God, that there's not all love in the world. I agree with you. That doesn't mean that God can't be all loving.
Well,
what point are you trying to make here?
You're saying that doesn't mean that God can be. You're not actually proving that God is. And then you're kind of saying,
I need to prove to you that God is all loving. Is that what I need to do? Why am I obligated?
No. I'm just saying in the observation, there's no need. I'm just saying that in the observation of this conversation, what you are not doing is providing any argument that God is all loving. I understand that some people think about that, and they think that God is the loving one, and the devil is the bad one, and they like separate it because they don't want to give God any of the glory of the negative stuff. They only want to give him the glory of the good stuff. I mean, we've been in these rooms. I don't know why you recycle. So where this idea, in my opinion, this incorrect idea that any God is all good.
Two things. I'll tell you two things. One, from inferring it from the Bible, and number two, the philosophical idea that God is the greatest being, of which there is no greater, which entails that he maximizes all of the virtues, and one virtue is that he's loving. And it's better to be all loving than partially loving. If you were partially loving, you wouldn't be the greatest being. If you were all loving, you would have maximized that loving attribute, which is one of the virtues. So now you see two reasons to think that he's all loving, both the Bible and the philosophical idea of the greatest conceivable being.
Well, that goes against what you were saying to the woman, because you were pointing out the parts of the Bible where it shows that God is not that. So which one is it? What are you inferring from the Bible specifically? That God is all good, or that God does all these terrible things that you say is also bad?
But were you not following what was going on? How long have we been?
I was, and now I'm asking you a very specific question. Are you saying that what you infer from the Bible is that God is all good, or that God does some bad?
No, I infer from the Bible that, and this is what other Christians also say, that he's the greatest conceivable being. And one of the great making problems is that he's all good.
Okay, so you personally infer from the Bible that God is all good. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, so God, when he does these negative things to people, like the woman was bringing up, and then you were also bringing up, like he did this to people individually, specifically. You're saying that none of those things that God does in the Bible are bad, right?
No, I'm saying some of them are bad. So there's a tension, there's a conflict between an all good God and bad things.
So what are you inferring from the Bible? Because I'm confused. You're saying two different things.
I can tell you very confused. Most other Christians are not confused about this. They understand exactly what's going on. Why are you confused?
I'm not talking about other Christians. I'm asking you simple questions, which you seem to be giving me two different answers. What do you infer from the Bible?
I'm explaining to you again. I'm going to do this once, but I'm not going to go through this for a long time here, because this is basic stuff that basically Christians understand. So if I've got to get you up to speed with them, I'll do it once and once. If you still remain confused, I'm not going to burn a lot of fuel trying to explain.
Answer your question. You're not explaining it. You're saying two different things.
Okay, no problem. That's fine. No problem. You can remain confused. That's all right.
You don't think you're saying two different things because you're being
That's fine. You can remain confused. It's all right.
Okay, so which one are you saying? So I'm not confused. Which one are you saying?
It's all right. I'm actually okay.
Why are you running from the conversation?
I'll speak to somebody who's not confused, because I don't want to burn a lot of fuel.
When I ask you to say A or B, and then you say A.
That's fine. It's all right. I think you can be confused. Other Christians are not confused about this.
I'm asking for clarification. It's very simple.
That's okay. Well, I'm not going to give it to you. How about that?
Okay, so then you don't want to have a conversation
No, I
about
don't want to have a conversation with you. I want to speak to people who understand this, that I don't have to spoon feed them this. They already understand
You are
this.
saying two different things at the same time.
I'm sure you believe that. That's fine. Yes, I'm sure
Whether
you
he
believe
does
that.
or not, he doesn't want to
Yeah, we're not going to
What's the
continue
point
with
of
you.
keeping this
So
going?
you keep believing that.
I mean, like, we're having an open dialogue right now to
Whether or not you believe that God is all good, because that's the basis of your
You're going to keep pushing it, aren't you?
And now you won't even stay on one side.
He's not saying that there's a lot of cool to
Let's move on. I don't have this problem with Andrew.
Leave it because you don't have
You're incapable of understanding mutual exclusivity. Rob is saying the Bible seems to be teaching that God's all good. And it seems to be teaching that he does things that Rob thinks are bad. So the Bible's not true. You think that means that they're contradictory statements.
That's not what he said. That's not what I asked him.
Rob,
You and Andrew understand this, right? It's like basic stuff.
Defines the case.
He said that he inferred.
You have to speak for something.
Not about what you explained it as. About his explanation, how he saw it.
You said, do you think that the God of the Bible is all loving? They're all good.
The Bible infers, and he said that God is all good. That was the beginning thing. And I said, okay, what about the bad things that you just brought up? And he said, oh, well, no, those are bad things also. So then I said,
right.
So is God all loving, or is he also capable of bad things? And he said, well, both. And then when I said, oh, you don't get it, you're confused.
He thinks there's a contradiction in the Bible. That God's supposed to be all loving.
The Bible is what he infers from it. What does he get from it?
Yeah, what he infers from the Bible, you ask him.
Right.
I have 10
Okay.
the Bible.
Okay. Once again.
Good, incapable of evil. He said yes. Then I said also incapable of the evil that you just brought up. He said yeah. That is a contradictory statement.
No, it's showing that he thinks there's a contradiction in the Bible.
He's not talking about that. I asked him what he infers from it, what he believes. He's not a Christian. And he keeps on bringing up, I don't understand.
Right. Because he talk about the critical way of viewing it too. He didn't talk about religion. He said, he said two things. He said in the Bible it talks about all loving. Then he talks about like socially, the Almighty God has the concept or the trait of being all loving too. So he's saying, how come now in the Bible with this metric that he was asking me about, he's saying that there's,
I heard all this already.
Right.
He just said, Rob, he asked Rob, do you think the Bible's teaching this all-loving God, right? He says that he thinks the Bible is teaching an all-loving God, or all good God, sorry. And then he said, but doesn't it seem to teach that he does bad things, right? Can't you infer from the Bible that he does bad things? And Rob says, yes. That's not contradictory if you're not a Christian, right? You can think the Bible's saying two things that are contrary.
If that's true, he's pointing out a contradiction. He's not positive.
Alright, no worries.
But the bad things God do is out of love, though. It's hard to people punish their children out of love.
Right, discipline.
Discipline.
That wouldn't be a bad thing if you don't think if you think you should do that.
I mean, but you can be all loving and still do bad things.
I said it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Help these people convince.
No, I think we need to. I think we need to have an exodus.
I didn't get it.
Mass exodus.
You're mixing. I think the right.
If you know God uses our pain as lessons. He uses the bad things to teach us.
No one. I think Rob is possibly using. I don't know if in the New Testament it talks about God being unloving, right? However, God
good.
All good. Maybe.
No, we say God is love. We say
I
God is love.
1 second, sir. Just allow me to drop because the conversation is between me and him. I think possibly he's talking about in the New Testament that it talks about God. What's it called? You could say discriminate, against certain nation.
So
You to.
So Rob, can I answer your question? Yeah. So I just joined, so I haven't been following. I've only listened to like a minute, but I already think I understand what was said. It sounds to me like you were simply pointing out that for those that take the position that God is all good, you show examples in the Bible where he wasn't good, pointing to an apparent contradiction. Is that basically what happened?
Kind of, sort of, but it was more around the atonement. So it started with, the Jesus thing, which we talked about this morning, but then this lady, Jay, wanted to talk about, like, the sacrifice of animal. And I was asking the same sort of question I was asking this morning. So that's kind of where we were with this, right? Because she thinks that it's a good thing. Or, when God says, hey, sacrifice an animal because he finds the odor of the burning flesh or whatever else.
Gotcha. And you're pointing at something.
Hang on a moment. What prevents you from simply forgiving the sin without, you slaughtering an innocent animal? She said, this is the loving thing to do. I went, whoa, hang on a moment. I definitely don't think that's the loving thing to do. So that's where it kind of originally sparked from.
Okay, got it. So, this is pretty straightforward for people to understand.
Don't you remember?
No, you're representing me incorrectly. I never said that God was right by killing no animals. I said that's what God finds pleasing to him. So I do what God asks of me way of showing him love. Because he's a confident one. So he said that he presented to me.
Was it pleasing to him?
Money.
And what Rob said.
Yeah, so
Make it clear.
So it sounds like what you're
Rob
saying is
presented
it's
me to
pleasing
say
to
that
him, but not necessarily good. And Rob was saying that these things aren't necessarily good. So it sounds like, if anything, you're in agreement.
He said, what's the point of atonement? Why do he need blood? Why does he need the atonement?
He's saying that it doesn't serve any purpose except that it pleases him.
It wasn't bad.
He's specifically saying it's not necessarily good.
Right. He said that I did say it is necessary humanly. Human wrong that I said it was good. I never said he was good.
The argument was about why can't people go straight to God?
I beg you, please. I'm defending my own self, please, so that you can hear what I'm saying.
Look, y'all be saying, let me talk, but y'all get to say.
Sir, you don't have to be here. You really don't. Thank you. But what I was saying, right? Yeah, what I was saying, right, was obviously you presented today that I find that what God does is humanly with morals is a good thing. And I'm saying I never said it was a good thing. What I answered was that God finds it pleasing, so I do it because I want to obey God. God said that to do, so I do it. I don't put my human morals or views on it. I just do what God tells me to do. God don't care about how I view it. God cares about, are you doing it, yes or no? That's what I said. That's why I said I think you presented me incorrect.
I'm just granting you that God is a dictator. He's not a good being. You don't worship him because he's good. You worship him because you fear him, and he's a dictator. And I just said to you, Kim Jong-un, and then you got upset about that. I said, but Kim Jong-un is following God's thing. So what's the problem with that?
Like when there are words that were added or conclusions or opinions, how to distinguish your own bias. People just don't think.
If Gaza does not belong to the Jews, then why is it called the West Bank?
What? Gaza and West Bank are totally different places.
Are you the truck driver, Shake?
Yes.
What's up, bro?
How you been?
Sure.
Is this a new account for you, or?
Yeah, that's a new. I change my account every like 3 months.
I'm gonna add you back.
You know what's funny is Louis has Michael Sarah, or what's his face, McLovin, and he's a Jewish actor.
I know that guy.
Yeah.
That's a hilarious movie. I haven't watched movies in a long fucking time. I'm really depressed, bro. Why do I have to why is my Instagram full of fucking Nick Fuentes videos on all these fucking people speaking about politics? I love myself.
I think even if the people don't like Nick Fuentes, they showed up to him because those people, I can't resist to go in the comments and write something like, F those people that watch Nick Fuentes or something.
In Instagram right now, you can see your algorithm, right? So I went to the algorithm. I know all of it, like body lifting, whatever, soccer, all that. Then there's one that says, so I went there and see, and there's a videos of Nick Fuentes was saying, I'm gonna go in a war with Iran, like he's gonna fight for Iran. That's kind of funny movie, that video. He said that he's gonna fight for Iran, and he's gonna go to Tel Aviv, and he was gonna control Tel Aviv. Go on, Russ. The way he was saying, Soleimani.
The other one I seen was like, no disrespect to the Muslims, but he goes like, there'll be a situation happening, and then the Muslim will be like, the Quran says, woolly, woolly, wally, woolly. Wooly, wooly, wally. I'm like, what the? And then I think I used it like two times like that style on Clubhouse, and it pissed off a lot of people. I loved it.
Yeah, this is the guy that record rooms here in the audience. I don't know why. Yeah.
correct that line of thinking that you left in Rob's mind. You could point him to Psalms 51, verse 16 to 17, where he says, where it's said, you don't delight in sacrifice, or will bring it. You do not take pleasure in burnt offering. The sacrifice of God is a broken spirit, a broken and contritious heart. Oh God, you will not despise. So it is many, many verses in the Psalms and different part of the Bible where God doesn't say he takes pleasure in burnt sacrifice. It's something that was written in one of the Levitical codes that the priestly did in order to atone for their sin. But more likely, what God would like you to do is not sin, right? And not worry about having to.
Naomi is said multiple times now. She can't correct Rob on this point because she is in agreement with Rob. They're both maintaining the position that this is not necessarily good. She's stated it now at least 5 or 6 times. So I don't know why people are trying to force her into a position that she doesn't want to take.
No, it's not about forcing her to take that position. It's more like I've heard what the dialogue is. She's sticking to her point of view, and she necessarily could refute him by just simply, saying what the verse.
She can't refute him when she's in agreement with him. They agree on the same point. You seem to be thinking they're in opposition. They're both saying the same thing. Limited question. I didn't say anything about loving him. I'm saying on the point about whether his actions are necessarily good, and they gave a specific example involving sacrificed animals, and you said very clearly many times you're not saying that that's necessarily good.
And we wasted a whole hour about nothing.
No, we didn't. Because I looked at the critique of the atonement, and then this lady, and now I didn't know this ahead of time, but this lady essentially doesn't believe in God. She believes in a malevolent dictator who's transactional at best and at worst will punish her badly if she doesn't do what she says.
I don't think she understands what she believes.
Yeah, but I don't know why you have to phrase it like that. Why don't you just simply say what you think? She believes that. She's using the term God. She believes in a God that isn't necessarily good.
No, that she said multiple times, but she also thinks she's arguing with Rob, and they're not. So I don't think she's fully understanding good.
I'm not arguing with Rob. Who is making this assumption? I would never argue with Rob.
She gave me 100% when I said they were in agreement, and she did it 3 separate times. So she's not saying that. I don't know why people.
Who are arguing with me? The people that keep interrupting.
So you understand, you're agreeing with an atheist, right? Just so you understand.
Not
just an atheist, but a strong atheist.
What's wrong with agreeing with an atheist? You agree.
He presents, right? Because his viewpoint, right? He's saying the God that I believe in is not all loving. He's saying the God that I believe in is not this. And I agree. My God is not all loving. My God is a God of war. I believe that my God is a God that will ask you to go into a nation and kill people. I do believe that. That he can ask you to do those things. So if Rob is saying that your God doesn't have good morals and values, okay. Why am I not fighting over that? If he believes that, there's nothing to fight over. That's his opinion. Doesn't have to be my opinion.
Yeah, Jake's position is very clear. I don't know why people keep trying to distort it.
And I think the implication of the position is that she doesn't actually believe in God. So now she's got a very weird definition of God, which is essentially a malevolent dictator. And I think not just Rob the atheist, but just about every other atheist, and most Christians, and I'm going to say most people on the planet, won't recognize this as God. In fact, they probably think that she's being hoodwinked by Satan. That's probably what they're going to think, and I would too. So if her coming along and saying, I believe in God, she's got this idea of, hey, she essentially said, I believe in Satan, but it's God. That's what she's doing. So I just want to expand out the implications of her position. This is why Christians and Muslims fight to the nail to never say that God is in any way bad. Because once you do that, you just give up this divine notion of God.
I never said God is bad. We were talking about we were talking about the things that he do and his actions. emotional allowance for it, right? And I was saying that morally, or how we view morals in us as humans, I would not say that it aligns with anything that we will connotate to being good. That's what I said. I never said that God himself is not good. I never said that. That's not what I said. And that's what I was interrupting about. But however, we can agree in that I did say is that what's it called? That's talking to you is that I don't think God is just loving. He has his ways to punish you, and he has his ways that to also kill and also commit harm.
Jay, that you're following to me that she doesn't understand the application what she said. This is Jay. This is where you're falling. Jay, you're falling for a trap, right? You're falling for a trap. When in fact, like the point of evil, what God has given us is free will, right? Evil is created by man's act of evil, per se, right? So evil exists when there's absence of good, right? But evil is not something that's not the intention of God when he created Adam and Eve and gave us the garden, to live in the garden of evil. Adam and Eve chose to do evil, right? So the point, Euro, is that evil is man's creation, not God's creation. That's the point, Euro.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about who created evil.
This is where Jay, I get it, but Jay keeps thinking that God is causing the evil. It's
that's not what I
say. It's her beliefs. I don't know what I like.
No, that's not what I believe. So if
I know you don't believe that.
That's not what I believe.
Jay, I know you don't. I've stated several times what you believe. You indicated several times that I'm reporting it accurately. I'm saying I don't understand why people can't just accept what you actually said, and instead of trying to change your beliefs.
Wait, 1 second, Tyler. No, remember what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I said in the human perspective of what is good and bad. Remember, that's what I said. In the human perspective of what is good and bad, what was morally correct or wrong, you will perceive God as not being all-loving. That's what I said originally. So please listen to my words. I am not saying that I view God as not loving. That's not what I'm saying. Please listen to my words.
Yeah, but then you say that at the same time, Jay, you agree with Rob 100%.
No, I agree with what you already said. Oh my goodness. I agree with what you already said. What did you already say? I don't agree with what Rob fully said. What did you already say?
Was that you agree with Rob?
Yeah. So you're not in agreement with Rob.
Why is that? No.
Yes, no.
Rob?
You've moved away at every conversation. You're moving away from Rob's in agreement with Rob. I just explained. Now you're saying that's human perspective. So Rob doesn't think that, right? So are you? So let me re-ask the question that you asked. Are you in 100% agreement with Rob?
That is all love.
I never made that claim.
No, I never thought he did as well. I never thought he did. I never thought that he made that me and Rob agree. I thought he was presenting that the God that I believe in is different than what Christian believe in. God is saying that God is all loving, and he was saying, well, okay, he understands that I don't believe it, and Christians and Muslims would think that I'm believing in Satan. Isn't that not? And I'm saying, okay, I get that point. And then also, you were also presented to say that from a human perspective and how I may view it as a human and how I view morals and values as a human on a human basis, right? And how society-wise we view morals, I could say possibly, yeah, who morally thinks that it's okay as a human to say, oh, we should go around killing people? No. However, that's what God allows people to do, and he may tell us to go and kill people. And I said, that's what God do, and I just followed the book. I don't put my human feelings or emotions in it. That's what I said.
If God sends man, well, say like a good man like Euro, to kill evil, do you think Euro is doing evil or he's doing good?
Wait, say it again, sorry.
So if God sent Euro to go slaughter evil men that are molesting kids and doing all kind of wicked things, right? Is Euro doing evil or good?
Euro is incapable of evil.
you.
I mean, it is an active servant of reward. That creates for them.
Jay, I actually think I'm getting a little bit more from your picture here. Tell me whether I'm understanding this correctly, because you talk about from the human perspective. So one thing is how humans perceive things. Do you think we can accurately, at least to some degree, ascertain whether God is doing something actually evil or actually good? Do you think we can do that?
No, we don't understand the full picture, and that's not from my perspective.
Okay. That's what I thought you might be saying. That is like a massive problem for you, a huge problem for you, because what this means is that two things. One, God's moral intentions is unintelligible to you, and number two, it puts you in the skeptical scenario. You can never tell whether God is doing something good or bad. You can never tell. So if he tells you he's good, in fact, he can be bad. This for you is like a deadly problem. I think you should reconsider this problem. It's like really bad. This is why the Christians, another reason why the Christians don't want this. This puts you in a moral skeptical position where now you don't know that God's good. If he tells you he's good, you can't even trust that.
No. Rob, that's not what I said. I said I follow what it says in the book. If God says he's not mad, I believe it. If God says he's not good, I believe it. If God says what's it called, that we should go in this nation and kill people, I believe it. That's what the people that did in the book. However, my personal view, I'm saying on how human try to comprehend something, right? I would say that I don't fully understand the full totality of God. I'm still rebuilding my own faith. And I don't think God ever aimed for us to fully understand in totality.
He does want us to understand it, so that we can trust him when he says good things, and he says, I'm good. He wants us to trust him, because actually there's no way to actually prove it beyond a doubt. Right? Because in this case, he's more powerful than you. He could be malevolent, and there's no way you would ever know. But what he wants to do is have you trust that he's good. So he does want us to understand, because if he doesn't want us to understand, we should rightly be skeptical. When maybe whatever he says we have to do because he's like powerful, but now we've got good reasons to think that he's not all good. Right? And what the Christians want to say is that he is all good, so that we can trust his word.
Rob, you know what I do? You know what I do, and I think what other Christians are other people that are outside of my beliefs do. They try to put their own human feelings in their decision making when it comes to God, or the relationship when it comes to God. If you do that, right, because our human emotion keep on fluctuating, you will never be concrete when it comes to your relationship with God. Because if you're basing it on your emotion of how you view things, and if you think it's wrong and right, then when you feel like God potentially could be letting you down with these emotions that we have in humans, right, you're going to turn your back on God. That's what you're going to do. So that's the reason why that's why I take from a abstract view. I don't take it from my emotion as a human. I just say, God says I should do this. He says I should turn right. And I don't evaluate to say, oh, is this a right turn or is this a wrong turn? No. I blindly, you could say, to some degree, why is that problematic? If I have full, because remember you're saying that what's problematic is if I don't, if there's unknowing. But I'm saying that I have knowing that God knows better than me, and I fully trust that God knows better than me, that whatever he commands of me to do, that I am okay with making that step, even when I think that there is fear, there is unknowing of what's to come after that wall, there is the comprehension when it comes to human awareness is not there. I'm okay with making those steps because I believe that my God is almighty and more powerful than me, more knowing than me. That he knows better.
How can you trust what he tells you is good?
How can I trust when he tells me
that he's good, or that anything that he says is good? How can you trust that?
How can I trust?
Maybe he's lying to you. Maybe he doesn't know everything. How do you know any of these things?
No, because he told me he's straight. One second, Rob. Because he told me that's not what he do. He told me he doesn't
That's exactly what a lying God would do as well.
No. He told me, and this is what it is. Okay. There's certain attributes about God that has been listed, right? There's certain attributes, and that is one of them. That he says that he doesn't lie and he doesn't change, right? And that he doesn't have the heart of a human heart, because the human heart is wicked. That's what he said, right?
I understand that, but the problem with your position that the other Christians don't have the same problem is that you're in a skeptical scenario. You should be doubtful that that's true. And the reason that you should be doubtful is because you already think that God is unintelligible. We can't understand whether something is good or bad. So we can only understand it from a human's perspective. Now the Christians are going to say, no, it's true that we don't understand all of God's, everything about God or whatever, but we do understand when he tells us to do something, it is good. And one of the main reasons is because he is all good, which means he can't lie. Now, in your case, you can't say that because you think that the good is unintelligible. We can't even understand whether it's good because his ways are not our ways. The Christians don't see it that way. So the problem for you is you're in a skeptical scenario. So when he tells you all these things and you trust it, you are doing so blindly and ignorantly because you cannot justify in any way that, in fact, what is being said is true. That's not the same problem.
No, that is not true. That is not true. No. That is not true. You know why that is not true? I cannot confidently I'm believing with factual sense. It's because if we from the position I'm in, right? Because I remember I'm telling you, I'm basing my faith on that in the book and saying that the things that are in the book has already been done. So I'm not blindly believing because I fact check to say, okay, these things have been done. So whatever is in the book, there were people that believe.
And they've been done and he's not lying to you.
Because it's in history. And as in they're not being
I'm not talking about historical facts because that you can use history for. I'm talking about things that are not historical. When he tells you this is good or do this or do that, why would you think that it's something you should follow? Maybe he's lying to you. Maybe the test is you shouldn't follow it.
Because in the book it says that he doesn't lie.
Jay, that's what a liar would say to you, Jay. I'm not a liar. Do what I tell you. I'm not a liar. I'm an honest person. That's exactly what a liar would do. The Christians have an answer for this. You do not have an answer for this. That's what I'm telling you. That's why your position is much worse than the Christians. Much worse.
And that's the reason why the Christians choose to do that, because they need a certainty when it comes to their emotions. They're based on emotions. They make the decision based on what makes them feel good. No, Rob, this is my opinion. I'm not saying you to agree, because you've been saying a lot of stuff about me. Rob, you've been saying a lot of things about me, and I don't agree, and then I have to shut down. So just allow me to say my point, and then you can say, because that's what's been denied,
But please don't go to the emotional thing. That's just your opinion. That's not interesting to anyone.
Well, I think it's your opinion when you were saying that I believe in a
I was giving you a reasoning. It wasn't just an opinion. I'm giving you reasons why.
That is your opinion. That is the reason or perspective that you have is your opinion. It's your opinion, sir. It's no fact. It's not matter of fact. Where is that matter of fact? You can't even be sure of the matter of fact because it's not something that we can see with our own eyes. Come on, let's be genuine. Let's be genuine. We're going to talk about human perspective. Come on.
Okay, I've just run out of patience with you now. Jesus Christ. Sorry, everybody else. I just run out of patience there. I don't know if anybody else is listening. I've explained why her problem is she's problematic. Then she pivots over to the Christians, and they're all emotional. This is just... why are people doing this tonight and today? I don't know, you've been here the whole day. It's driving me absolutely nuts.
What is upsetting about her position? Just upsetting her already.
She's in a skeptical position. I point this out to her and I say, here's why it's skeptical. It's not the same for the Christians. And she just ignores this. It's like I'm not even saying anything here. Then she pivots to, well, the Christians just want an all-loving God because they're emotional. I mean, I've never heard such drivel, and I critique the Christians regularly. There's people like Caleb and Andrew here who are sort of knowledgeable Christians. I don't think that they're doing anything emotional. They're thinking about this and going, hey, I want to defend this, and I want to defend an all-loving God, and there's reasons why. And what she's got there is a reason that opens up like this massive skeptical scenario against that view, which
why does it bother you? Is your atheism anti-Christian or is it just anti-religious?
What difference is that going to be? What bothers my friend is when somebody can't follow a line of reasoning and then they pivot over and start talking about the Christians are in.
What I'm noticing with your doing, Rob, is simply only assuming that atheism is against Christianity or only religion.
Atheism is a view that God doesn't exist. I mean, come on now.
Right.
Why are you putting into this?
So but she may have a different perspective, right? And that's fine.
I'm telling her the problem with it, and she's just going, but look at these Christians.
Maybe she doesn't see it as a problem, Rob. Like,
I'm explaining it like I would explain this to somebody that's like very young as well. I'm not doing something like super complicated here. And after a while, it gets frustrating that the person keeps just either ignoring it or pivoting to the Christians, and the Christians do not have the same problem.
Well, maybe that's the way she's analyzing her belief system because she probably comes from Christianity, right? So she's seeing the wrongs of their perspective, and she's in that level right now. But there's nothing wrong with having a dialogue.
Yes, there is something wrong with it, my friend. You can say there's nothing wrong with it. I'm saying there is something wrong with it. Okay?
In what ways is she wrong? What is wrong with it? Can you explain that?
I've just explained it. I don't want to do it again. It's late for me. I don't want to have to keep repeating it. I just told you what was wrong with it.
No,
you weren't listening either.
No, I'm listening, but I don't
know you weren't. Because otherwise you tell me what I said was wrong with it then.
Well, I didn't hear every part of it.
There we go. You didn't hear any of it, did you?
No, I heard
it. I just said it like less than a minute ago.
Yes.
Hey, Elliot. Sorry, man.
I was just gonna, I'm just thinking about like why she would have this conception of God rather than the Christians, but I don't know, maybe it's like the combination of like having this kind of skepticism plus God not being all good. Maybe she's sort of taking into account, taking very seriously like considerations of like evil, suffering.
Did you hear her position, Elliot? Did you hear her position?
She said that God's not all good. I don't recall all this stuff.
People jumped on us with that, Elliot. People jumped on us with, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying from a human perspective, we can say these are evil. But in fact, when God says that it's good. And then she said, and then she went on from that and said, but we can't even understand, words to the effect of we can't even understand God's goodness or whatever. She didn't use those words, but it's essentially like God's goodness is unintelligible to us. We can say this is all evil, but God says it's good. But she's got no way so it's like she's not even saying that we should be in alignment with God. It's like whatever God says is unintelligible. I think it's wrong, but God thinks that it's right. So he's all right. Like he's all good, apparently, but in some unintelligible way. It's like shooting herself in the foot. And I said, well, how do you know he's all good? And then she starts appealing to the book. Oh, because he said so in the book. That's exactly what a liar would tell you. Now, if you are telling me that it's bad, the Christians don't think that it's bad. And worse, they're going to say it's like an instrumental idea. And there's a greater good. She never said any of that. She was clear that going around killing people is bad from a human point of view. But God somehow is good. Right, so she basically opened up the skeptical scenario. It's like God's goodness is unintelligible. When he does that, I don't even know if it's good. I can't tell because I think it's bad. He thinks it's good. Now there's a complete mismatch between me and God.
It is a problem. I think one of the problems that comes from this is called like the problem of language within religion. And that's like about us trying to use our quote unquote limited kind of language to describe the aspects or the nature of God. But like if you can't if we can't give like we can't assign like a determinate nature to God, like think of classical theism, like God is triune and self-contained and aseity and perfect goodness and this kind of stuff. These are determinate properties. These are properties of God, and like you can from these properties you can generate predictions and expectations and all kinds of stuff. But if you can't if you can't clearly define what a thing is, how can you what sort of explanatory power does it provide? I don't think it does. It sort of becomes, like you said, unintelligible. It sort of risks becoming incoherent. Yeah, this is really bad.
And it also puts you into moral skepticism, right? Anything he says, you should be doubtful of. Or that at the very least, you can't show that it's good. Now, the Christian is going to say, hey, God is the greatest conceivable being. So one way I can know that it's true is because he never lies. Why is this the case? Because he's the greatest conceivable being. She and other people like her, there's been a couple of others on the stage tonight, or at least my time tonight, have also given us this idea. This guy God and there was somebody else here who seemed to be like more of this, I believe in the Torah or the Tanakh or whatever the case is. They're just giving up that God is all good. And this just puts them in a skeptical scenario, right? How do they trust that anything he's saying is true? Because the liar will be indistinguishable from the true person, at least if he's like good at it. And God is obviously very good at doing this stuff. So if he's going to be malevolent, there's no way that they can tell. And so now they should be skeptical. So just throws a skeptical scenario that the Christians go, no, but he's all good. Therefore, one of the things we can do is trust that the scripture is accurate and then he never lies. But these people are throwing away the all goodness. So they are just, they don't realize this, of course, and so they're just attracting like the skeptical scenario. Now maybe, and that's what I said, but you actually believe in something that's akin to Satan. And she went, no, but that's what Rob said, and people jumped on me. But actually, no, she wanted to get out of that. She didn't want to claim that she believed in something akin to Satan. She wanted to believe that she believes in something good. How does she know it's good? It's unintelligible to her. I mean, it's just, I don't know if people realize it, and I'm trying to explain it to them. But then she pivoted over to the Christians. Hey, the reason the Christians want to believe in all goodness is because they're just emotional. Because she's got some interpretation of the Bible that says that basically either God does something evil or it certainly appears to humans that it's evil. She's granting that it appears to humans as evil, whereas the Christian is going to say, no, it's not actual evil. It's not intrinsic evil. At best, it's instrumental evil, and that there's a greater good that comes from it. They're never going to say that God does something actually evil.
Rob, I was kind of listening to the exchange. I didn't really necessarily get that from her. It sounds like what she was saying was, well, first she answered the question. She said she had faith, right? And then I'm a Christian, and I do understand. I'm sorry.
When she said I have faith, what was she answering there?
To believe in him, whether or not God is good and what he does is everything he does is good.
But to say the word faith doesn't get you out of the skeptical scenario. In fact, you just believe that you are skeptical, right? And you just now don't have a good reason to believe it, so you're going to believe it anyway. That's what faith cashes out to in that answer, isn't it? That's like a terrible answer.
No. Faith doesn't mean you're skeptical. Faith actually is the antithesis of skeptical. Because if you're saying I have faith in something, right? You're taking it to a level where, it's faith in his belief in things I haven't seen or felt or experienced or anything like that. So you can't be skeptical, right? You're believing in something.
We're on the same page. When you say faith in that scenario, you don't have a good reason to believe it, correct? She doesn't have a good reason. So when she said the word faith, it's absent good reasons because I gave her the skeptical scenario. She didn't have a response, so that the retreat was, I believe it on faith. That's the way she used it, yes? According to you.
No, the way you surmised it, I don't believe that she was using it like that. The way you just said, I can agree with you, but I think she's just saying, and I guess I'm saying that from a Christian myself. I think you said she kind of don't align with Christians, but I'm just saying, again, in any concept of faith, right? I mean, I don't see how you can be skeptical if you have faith in something, if you have belief in something.
Yeah, but what is faith? Define faith.
I just told you. I'm gonna tell you again. It's belief in something that I felt, experienced, seen, heard, right? But you have faith that it's going to happen. Okay, so.
That's not a good reason, yes.
Okay, that's your interpretation.
If I give you a skeptical scenario, counter, if I say to you, hey, I'm offering you a skeptical scenario, how do you know X, right? And you're like wondering how you can justify it. You're not going to tell me
who's determining as being skeptical.
I bring up a skeptical model. So in this case with her, I say to her, how do you know that what God is telling you is true or good? And her response can't be, I have faith, right? She can't be saying that. That's not a response. How is that a response? scenario, Carter?
That's because I keep telling you, because you think it's skeptical. I'm listening to the conversation. I don't think it's skeptical.
Do you know what a skeptical scenario is, though?
Yes, I do know what a skeptical scenario is. But the thing is which again, that's the subjective. Okay, especially in this kind of conversation that we're having, it's based on opinion. You know what a trust fall is?
It's not based on opinion. I'm giving a
hold on.
That she should be skeptical because being is all good or all trustworthy.
Do you think she should be? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, that's your opinion.
The reason why she should be, because
that's your opinion.
That in the world, it's not just an opinion. Don't do the same thing as other people, and I'm also going to get frustrated with you.
It doesn't matter. See, this is the problem. You guys create these forms, right? And then when someone comes in and challenges you, you can't really answer to it. You just want to kick the person off, just like you did this lady that was checking you. The problem, again, you have the issue. That's why I asked you a question. Do you know what a trust fall is?
A trust fall?
Trust fall, yes.
Are you pronouncing that? I don't know what that is. If whatever you're talking about.
Maybe I'm saying. Okay.
I don't know what that is.
So basically, you turn your. Okay, well, I'm about to tell you. So when you turn your back on a person, right, and that person says, "I'm going to catch you."
Oh, I know
you don't know
that now. Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Yes, you close your eyes and you trust they're going to catch you. That's different than faith, my friend. That's different.
No. That's definitely faith. How do you know they're going to catch you?
Why does somebody use the word trust? Why do they use the word faith instead?
You can call it faith or trust. They're all synonymous with each other. You know.
Okay, you think it's synonymous? Let me ask you this. If I present you with a skeptical scenario, you say, listen to me, if I present you with a skeptical scenario and your response is, I just trust, do you think you've given me an adequate answer to the skeptical scenario?
Okay, so you asked me that question 3 times, and I'm going to tell you again. You are the one determining that it's skeptical. All right? If I don't feel it's skeptical, it's something that I feel is kind of shaky, right? Then obviously, well, what is skeptical? I'm talking about not scenario, just skeptical. You're presenting a scenario that you feel, right, is on shaky ground. Okay?
That you should doubt. That I should
doubt, or you should doubt.
The person that I'm presenting it to, obviously.
Right. Okay. So, okay. Let me try to if I can align with you. If it's something that I don't feel confident in, right? But I haven't experienced it. I don't know anything about it, and I'm not confident in it. Okay, that's skeptical. That's a skeptical scenario. Okay, fine. I'm not going to say.
That's not what I mean.
Okay. All right. Well, what do you mean by a skeptical scenario?
I'm giving you reason to doubt, in this case, that you should trust God's word or that he's good. You think that he is good and then you trust it, and I'm giving you a reason not to. You can't then just say, but I trust it. Because I'm giving you the reason why you shouldn't trust it. So your response cannot be, but I trust it. That's not a response after I give you a skeptical scenario.
Right. I understand. And I'm saying that's based on your interpretation. Okay, let me give you another example. See, what she was saying was, from the human mind and our carnal mind, this is another issue I have a lot of times with these kind of conversations, because see, then we have to determine who's right and who's wrong. Because anybody that does anything can justify why they did it, right? And so that's on a human level, right? So when we're talking about from a human standpoint, you see something some way, I see something some way. What makes what I'm saying greater than what you're saying, or what you're good reasons? You know what I'm saying?
My friend, good reasons.
Well, but again, Rob, reasons. What you're saying, that is subjective. That is subjective. That's not objective.
That is not subjective according to you.
Oh, sure. 1 + 1 is 2. Okay, neither you nor I can argue something like that. I'm sorry?
You can't really be saying this. I hope I'm misunderstanding. I really hope I'm
misunderstanding. You know what? I actually think you intentionally want to misunderstand, and that's the problem. Because again, I think she eloquently laid out her case. You know, and I'm talking
what case do you think she laid out?
The case that she has belief that everything God says and does is good, one. And two, when you come back with, well, I know and prove it and all that stuff like that, right? And she's saying, well, I understand your point based on maybe something that you and I might look at from a human carnal mind, but she still has faith that everything.
How else can you look at it other than a human mind?
I don't need any other way.
Or God's mind or somebody else's mind?
That's where the faith comes in. That's where the belief comes in. That's where the trust comes in.
Now you're just going back to the word faith again.
A reason.
It's not going to be
like I said, okay. Well, like I said, I think she did a great job. As a Christian, and it sounds like I don't.
It's a great job. I can tell.
Okay, well, I mean, that's hard to understand. Are you atheist, Rob?
Yes, I'm an atheist.
There you go.
There you go. Countdown. Can I ask you
for that the whole time?
Countdown. Let me ask you something. So, I mean, that's like a really common thing that theists say. That it sort of feels like intuitively right. I think for them to say, well, we are just like we just have like creaturely infallible minds, and God has none of these limitations. So it's just really hard for us to understand like who God is or why He does what He does. This kind of stuff. It's a very common view from theists, but like that does present like some problems, like with how we conceptualize these kinds of things. Like like we may not be able to like clearly understand like the nature of God, like in its completeness or entirety, but people often like and Aquinas very famously did this. Like he started like he tried to tackle this by like describing God in terms of like metaphor and analogy, metaphors and analogies, and that's how like we can understand the nature of God. But it turns out like if you don't like in order for something to be an analogy, there has to be like two situations, at least one sort of common property that's common, that is shared by both of them. And if you're just skeptical of these things, then like how is it that you can even build an analogy in the first place? You understand what I mean here?
But again, I think you were starting off on the false premise that the person that you're speaking to, the person that believes in God, is skeptical or should be skeptical because you're skeptical. That's where I think we part ways.
And when you ask other Christians, why do you think God is good? They don't simply say because the Bible says so. Or if they do, you say, but why do you agree with the Bible? They might say, because He's all good. She specifically either thinks He's all good or gave it up. She was very adamant in the beginning. He's not all good. Rob, how dare you say He's either not all good or He's not all loving? One of the two. How dare you say that? Where the Christians fight hard for this. Because if they do have that, then they don't fall prey to the skeptical scenarios in the same way as she does or other people do. And, of course, they think He's the greatest conceivable being. Right? Advantages to having this great-making property being. Okay, there's disadvantages because they've got to defend against it. But when you give this up, I think you just don't believe in God anymore. But then you're in the scenario that you can't trust it. And when I say, hey, how can you trust it? And the person just says, well, I trust it. Nobody who's rational or reasonable is going to think that that's an answer to the question. What you're looking for is a justification. The Christians will say, because He's all good, we can trust that His revelation is true and that He never lies. But she can't do that. That's a problem, right? Because now she said, but I trusted Him. Why are you trusting it? You're being irrational. You're just trusting it with no good reasons. In fact, I'm giving you a reason not to do it. And you just hand wave it away and say, well, I trust it anyway. And now I'm expecting that's a good answer.
Trust that it's our best intentions. He loves us. So He might lie to you on purpose. Now He can. Does He say He never lies?
Yes, but somebody who's a liar will tell you they don't lie. Right? If they're going to deceive you, they're going to tell you the truth. But in fact, they're a liar.
I think that's a false equivalency there. I mean, what if I'm telling
do you know whether you're telling the truth?
Well, how do
you know that the other person, in this case God, is, or the powerful being is telling the truth? How do you know?
Okay, well, I mean, I guess if you believe in the Bible, talking from a Christian standpoint, if you believe in the Bible, and I believe that everything in the Bible is true, and then I believe that everything God has said He was going to do up to this point has been done. So then that would, but again, we're talking about, you know, things that hasn't been done yet, which is where the trust and faith come in and all that other stuff. But I guess if I can come and answer it in a different way, but it has to be me believing
God is all good and all loving.
Absolutely, yes.
She doesn't. Okay, she does not.
Yeah. That I would disagree with. But I think listening to what she was saying, I could understand, because she was saying from the standpoint of a human, there's certain things that we can say God has done, right? From a human standpoint, our carnal mind,
we can only evaluate it from a human standard, can't we? So saying from a human standard is irrelevant. We can only evaluate it from a human standpoint. Now, either we have a reliable, accurate way to evaluate that, or we don't. And in her case, apparently we do not have an accurate way, which means that whatever God says, He could in fact be lying about everything, almost everything, not everything, but almost.
So I guess, okay, so here's my point before you cut me off. Again, I think that she was trying to speak in general. I mean, I'm listening. I'm not going to, defend her too much more, because, I need to start getting paid for this, but let me just say this. Just listening to her, it sounded like she was just talking about in general. Now, I'll give you another example, another analogy. When you have a child, right, and let's say that child is about to stick their hand in the socket, and, I don't know, for the people that don't agree with popping, you pop the child in the hand, don't do that, or you're a little stern with the child, don't do that. Whatever you do to get that child not to do what that child is about to do, and that child looks at you, and that child starts crying like you did that child wrong, right? That child genuinely believes that you did that child wrong, right? That doesn't mean that the child was done wrong. That's just the child's belief.
Does the child know whether it's been done wrong or not?
If the child is crying, that's because the child feels that you did something.
I understand that. And you are saying that, in fact, the adult didn't do something wrong, correct?
Right.
How does the child know that the adult didn't do something wrong?
They don't.
That's a skeptical scenario, my friend. That is a textbook definition of a skeptical scenario. What the child wants to know is that, in fact, the adult is either they're wrong or the adult is wrong. What they want to get is that level of understanding.
Just from listening to what she was saying, I think it would talk more in general. And the point being is that again, that's a skeptical scenario as far as I'm concerned and you're concerned. But the child, that's not skeptical, right? She just didn't. Mom or dad just screamed at me. Mom or dad just hit me. That's not skeptical to that child, right?
What that means, though, Countdown, is that the adult is now bad.
To the child,
if the child is correct, the adult is bad. Now, either it's the child is correct or the child is incorrect.
I did not say anything about who's correct and who's not. This is perception, okay? So from the child's perception, right? The person that chastised them is wrong. Because in that child's mind is not qualified enough to understand what was just done to them as far as a punishment that was levied against them, which was really to save their life. And it's much like when you're talking about with a human being, in our mind, we see certain things that God can do. I'm just talking about in general, right? And say, man, that was wrong. I don't agree with that. It's the same concept, brother.
When you say it's wrong and you don't agree with it, are you right or wrong about that?
No, there isn't. In general, I'm just saying it's subjected to the person thinking that. That's all. You see, again, you want me to answer that in absolutes, and I'm trying to tell you that you cannot.
Are we systematically deceived when we think something is wrong in the world?
Are we systematically deceived when we see something is wrong in the world?
Yeah.
Okay.
is wrong, right? Then you feel something is wrong, brother. I don't know how ever.
That's not a response. Come on, man.
It is. Because
you feel something is wrong, you think that's
you're asking right. And exactly. Feel. And everybody's feeling is different.
My question was, are you systematically deceived about what you think or feel or not?
And I'm answering yes, based on that person. Somebody else may not see it the same way. Rob, I don't know how you can't figure this out. I mean, the fact that you and I are having this back and forth right now is two different opinions. You don't see something the same way that I see it. And as well as everybody in this chat that's listening to this conversation.
It's not about that. I don't know why you keep going to that. In your scenario with the child thinks that the parent did something wrong. Now, whether it's the case that the child is correct about their assessment or they're incorrect.
Does the child think that they're correct?
Presumably, yes. If they have no other evidence, they're going to think they're correct.
Exactly.
Now the question is, are they in fact correct?
Well, in our opinion, in my opinion, of course they're not correct. But again,
how do they know they're not correct?
In their opinion, they felt that it was wrong.
Ask about their opinion. We already know their opinion.
You are asking their opinion. That's all it is, an opinion. It is not an absolute. It can never be an absolute.
Great. Now
it's not. It's not. No. It's brother. Listen. When we are talking,
is that correct, Captain?
No, it's not all we have is opinions. It's in this particular scenario and what we're talking about, right? Like you asked me. Another question, and my answer was 1 + 1 is 2. That's objective. You can't argue with that. Water is wet. You can't argue with that, right? That's not an opinion.
I'm not asking you about descriptive facts. I'm asking you about prescriptive facts.
Right. And the problem is, and again, just listening, it really boils down to you feeling a certain way, and if someone else doesn't feel that way, feel it. Feel. That's the key. Feel. Because I'm telling you right now, I don't agree with what I'm hearing you say. And I can do that because that's my opinion.
Why would I care about your opinion? Why would I care about your opinion?
Well, the fact that you spent the last, I'm having this conversation with you, the person before me had a conversation with you, and you actually kicked the woman off. Right?
Why would I care about your opinion on its own, though? Why?
Well, you're definitely invested in it if you saw fit to take time out of your business to have this conversation.
About it, I'm asking you.
Are you having a conversation?
Restart. What happened? Like someone
this guy just thinks that every moral perception is just an opinion.
That's exactly what it is. Absolutely what it is. Okay. So point back on that.
He gave this scenario of the child and the parent. The child thinks when it's been beaten that something bad has happened. The parent thinks that something's good happened. I asked him, how does is the child correct? Is the child ultimately correct? He said, well, but from the child's perspective, they are correct. In other words, that something bad happened. But did something in fact bad actually happen, or are they deceived? Initially he said, well, the child can never know. And I said, well, thank you very much. That's the textbook definition of a skeptical scenario. The child will keep having its opinion that it's something bad, and if it carries on having that opinion, then there's no reason for it to have any other opinion about this, unless there was some reason to show the child that they were wrong. And then they go, actually, I thought it was bad, but in fact, it was a good thing that happened to me. I just didn't realize it. But according to the Countdown, the child doesn't know this or can't know this. So that's the skeptical scenario. So when this other lady says that it's bad, then we should agree with her that it's bad. Now we should be skeptical of this being. And then she says, but the being is good. You just told me that this thing is bad. Now we've got this mismatch. Now we have a skeptical scenario. The human thinks it's good. Apparently God thinks the human thinks it's bad. God thinks it's an opinion.
I didn't ask you.
He's not responding, right?
Captain, are you there? I remember you said one thing. I thought it was
way through this. And so I want to ask, are you like, do you consider yourself possibly like instead of like a wandering cell sorter, where you're actually all right.
Elliot.
Two failed jokes back to back are that's fucking cringe.
I know they're horrible. I already know what you're gonna say. They're horrible.
Love.
Moral of this story, you've got to try and stick to God is all good. Otherwise, you plunged into the skeptical scenario. Obviously, thinking that God is all good is going to open you up to the evidential or logical problem of evil or those sort of things. But I don't think there's a no-win scenario for a Christian. I mean, I think you have to defend them. That's what most of the literature does. That's what like Variable do. They try to defend the good God. Giving that up is just like...
There is no problem with evil, Rob.
Well, I don't think you know what it is. To say there's
I know what the problem
tells me you don't know what it is.
I know what the problem with evil is.
What is
Well,
it?
then how can you say there's not a problem?
It's not.
Why?
Because there's like 3 ways to approach it, right? Depending on where you want to attack it. It's needed, right? It is needed to sort of strengthen or train the individual. Free will is the second point. Free will exists, therefore evil happens due to free will, right? We were taken away from what? The Garden of Eden or whatever, right? So it's a punishment that it happens. Or we could say we just don't know why things happen, but at the end of the day, they happen for a reason. And if God is all good, right, there is a better reason.
That's the worst answer you could give of the 3. That's like the worst answer.
No, I'm not. It's fine.
Now you're also in a skeptical scenario. So you don't want to do that.
No, I just said
you could try the other 2.
All good. I said premise 1 is so I said if premise 1 is true, right, we can actually say what?
I heard what you said. You gave 3 answers you thought were right. You have like a soul-building theology. You've got free will, and then you're talking about skeptical theism. I said to you, skeptical theism is the worst one. You definitely don't want that. That's the one you want to reject at the end. So you want to try and defend the other 2.
Right. Is that the least what? Like
that's the worst response, because that entails moral skepticism. Then you're in the same boat as the other people when you go down that route. You don't want to do that. Plus, it's deeply unsatisfying for a Christian anyway. But maybe you don't care about that. But the philosophical answer against it is at least moral skepticism. Then you're in the same boat as the other people. So you just don't want to go down this whole business of skeptical theism.
Rob,
do you accept that evil needs to exist, Rob? Do you accept?
Of course not. But that's how it presents you to the Christians.
So what's evil to you? Is death evil?
Yeah, well, death is a suffering. So yeah, death would be evil. Unless somebody wants to die, that would be different. But if they're dying, it's their own free will.
Okay, you do know that biological, like bioorganisms need these evil, bad experiences so as to evolve. They need to expose to a certain environment.
Rob, you should probably be more specific and say unnecessary suffering.
Well, I could just say any suffering, but I could do unnecessary as well. I typically do unnecessary.
Okay, really? So you would plug yourself into a pleasure machine?
Really? I think heaven is a place where there's no suffering.
Sure. But unnecessary suffering is the bad thing. Maybe you do.
Even suffering, but I can argue suffering. Any suffering is bad.
Why?
You wouldn't because you can have a place where there's no suffering and nothing is lost. Right? Heaven is such a place.
No, Rob. Let me.
Can I just answer?
I'm sorry, bro.
In the biological sense, you need suffering. You need to be able to detect a thorn so that the next time around you don't go walking around in thorny areas that are going to get splinters in your leg and give you bad health.
No, you don't.
So
not in the
No, in the God world, we're not in the God world. We, if you follow, we're not in the God world. We're in a projection from
you necessarily. Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay, so are you arguing from your perspective or somebody else's?
From my perspective, obviously, I am
great. Well, then, in your view, God can make it such that thorns never hurt you, so you don't need to feel any pain at all.
Well, we're not in that.
You're super immune to those things, yes?
We're not in
that problem with pain and suffering with thorns or anything else.
No, that would be a state where you're in the state with God. But right now, we have been projected into this cosmos, into this universe, and there's a certain laws that have to go through, and some of that include suffering, necessary suffering.
You can prove that it's
necessary. And that's the only way life can exist without this.
Prove that that's the only way life can exist. Go ahead. You can't think that that's
throwing out
just to preach evolution.
No, he's making a case that you've got to have this. Why must you have it?
Well, he gave a good example, huh?
I mean,
he gave a good example. I want to know why it's the case that it has to be. Because I responded to your example, right with the thought.
You're saying if God could basically give you all the knowledge that you need instantly, right, without you needing to have
anything about that. I'm asking this guy to justify why you're going to have the suffering.
Yeah, so like I was trying to explain, if you think about the origin of matter, of organisms on Earth, if you look at the primordial compounds that somehow were formed in the oceans millions or billions of years ago, and they were in inhabitable states. But these molecules then started adapting and changing until they were able to overcome these harsh forces at the beginning of the Earth, and slowly evolved into unicellular and multicellular organisms, conquering mountains and ice sheets and everything. And this whole evolution cannot happen without this necessary suffering. That it cannot, because that's how it DNA forms and transforms. Yeah.
So God could set it up. God could have set it up a different way, right, Andy? He doesn't have to set it up only one way. Yes.
What are you saying? I didn't hear.
I'm saying that if you think that that's the way God set it up, He could have set it up a different way. Yes.
Well, the fact that
how many Christians, or at least some Christians and many Muslims think that he did it, that there was no organisms or any of this evolution crap, that he magicked Adam and Eve from nothing, or maybe from a blood clot in the case of Muslims or whatever, right? He performed magic. There was no progenitors.
Okay, so I believe in theistic evolution. So I don't take the...
Yes, but what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be that way. And many Christians, at least, I would say some Christians and many Muslims for sure, think that it's the case that this theistic evolution
is that's the understanding.
So there's another alternative is what I'm saying to you. Yes.
Yeah. That's the understanding, and the understanding of ancient people, because they regarded physical phenomenon that were not explainable with the science of the time. They regarded that to be a miracle, and so they talk about spontaneous creation of Adam and Eve and so on and so forth. But in our times, we can describe these physical phenomena using science and understand. And so our description of creation, for example, in this time and age will be different. Both Muslims and Christian scholars, although most of them right now on the fringe, are starting to introduce this concept of theistic evolution into
I don't know why you're going down this route. Is it possible that God can do it some other way? That's not theistic evolution.
Yeah, it's possible.
Right. Okay. So telling me a long story about the theistic evolution, I'm just going to say, well, God doesn't have to do it that way. So now I'm eliminating this idea that the pain and suffering is necessary to evolve, because you don't need to evolve. You don't, and many believers don't think you evolved, but in fact you were created as you are, or at least you were created as they were, right?
But you see, if you understand it from at least the Neoplatonian way, is that we are created by the necessary being to experience this for his own pleasure, and we experience this life which has all this good and evil, and then we go back to it. We go back to the necessary being.
Why are you arguing other positions? Tell me. Why are you arguing somebody else's position?
Listen, and maybe in union to the necessary being, in that state can we live without unnecessary suffering.
Are you going to give me other people's points of view again? Why are you doing this? I'm critiquing the God, the all-good God, and if you're a Christian, you think that God is all good, and you want to make the argument that an all-good God, that suffering is necessary.
Yeah.
And now you give me theistic evolution. I said God doesn't have to do it that way. And now you tell me about some other view again.
It doesn't matter if he doesn't have to do it that way, but he's done it this way, and we're here on earth because of millions and billions.
But then I'm just saying suffering isn't necessary. You say, why is it necessary? Because he made it this way. This is not an argument. You understand that, yes? You're not making an argument now.
I have a good question. Rob, how do you know that he didn't have to do it this way?
Because he's all powerful and he has options to do other things.
Right, so how do you still know that this wasn't the only way? How do you know that? What if there is an in fact reason why it had to be done this way?
Well, that's what I'm looking for. That's what the Christian has to present, right?
Yeah, no, but you're making an assumption that it didn't have to be this way. It very well could have had to have been this way.
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
I'm justified. Why didn't have to be this way?
Because he's all powerful.
No, look,
and he has options like we do.
No, see, for us, it is this way. So because it is this way, it had to be this way. Why?
That's what you have to justify that.
No, you justify why it doesn't have to be this way.
Well, just like saying, he can say that we can imagine. No, he can say that we can conceive. And so he's saying that we can imagine a world where God did it in a different way. There seems to be no contradiction or problem with that world. And so he's saying if God has the ability to do that world, why should we?
That exactly. If you're an all-knowing God, and we're assuming, right, that God is good, then it needed to be this way. And you can't just say it didn't need to be this way. How do you know?
Because it seems like we can imagine worlds where that isn't the case.
Just because you're able to imagine a world that isn't the case, that does not. Whoever's talking over me needs to stop, please.
It's horrible.
Okay.
Horrible's on the phone.
What I'm trying to say is that
you're a fucking snitch, by the way.
Just because you can imagine a different world does not necessitate that it could have been done this way, or like what I'm trying to say is that it would have been a better way to do it. Obviously, whatever needs to be achieved, or whatever outcome is there's a goal in mind, or something that needs to happen. Like, why does the diamond have to go under pressure? Why does olive oil have to be pressed to get oil? There's a reason, and this is the best way to go about it. And you can't just say there could have been a better way. How do you know?
So say the problem with that, though, I think, is that this is the same move that the atheists could pull on the other side, right? We're talking about, like, why does the universe exist? Why do we have these laws? They could just say, well, look, Caleb, just because you can imagine that the universe could be different ways, maybe it has to be this way, and we don't have to ask those questions, right? So in the same way that the theists could say, well, look, we can imagine a world where there's different laws of nature, different things like that, and that gives good reason to ask why we have this particular world, right? And then you could say that's evidence for God. In the same way, they can say, well, look, we can imagine that there's different worlds where there's not this amount of suffering that's necessary. And so if that's the case, it seems like unless we can establish that there's a problem with it, we should think that those possibilities are possible. It would be the burden on the person saying it's not possible. Because logical possibility is a very lenient,
I'm not saying that other probabilities are not possible. I'm not saying that it's not possible that all of our buildings were built out of chocolate. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we're not from the place to say that it could have been done better, especially if there's a particular outcome in mind. first of all, you don't know what the outcome is in mind, and you don't know if it could be better because you don't have the ability to compute at that level. Is that anything different?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I don't know. We don't know for certain. Right? Because the divine skepticism position. We grant that you could very possibly be right. It might be the case that there is a good reason, but the point is that it seems very unlikely because although you could say that that's hypothetically true, right? We need good reason to think that it is justified. I think what Rob and atheists would say is that that's going to open you up otherwise to skepticism, right? Like if you and I say we were walking and we saw a drowning child and you go to save it, say, no, Selah, wait a minute. God might have a really good reason for letting this child drown and die. You wouldn't say, Caleb, come on. Like, Selah, we can't know God's reasons. God might, in fact, do it, so we don't know. We don't know if we should help the child or not. No, of course not. You would say that that's ridiculous, and you'd say that we should stop that from happening, right? So we don't usually use that reasoning in most other cases with suffering.
Well, continue. I just want to say Happy New Year's, Caleb.
Rob, do you agree with that in terms of the skepticism issue and that there's something?
Yeah, pretty much.
Rob, can you mute up? Thank you.
No, not at the moment because we're talking about this one. And so if somebody was kicking a puppy and it was squealing out loud, you're not going to go, well, and the person said, I'm good, you're not going to go, well, I'm sure there's a good reason. And if they don't tell you the reason, you're going to be highly skeptical that in fact there is a good reason, but they just keep kicking the puppy. So what we're looking for is the reason here. And absent that, we could in fact have, and what we hopefully say that you are the same. I don't know if she's on the phone.
No, I can
hopefully
hear you.
You can hear me. You're not like the other people, or the other lady who thinks that God's goodness it basically cashes out as unintelligible. She doesn't even know. You think that we can understand God. So when God does things, we do something similar. We're made in the image of God. Hopefully you think that. And so when God does something, in many cases we're very much aligned with God. And that's how we can assess. But I would do this. I see God would do it too. That gives me a reason to think that my morality is in line with God's. I'm doing the right thing in many cases, right?
Well,
you do think that, don't you?
The thing is that it's like we take the position that and we look from our perspective, right? We look at it from the humanistic perspective, and that's helpful in many ways. But sometimes I think it's not. In this way, if you have a child, right, and you don't want them to put their hand on a hot stove, sometimes you might let them touch something hot, but not enough to really cause them permanent damage, right? So let's say my teacup, the outside of it is a little bit hot, but not enough to cause permanent damage. I may let the child touch that and say hot, so they can understand a level of hot. Now for us, right, what we're experiencing, how do we know that there's not a level of evil and depravity that we can't even fathom? How do we know that our experience on earth here, tasting and sampling what evil looks like, is not merely to prevent us from a permanent damage? Like, we think it's a permanent damage because we live in this finite, we live in a particular paradigm where we think that, this is it, right? And from our perspective, it's that way. But what if we found out that actually this was, because we have very limited perspective, this was equivalent to touching something that was nothing in comparison to a permanent evil depravity that could be. This is just us getting an understanding of what we do not want forever and ever and ever. This is just the understanding to say, you know what? I know what is good now, and I know what is evil, and I do not want that. Thanks, but no thanks. I freely want to live in unity. I freely want to live in love, and I freely want to do good things.
Do you think we have to experience that, though? Or can we know it without the experience?
I think that there is something particular that occurs through experience. I think that there's one level of understanding by being taught, but it's like learning Taekwondo in the library. Yeah, but I'm going to get my ass kicked if I try to go to the Olympics with it. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure how that's analogous.
Well, it's analogous to an eagle trying to work its way out of an egg. If you help it, it's going to get its ass kicked also. So there's some kind of perseverance, endurance, or something that I can't comprehend that this life and its experience grants me, that I just quite comprehend, but I think that it is necessary. And we couldn't have gone about it differently. Because if we could have gone about it differently, then we would have gone about it differently if it was the better way.
But I think, look, say that if you ask most people, they want to avoid pain and suffering as much as possible. Now, it's true to say that some people won't learn and they might need pain and suffering. But I think most people want to avoid it. And, if you ask people, it's like, think of the Matrix, right? Neo plugs in, they plug Neo's head in, and in like 10 minutes he learns to be a Kung Fu master. Right? Now you could say to somebody, how many rational people say, do you know what? I'm going to go through the sweat, blood, and tears of 20 years of learning to be a Kung Fu master. Or you can plug me in and I'll learn to be a Kung Fu master. And of course, my muscles in the 10 minutes, move up, become as powerful as if it took me 20 years. The whole thing happens in 10 minutes. How many people are going to go through
love, how you once again you're looking through your human experience. How do you know that in the lens of infinity, this isn't the 10 minutes plugged up to the Kung Fu machine? When we're dealing with a time that is ongoing forever, how do you know that this isn't the 10 minutes in equivalently?
Because I can feel it. I can feel it for a prolonged period of time.
No. So but comparatively to infinite, this could be a drop in the sand. This could be the 10 minutes in the movie. Like if you're listen, you're using the 10 minutes to say that it's quick, okay? You're using the 10 minutes in the movie to say that it could be a quick download. And what I'm saying is that from your human perspective, you think it is not quick. But what if you have the revelation of eternity? All of a sudden, this could be nothing more than a 10-minute.
I can't even conceive of eternity. I mean, I can conceive of the notation about it. I can't even conceive of that idea. But this stuff is very real. And so when you say that, I think it's easy to say here, like abstractly, but somebody that's going through suffering, and you say to them, but hang on a moment, if they go through like months of it or even years of it, say, not a problem, don't worry about it, tap them on the head, say, it's only for a short amount of time. I think it's easy to say in the abstract. It's not so easy when it's happening to you. I mean, we're feeling like really bad. I wouldn't want to do it because I feel it's like a bit bad, but I would say that's not a problem. It's only for a short time.
You were okay with the 10-minute simulation.
Think about eternity, huh?
I mean, a minute ago you were okay with the 10-minute simulation, with Morpheus kicking your ass to learn Taekwondo, but now, because in your frame of mind it's 80 years, right, which is probably like 2 minutes, in a mind frame of eons, perhaps, I don't know. It's just that your perspective, you're always trying to, and I understand the inclination to do so, but if we expand out the scope of things, we're making a lot of assumptions. And what happens when you make assumptions? I'm just kidding. Listen, hold on. I have to tell you something that I want you to be very happy. I went to a thrift store, y'all, and I just found a painting that I'm like walking around the house smiling. That's all I gotta say. It is the most magnificent painting, and it is like so Persian. I'm gonna take a picture of it. Does anybody like appreciate art, or am I just like?
Not really. I would appreciate. I love art.
Forget.
I love art.
I appreciate art. You seem to be saying, how can we say that this sort of stuff isn't necessary, or that this is like a really short time? I've only got my perspective. Human beings have only got our perspective. I don't think we can even imagine what an eternity is like. But I can imagine like half an hour or days of abject pain and suffering. I can imagine that. I've been through some of it, not like as bad as other people. And other people tell me their experience. It's like you want to avoid it at all costs. You'd give $1 billion to avoid it. People often say, would you like to have $1 billion or would you prefer to be dead? One of my mentors used to say that. It's like nobody goes out, well, maybe somebody might try and do like the instrumental thing, hey, look at what this money would do, and I'm okay to be dead. But most people would rather be alive. So this idea that the suffering it's just a small amount of thing. When you're involved in it, it's not that small. And we only have our human perspective to do. So if I say I'm suffering and I want to avoid it, and most human beings do, to kind of minimize it, say, well, it's just a short period of time compared to eternity. That's not going to faze me at all. I'm not going to go, wow, now I shouldn't think it's suffering or I should embrace this or something else. No, I want to avoid it.
You already conceded that the 10-minute, download with Morpheus would be acceptable, and I'm saying that comparative to an extreme long period of time, this could be 10 minutes. It is from your perspective that you think it is terribly long. When we're dealing with that much amount of time in comparison, this could in fact be just a droplet.
Yes, but that's like
I feel like I kicked your ass. There's nothing you can do about it. Now, pull to refresh everybody that likes art.
What? You think you kicked Rob's ass? How?
Yes, I totally obliterated him. It's just like,
so you like something at the moment. I didn't like you, but are you like, like extra coffee today?
This is how happy I am about my painting, people.
So did you paint it?
No, I found it at the thrift store. It's like
awesome.
It's like
Taylor found out. Taylor found out that her house is made of chocolate. So I'm just like really ecstatic.
Oh yeah.
So I hope it never happens to you, but please don't minimize suffering. But it's just a short thing. Don't worry about it. Look, if you try and conceive of eternity, then you shouldn't worry about this. Kind of rationalization.
You asked for just a 10-minute simulation. Why were you okay with that?
Because 10 minutes of the
because there was virtually no suffering there.
What is 70, 80 years in a time that never
ends? It's the entire life of the human right.
Yeah, okay, but that's from your perspective.
Whose other perspective am I supposed to look at it from?
In a perspective that nothing ever, you're not going to stop having an experience.
Some perspective that I can't even grasp. I should take it from some of that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
From your perspective, Sailor, though, you believe it's going to continue on your experience, but you don't know for certain, right?
Be happy.
So, like, Rob gives a good example. Your painting's awesome. Rob gives a great example of the drop in the bucket in our lifetimes, that 10 minutes of suffering to learn Kung Fu in the Matrix, right? So it's awesome.
It's because there we have a perception, right? That's right. Like an accurate perception of it. This whole thing of like 80 years, I agree 80 years, if I just think of it like abstractly, conceptually, 80 years is nothing compared to reality. But 80 years is the only perspective I've got. Reality I can't even perceive. So when you do this like basically almost inhuman perception comparison thing, why would this move me in any way? Should I go, well, let me just make as much suffering as I can. It's only going to be 80 years.
There's ideas out there that we're in a simulation. If it were so like a simulation, then it very well would work that we're in that training program that you presume is very long. And if, right, we're in a simulation and time is not the way that you understand it, then this is just...
Why would I think it's not the case? In the Matrix, time seemed to work the same way. When Neo was fighting Matrix, they were watching from the outside.
You're making the presumption that after you die, you see presumption that after I die, we don't. And from the lens of don't, this is what I'm saying. Now, does anybody else want to take time to appreciate the painting that I scored at the thrift store today? Anybody?
How much did it cost you?
Dude, $29.99, guys.
Wicked.
Yeah, can I say something on this topic?
Go ahead. Please don't talk about paintings.
Okay, sorry.
I just wanted to add, like, the point you guys mentioned earlier, are we saying is the suffering necessary or the evil is necessary? Because when we're talking about the suffering that the deer goes through, when the deer is stuck inside, like, say, a cave or something, that suffering is somehow the inevitable part of this nature, whatever, right? But when we're talking about the evil is described as an intentional harming of something else. That's different from suffering. Now, the suffering can be part of the evil, but for the suffering to exist, evil is not necessary. So we cannot say that evil is absolutely necessary for the existence of suffering.
I'm just using them interchangeably here, okay? Is that a problem?
But what I'm saying is there's a definition between evil and there's a difference between evil and suffering.
I'm just talking about a case where there is evil and suffering.
Can I finish my point, please?
So, finish your point.
No, I hadn't. I was still speaking.
You said there's a differentiation between the two of them.
Yeah, there is evil and suffering. If there's no differentiation, why are they two different words?
Well, because in some cases, they are the same.
There's moral evil and natural evil. Right.
To the guy who said that, I'm just talking about the case where the suffering and the evil are interchangeable.
No, I understand that, but I was talking about Sella's point. Like Sella was mentioning how evil was necessary. And all I'm saying is, yeah, suffering might be necessary in this life. We may not be able to avoid the internal suffering that is the human condition, right? But evil is a concept that happens with intention. I don't think evil is the part of our true nature.
Well, I mean, the Christians think it's part of our nature.
Well, that's where they got it wrong as well.
Well, I agree, but you're going to have to convince them that it's
their land is perfect. I don't even know what that is. It's like, okay, yeah. When people say suffering and evil, they just mean it's bad. Right? Like, suffering is bad.
Yeah, you want to avoid it. So if you could, you would not have it happen to yourself, and you try to avoid it for others. Presumably, most of us, if we saw somebody suffering, unless they said, no, don't help me. I've got this like greater reason we're going to try and move to avoid it, right? In like higher order animals and other human beings, typically. We're not going to just watch it. We're not going to go and add to the suffering.
I think that it's not necessary. Like, it's not necessarily that evil. Like, we have to. It's more that, like Aristotle said something about like it's in our nature to want to know. Like, what the heck did he say? Yeah, all men by nature desire to know. That's right. And I think that's true. And that's exactly why we wanted to know, from the knowledge of good and evil, right? We're designed to want to know, and we wanted to know, and we wanted to have this experience. And that makes it even more necessary.
How? Why does it make it necessary?
I mean, ask Aristotle.
Just presupposing that we wanted to suffer.
I guess Aristotle. I mean, ask Aristotle what he thinks by this.
Well, here's what he says. I mean, why would I care about that?
Why would you care about Aristotle?
He's just wildly speculating about something.
Aristotle's wildly speculating about something. I think it's a good speculation.
Why? No, that part's fine. I'm fine with that bit. It's the suffering bit.
Yeah. Even the statement that it says like all like human beings have the inherent curiosity, like the desire to know. It doesn't say inherent element of that desire is to know the evil. So like if he wanted to discover, let's see how far I can shift with evil. I want to know, I want to understand the science of evil. Right? If somebody goes through that exploration, Hitler happens. If somebody
think it's true that some knowledge requires evil?
Now, if somebody thinks, like, let me try what evil looks like, if somebody tries it, they understand it. That's also part of human condition, right? We're curious, we test it out, and then we understand it. Now, the next following part of that would be, whatever you understood from that experimentation of toying with the evil, you bring that wisdom into your next part, which is, maybe I understood the lesson, and maybe I should not be doing the evil. So that part is what I'm saying.
Are you trying to justify evil? That there must be evil so you can learn from it? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not trying to justify evil. What I'm saying is, when we say evil is an inherent part of our life, that is a wrong statement. Evil is what we make of when we don't understand suffering.
Definition of evil is
ignorance versus enlightenment. Just disregard everything he says. He's yeah, that sounded like this bullshit necessarily.
What his definition of suffering is, but
do you not think, Rob, that evil is required for some knowledge, and that evil experiences and suffering in themselves are their own unique knowledge?
No, I mean, if God didn't need evil, then
I didn't say
in principle,
no one's saying there's necessity in evil. That's not, or someone saying that maybe. Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm not sure.
No. That's true because it's true that we're curious and God fulfills our curiosity by letting us understand evil. So you're correct in that, but that doesn't mean it's necessary. It's only necessary relative to the knowledge it produces. Right. Yeah. So that's
and that is what suffering is.
No. What? What are you talking? No, it's not. Or maybe confused. What are you saying? Suffering is?
So what I was trying to say, the necessary process that we go. Harville, can you please not interrupt? Thank you. So the process that we all go through, right, where we somehow have to go through a little bit of evil-ish kind of suffering, where we have to do something that doesn't feel right. But that little bit part that we cannot change. For example, if I want to eat, I have to climb the tree. I have to pick my hands, pick my legs, and I have to literally exert my muscles, and it's gonna hurt a little bit.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, that it would be suffering. You're right. Do you believe in evil, moral, or you think it's all from God?
Now, do I believe in evil? As in, do I see it? Do I see people experience it? Yes.
No, I mean, okay. Is evil something which God is in accordance with, or is evil in no way, in no respect, in accordance with God?
I think evil is what happens when we don't understand God.
Okay, so that doesn't even make sense.
So what I'm trying to say is, like, the nature of the universe and the nature of the human beings and the nature of plant, the nature of water, all these things, they all have somehow some connection, right? Now, in these connections, there are certain elements in life where we see as suffering in terms of biological sentient things, right? The only perspective we have towards the door of the suffering to the evil is our eyes, our senses.
Okay, so you're saying outside of our senses and our faulty experiences, there is no occurrence of evil. The occurrence of evil is only a confusion of our experience.
Outside of the experiences of the conscious beings, I don't think, I don't know if evil exists because
Okay, so when a baby gets raped, independent of experiences, is that evil or good?
If a baby gets raped, there's another conscious being involved. Like, that person is intentionally raping the baby. That action is evil. Like, what's?
Yeah, okay. You're saying it's evil in virtue of the person's lack of understanding, right?
Say that again.
You're saying it's evil in virtue of the person's lack of understanding, meaning it's evil only in respect to their understanding. In reality, independent of their understanding, even if their understanding exists, you can still speak epistemically distinct about what they're understanding, not to understand. You know what I'm saying?
So, can I interest?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so
must worry not.
No, I'll get
to give like a perspective, like let's move it historically, like the ancient civilizations that were, amazing, reached phenomenal technological advancement, social advancement, but they fell. The civilizations fell because they were evil, and generations of people from that civilization and neighboring ones learned from those and developed better societies that we have right now. We have the Human Rights Charter and stuff. And I'll give an example of the Assyrians. The Assyrians dominated the Sumerians, who were like, that's where the cradle of civilization was. And they conquered all these people in very violent ways. And they even went into Persia and exterminated the civilization there and desecrated their temples and their gods and told them, that you are nothing on this earth and that we can conquer you. because of that type of attitude, in the end, the civilization that died within a few, less than 100 years, because of pressures from the Persian people in the north and the Babylonians who neighbor them, and they disappeared. And the civilizations that occurred as a result of that replaced the Assyrians, became more.
Bro, what are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying that you had a bad and evil civilization, and society or the world got to know that this civilization is evil, and so they developed new civilizations.
I don't even think you were listening, bro. You just wanted to interrupt.
I'm just trying to beneficial.
Beneficial. So the topic we're talking about is evil, right? So how does what you have to say just now, how is that ridiculous?
Okay, forget it, bro.
Yo, it's my brother K9.
I have so many arguments.
Yo, K9, how you doing, my boy? It's Alvin, brother. I've been back. Continue your conversation, though.
Hey, what's up, bro? Yeah, I think I recognize him.
So, Kenan, I mean, if you like me, I can comment on what you said earlier.
I have a bunch of arguments for the problem of evil. So I'm gonna.
Let's. I mean, if the moderators are okay with it, we can get.
The story of Job. The story of Job explains how.
Yeah, K9, we already addressed 3. I'm not sure if you want us to tell you the 3 that we already addressed and see if you have more than those.
Wait, no, I'm Christian. I'm saying I have arguments. I think evil proves God. I have arguments for why there being such a thing as evil is evidence for God. It's evidence for Christianity. It's evidence for the Bible.
Okay, perfect. We talked about these 3 things, so that the intersection of these 3 things, right? What did we say? Evil was necessary, right? Because we sinned, original sin, right? Okay, so it's punishment. Second, hold on. There's another reason. What did I say? I forgot.
Well, that's not what I would disagree with that. I don't think that's true. That evil's necessary.
So we just don't know.
Can you repeat your position on that so I can download it in my memory bank the way you worded it again?
It's just a test of faith.
Oh, is that your belief? Whose belief is he saying?
That was his belief, I think.
Oh, you believe that?
No. Can you repeat what you said that I was like, I agree. Can you repeat that one more time?
Okay, so evil is not necessary. Actually, so to think of it like this, when God made man, everything in that creation was within God's will. The evil is what was against his will. So let's think, what was in his will in the beginning? Adam and Eve from the very, very start had the ability to sin, but their lives were sinless. Meaning it's a part of God's will for there to be such a creature that has the ability to sin, but does not and only does good. Because the fact that they have the ability and choose to do good makes their good works that much greater. Okay? And when man fails, the only reason he allows the occurrence of man's failure is because that would bring about greater goods like forgiveness and redemption. Through man's experience of evil and suffering, they gain knowledge and virtue of forgiveness and redemption. And so, just to bridge the gap, in no way is evil necessary, but it's only necessary to the knowledge and virtue that comes about from it, because there is knowledge and virtue which cannot come about without evil. So, it's not God doesn't
make sense, though.
God doesn't need it. What doesn't make sense?
Just specifically the part where, you got Adam and Eve, and these people don't have a sin nature like you and I have, right? So, how is it that they do commit the sin in the first place? They don't have a sin nature. They're made perfect.
Right, because it is in the. That's a good question, bro. Because it is not sinful to have the ability to sin. Having the ability to sin is within the will of God. A creature having the ability to sin is within the will of God. Because a creature having the ability to sin and not sinning is a virtuous action. And a creature not sinning, when you say evil comes from God, that's analytically false. Because evil is defined as what is not God. 1 John 1:5.
Next question. Oh, thanks. I was just wondering, like, I mean, maybe I missed it, but it seems like you're saying, like, I know the general picture here is like, okay, you got the God of classical theism, and then, you know, from there you derive like some prediction or you draw some inference that, oh, there's evil. But I don't see, like, how do you...
Yeah, I'll tell you. Upon the hypothesis that there's an all-good God, you would expect the fact of the world that all virtues are produced by the all-good God. There are virtues which cannot be produced without privation, so it makes sense that an all-good God would allow for a privation so that he can produce all things which are good, because he's all good.
Okay, but privation is like...
Just to make it clear, that doesn't make it necessary, because it could still be true that God does not allow evil occurrences, and it's still true upon the hypothesis. It's simply saying that we expect it, which is also what you are.
So you're just saying like evil is like an absence or a lack of goodness, but that doesn't, like, that just seems kind of straightforwardly incoherent to me, because, like, you know, absences do not, like, have no causal power. Okay, they don't produce anything. Like, that doesn't seem like so weird. I don't really understand.
That's wrong in every single way possible. Watch this. When you walk into a room, is there a knowledge produced in your mind in virtue of the emptiness, or are you unaware of the emptiness?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying.
The emptiness. The point is,
there's
what causes, which isn't, just listen. The knowledge of emptiness, which is instantiated into your mind upon your observation of the empty room, is something caused by the emptiness. Because if it was not empty, your thought would not be that it's empty. Your thought would be that it's not empty, meaning that emptiness caused your knowledge. So, the same way, the lack of goodness can cause the experience of suffering, the way the lack of light can cause your inability to see. And the way the lack of things in a room will cause your knowledge of its emptiness.
That's not a privation, though. You're saying that
the action of the events is a privation.
You said no, it's not. Here's why.
Okay.
So you started out by saying like you gain some piece of knowledge, right? That's an event. That's not nothing, right?
It's caused by nothing.
Events cause other events. Events produce effects, right? So privations are not events. Right? Wait, can you acknowledge what I just said though, so that we can understand?
Well, I forgot because I was trying to get my thoughts. Say it one more time. I should pay more attention to what you're saying. Say it one more time.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think what I was trying to say was like, let me correct me if I'm wrong. Just because there is a possibility of the idea of the evil in our brains, doesn't mean that the action is a must.
No, that's not even the point.
I can explain myself. Like so.
No. Elliot was actually making an argument. Let him guess.
Sure.
Elliot, say it again.
I was just saying, like, you know, I think most people think of like the lack of something, or the absence of something, as like something that can't cause anything, doesn't produce anything. So, hold on, just let me finish what I'm saying.
I remember what you said. You said occurrences cause occurrences. How can a non-occurrence cause occurrence? Because only occurrence.
I didn't even use the word occurrence at all, dude.
You did.
Just not listening, man.
You did.
Just listen to what I'm saying, dude.
You did say occurrence.
Okay, here's.
Let him finish first.
Yeah, just shut the fuck up, dude.
But you did say that.
God, why is it so difficult, man?
Just like this. That's what you said.
So I have the basic idea is like, what is a privation? I know a privation is an absence, right? It's an absence or a lack of something, right? That's what it means for something to be a privation. It's like evil is a privation of good. This is kind of the general picture, but as it turns out, like, you know, evil is like this. You know, it's kind of this. How do we get to like an evil? How does this like even explain like an evil act or something that somebody does? It doesn't.
Because acts are those are events, and events are causal things. They produce effects. Okay, this is just the complete opposite of like absence or a lack of something. It's just a dumb way to think about evil.
Lord have mercy. You literally have no understanding of what anyone means when they say evil is a privation.
No, we don't have to get personal.
No. I'll explain it. It's okay. Just hold on. 1 John 1:5. It says, what is sin and evil is what doesn't walk in accordance with God. Okay? Meaning, good and evil in respect to actions pertains to how they are in the will of God or not in the will of God. You notice how I'm not instantiating a new ontology? It's just God's will relating to the action. Okay? Now, you're right. The occurrences which are evil do have being, because it's things with being acting improperly. So the being itself is good because all of that being came from God. What's bad is that the being is not walking in accordance with God and is going against the relationship of his will to the action is negative, and they are acting in accordance with that action, and that's what makes it evil. That makes sense?
It's kind of ridiculous. So what I'm trying to say is like the possibility is there, but
I want to understand what's ridiculous about what I said. Because I use simple terms, I use very layman language. I didn't say anything confusing. Tell me what was
trying to say that good is light and evil is the shadow cast upon.
Right. Actually, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's right.
That was neat, man. Much respect.
At the same point in a different way. Earlier, what I was trying to say was when we look at the intention of the let's break down the process of evil into different blocks, right? So the first step would be a thought that comes into our mind, right? Now, from the moment the thought appears to the action is done, there is so many things the mind can. Now, what can a mind can think of? Proper way of thinking that K9 was mentioning earlier. Now, the ability to think properly, that's in us. It's already there in the system. It's inherent in the system. But maybe we do not think of all the things that we have to consider when we have to think about the action of the evil. Because in the thought stage, like, you could easily think, okay, so is it going to affect me? Is it going to affect this? Is it going to affect that? If we don't do that, if we are somehow, because of our lack of habits of thinking that way, or because of our conditioning in our society to prioritize certain things in a certain way, we're not able to do that. And those people who are not able to do that are not utilizing all of God's creation, which is being able to understand the shadow. Looking at the shadow doesn't mean that. So if, like he said, right? So if you're trying to run away from the shadow, you need to see the light. Now, is the light there? That light is there. And when it's not in a complete form, evil might happen.
I think the better way. Have you ever considered it? Like being tapping?
Oh man, that's terrible. That's terrible, horrible. I think a better way to think about evil. A lot of people was like, evil is like, I don't know, a disposition or like an action or an event. It's not an absence of anything. Like, it doesn't even.
It's an absence of concordance with it.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain like why the rapist does what he does. It's not creation theory. It's the thing that evil doesn't have ontology. It's denying the ontology.
I think you're deliberately being dishonest, Elliot. I think that's officially answered everything you said. But I want you to repeat it one more time. Repeat what you just said one more time. Because I'm going to answer every single thing you say. Because I don't want you to feel like you won even a little bit. I want you to stay on that for the rest of the... This is like a competition. Sometimes they can explain it better than I can. Repeat what you just said. You said... Like a weird motivation. You said actions are not a privation, and that me saying it's a privation of God's accordance with it is not an explanation of why people do evil things. That's because I didn't present it as a cause for people doing evil things. It was simply a descriptor of what it is to be evil.
Okay, so the point is that everything you're saying is compatible with many theories of theistic theories of the good, where you're just saying like, God has a standard. If you're out of accord with the standard, that's sinning. Okay, but that doesn't tell you whether you're subscribing to the privation view or not, right? Compatible with a bunch of other things.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because
why would you think that?
I'll tell you what it does.
If you're gonna say that you're making this a fucking completely elementary mistake,
I'll tell you why it does.
Okay.
I'll tell you why it does. Because acting in accordance with God's will instantiates the being of goodness. Not acting in accordance with God's will separates you from being and isolates you from the instantiated goodness which was before.
I mean, you're missing the point, though.
No.
Which is that, listen, it's my point. I'm telling you that you're missing my point. The point you're missing is that anybody who's a theist can say, look, God has a standard, and he's saying that according to his standard, what you're doing is wrong or right. Okay. Now, you can then, on top of that, say, okay, what it means to do something good, is to partake in being. And what it means to do something evil is to somehow move away from being or something like that, right? But that's not just built into the idea that God has a standard. Yeah.
Dude, are you stupid? Yeah, me talking about God's standard was because Elliot said evil occurrences have been big, and how can a non-occurrent cut an occurrent?
Yeah, I mean, you do have to make
evil occurrences. That's not the answer.
You're saying
I'm gonna repeat the answer.
It is something.
I'm gonna repeat the answer.
It is something you have to actually
evil occurrences have causal power from their being, and their being alone. Elliot is correct. That being which they get the causal power from is what's good. In the evil occurrence, all things which have being in the evil occurrence are good. What is evil of the evil occurrence is its lack of being in accordance with what God wants. So you just weren't listening.
The point is that if you're just saying that this thing lacks God's approval or is out of accord with God's standard, that doesn't tell us anything about the ontology, does it?
I didn't. The point was that doesn't. That was the point. The point was the reason. That was the whole point.
So if I'm answering the question. Okay, but then all you're saying is that what makes something evil is that it's out of accord with God's standard.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
But that's going to be true of pretty much every theist view unless there's some type of descriptivism.
Yeah.
And the point is that don't you admit that some theists disagree with the privation model?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Because what I'm saying is not true of only privation theory. I'm explaining what my position's view of evil is. That's all I'm doing. I'm sure other positions share things of my view.
Right, but I don't know if you even really take the privation view.
I do.
Okay, but you're just saying the only thing that's being, it's deprived of is God's approval or something, right?
No, it's not only that he hates them and separates them from being. They're separated from being. there's less being present when there is evil. There is more being present when there is good. There's literally more than less being. I don't know what you're confused about, bro. Stop fucking rage bait.
That part I think is the.
Put some respect on Sully's name.
That is. We just said like is the brand they should be. You know. But then the point I'm making is that like Elliot's asking you about the semantics of that because it is like semantically a strange thing to say. That like if you do something evil, your being is diminished because a lot of people are gonna think, well, look, you exist just as much as you did. Right?
But that's false. You don't exist as much as you did. You exist less. You exist less.
So I understand that's the view, and then my point is just like there is more like semantic detail to sort of like unpack.
Which I added though. Right? I added that he's being dishonest. I added that in the beginning. He's just being dishonest.
So like, what do you think the account is when you say like, what does it mean to say like something exists less? Like how do you understand existence as something that comes in degrees?
Being, there's less being, everything is equal.
Like it's not in its true. I know, but what is trying to do?
Okay, look. When you do a good thing, the presence of God is around you because that's the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit fills wherever you are. God's energies fill wherever you are. Okay? So every time you're doing, God is actively increasing of that place. There is more in existence there because of the good thing. Then when you do a bad thing, God leaves. First Romans 1:25.
Okay, so when you say
Romans 1:25. First Romans.
When you say being, you mean like the Holy Spirit being present. Is that? Hold on. I assume he did not mean it completely, because then you get to like non-existence.
Well, that's how.
Like,
that's how.
What is like
it exists because it's complete and complete.
So like annihilationist hell, or okay, but Converse has like basically the exact same view as you, by the way. But okay. So, but there's still like something to be said if we put like just sort of so that we can separate them for the sake of discussion. Forget about like good and evil, and just this notion of like being on its own. If this being that you have the presence of the Holy Spirit, which comes in degrees, right? Like, what about the location in which the Holy Spirit is or isn't present, and like the other objects there that are just not the same? They're not the Holy Spirit, like things that are distinct from the Holy Spirit.
I don't understand the question. What's the question?
So the point is that, like, if I just said, here's a rock, right, and this rock exists in space, and the Holy Spirit is like distinct from the rock and the space that it's in, right? The presence of the Holy Spirit could be more or less there, right? But like, what about the sense of the rock? Like, what's going on with the rock? Is the rock a being?
Right, I see what you're saying. So it's a good question. The being of the rock itself doesn't become more good because it's a new being around the rock, because the being of God is a being distinct from the rock itself. But I'm saying the being which God is, his energy, increase in presence with the physical. So, probably Catholic, but so while the rock itself is the physical and distinct being, the rock exists with God's energy, and the rock can exist with or without God's energy. The same with us. When we exist with God's energy, there is more being in us. The Holy Spirit fills us and exists with us, simultaneous to us. And when we reject the Holy Spirit, we exist without Him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, this existence without Him stuff is a little strange because
that's what Scripture says.
If being is one sort of basically, if there's one sense of being, then it seems for the rock to exist requires at least a little bit of this being,
right? Which is basically
that's true because the Holy Spirit is always with everyone. It's just more or less. You're never without the Spirit.
And I guess the kind of like degreed nature of it is strange to me. Always kind of. So let's say like you have the being of the Holy Spirit, which is goodness, and then you have more or less goodness, right? And that's so the privation model doesn't seem to go into the negative ever.
That's exactly what it is. The privation model is just where the Holy Spirit is, where the energies are. Where the energies are, they negate the privation. Where the energies are not, there is a privation.
Like why does God like allow for there to be privations?
Well, in the Garden of Eden, originally, it was for freedom, because the freedom for sin brings about the greater virtue of righteous actions by choice, not just by force. So, but when Adam sins, he allows the failure because the failure can bring about virtues that couldn't be brought about otherwise, like redemption and forgiveness.
So those virtues are not imminent in the good itself. Is that right?
No, they would be.
So they're already there, right?
No, they're not there, but they're imminent in the goodness itself when they are there. They're not eternal. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Well,
if they're not eternal, then
I think God forgives eternally, but only in that sense is it eternal. I don't know if that, but the active occurrence of forgiveness is what I'm talking about. Even though God forgives eternally, in that sense, forgiveness is eternal. The active occurrence of Him forgiving is something which occurs in time, and that cannot be brought about without evil. Because if there was no evil, what could God forgive?
Yeah, but I mean, okay. Let's take try an analogy. Like say somebody gets into a car accident and you're trying to explain why they got into a car accident. Okay, and the way you explain why they get into the car accident is you say it's because it was caused by the absence of like safe defensive driving or whatever. Like nobody's gonna accept that. You're gonna throw that right in the trash, bro.
But that'd be true. That would be true. That was your point, bro. Thanks for answering.
I mean, I don't understand this in the proper people cases. Like, let's just take like a simple one where it's like,
He's on the phone.
I immediately just saying.
No, he's an asshole. Look, and then he leaves.
Nah, but we're listening. If you want to finish your points, so. Well, before Graham, I mean, Congress is still here. He takes his view too. I don't know. I'm just going to give like a basic example for the problem of evil, where it's like, there's certain situations where somebody's in trouble, and if you at very low risk to yourself, like have the ability to help them, if you're just walking by and somebody's drowning, it's like very easy for you to just throw them the flotation device so that they don't drown or something. Cases like that where people just like negligently like walk by, like just don't even bother. We usually blame them for that, And so, like cases where God could easily help people where you're not doing that, in very similar situations, basically. People want to say, "Oh, well, it's for a greater good" or something that He doesn't, and I don't. You could make the same sort of cases with humans if you wanted to. You could say, well, yeah, the guy, he seemed like he didn't give a shit and he just walked by, but really, he just knows better than you do.
No, yeah, I mean, you just answered.
There's nothing wrong with that. Wait. What was wrong with that? But replace Him with God. So God put that person there with the ability to save, and they didn't. Right, but it's part of God's plan. Like, I don't get what's wrong with that.
So, I'm not saying that. That's not even the point of the example.
I mean, you're changing it completely. It's like, yeah. The point is just in the standard case, if somebody were to like negligently walk by and do nothing, we would say like you did something bad. You know, like that was bad that you didn't stop and help them.
So that that's what Rob was trying to say too, though. Like, you know, you answered your own question because you said why, right? So yes, God created the universe, God created the earth, evolution, and then earth happened. And then now you're in a situation, you're walking by, and I am seeing that there is a possibility that I can help. Like I have the knowledge, but I'm not exercising it. Why? You answered the question, negligence. I was negligent towards it. So when God created me, God gave me the possibility to look at it from all angles, all human instincts. And I could use all the senses. I only used my sense, like my eyesight. I saw the image. I saw what's happening, and then I'm not using anything about it. But I didn't, think about the tremble that I felt inside of my heart. I kind of suppressed that. Maybe it comes consciously, subconsciously. That's the human level activity that's happening. The negligence is happening at the human level. The negligence, it's not happening at the God level. God didn't create this universe. I know the concept of morality.
I'm not saying negligence. I'm not saying ignorance, right? I'm not saying like you didn't know what was happening, right?
No, I'm
saying negligence. It's I know what was happening and you like neglected to help them.
Right. So that's the problem. Why is God the problem?
Okay, look. The point is that on the one hand, we tend to think somebody's doing something wrong in that kind of situation, right? And on the other hand, we have lots of cases where it seems like that position, where he could help somebody, and it would be a risk to him, very low cost, very low risk to him to help them, and he just doesn't. Where people are like suffering or drowning, or
how I see
all kinds of different.
How I see this is God created a brain with different kinds of nervous system that has different kind of synapses, the neurons, like they talk, and there are millions of them, right? So now, if God created all these possibilities of all these ways of thinking that we could do, and somehow over the year, over the conditioning of whatever the information we get from, like are we getting this information, whatever information we have, that information we get as a child to a young adult shapes how we perceive this world, how we perceive the suffering that's happening in front of us, right? Now, in accordance to that, if the person somehow uses the instincts from the beginning and works on what's available in the commons of the nature, which is science, and then utilizes its own logic and goes ahead, that person, if that person walks by, that person is definitely going to go and save that person. A person somehow is not able to wire their brain in a way that somehow should be natural because the possibilities are there. Right? So when this happens, evil happens only when there is an error in the system of the brain, in the system of the synapse.
This is like a totally different kind of like topic.
It's not, because when you look at
I don't know why you think that. Like I think that there are people, in fact, like this happens when people are in court for committing crimes. It's like, there are people who just do bad things and they don't have some kind of neurological impairment or something. Like, I don't like, you can be a rational person who reasons well, and it's just your goals. You just have bad goals. You're just selfish, like person. Like I don't.
So are you saying so all the people who have done evil and are in jail, if they were sent to a psychologist and did like a diagnosis?
I'm not saying anything about everyone who's in jail. I'm not making that kind of generalization. I'm saying there are some people who do evil things who don't have some kind of like, brain impairment or something, who are not like, acting completely irrationally. Like they understand exactly what they're doing, and they just have bad goals.
So that's the point though, because the limit of evil is only till the consciousness level. It's not reaching beyond the consciousness. It's not reaching beyond consciousness and reaching towards the metaphysics.
Okay, you're kind of rambling. I brought up like one of the most influential